Welcome one, welcome all to day number 3 of the Pinnacle Cup number 4. We are in the Swiss stage. My name is Canafit, joined by Tolosma, and we're going to be bringing you the first of our 3 games here today. As in our first game, our teams will be battling for their very lives. But of course, for anyone who's coming to the tournament late, you don't know about the huge prize pool, $100,000 on the line for our teams, but only the top 2 teams will get any taste of it whatsoever. That's going to be a pretty intimidating prospect, Thomas.
Like, every match will already count, and we're currently in a part of the Swiss stage that we might see another team drop out, or actually will see another team drop out, so that will be scary. Of course, Swiss, if you don't know it, where have you been all your life? A team that wins 3 matches will go on to the next stage. If you lose 3 matches, you will be dropping out. Now we're going to look at a 1-2 lineup, meaning the team has 1 win and 2 losses, so of course the loss will mean elimination.
And as you can see on the table there, we've got Team Spirit GamerLegion, who've already made it through with those 3 wins you talked about. 4 Glory, Bad News Bears, eliminated with 3 losses. The whole of the remaining teams divided into those who can make it to playoffs or who can be eliminated today. So it is a very, very big day here at the midpoint of the competition. Of course, do bear in mind that we will be having an extended break before the playoffs start on the 25th of May. So do not be alarmed if that's a little bit further away than you might be expecting. As I said, between MASONIC and the Blue Jays we've got coming up, only one of them for sure will get to go through. And I am being told, a little bird told me, and it's not even a Blue Jay, told us more that one of these teams has got a regional buff.
Yeah, well, of course, something we have to take to our minds is that always the Scandinavians seem to win. Danes are considered to be Scandinavians. Does them being Danes make them one of the best teams out there? And if they're top 50, well, there's many Danish teams in the top 50. That's going to be quite well as well. For the Danish side, of course, MASONIC, we have Kraken, Queenix, Noten, Gensi, and Cabby with their coach Castle to maybe be the king of our castle.
And MASONIC, they're doing pretty well for themselves. They're currently at their peak ranking after taking a little bit of a dip in February. They have changed around their roster. Not an insignificant amount. Cabby and Noten coming in as their most recent joiners, but apparently the current incarnation of the team is doing it pretty darn well. Historically, they've been around a $2,000 kind of team in terms of, that's the cap and the amount of prizes they've been winning. But it's quite possible MASONIC may be in line for something bigger if their roster can survive beyond this point.
Yeah, of course, we shouldn't forget that both teams actually have an average player age of 21.1, so they're still relatively young, but of course you can see that outside of the top 30 quite often. Now the blue side, of course, is quite different, don't have that Danish buff, but it will be Kixen, Danny, Necrogenesis, 8-Kit and Casanito, together with Kronos, the Spanish coach, to help them out.
And for the Blue Jays, they're a team who've got a lot of success in the past. They've been locking down around prizes around $10,000 and such, but as of the recent performance across the board, it hasn't been as good as we would have expected from the Blue Jays. Cacanito is, of course, always their standout player, but even they've been playing below standard. KYX-san, that's a player to watch out for in particular, who's normally their second best performing player, currently performing the worst on the team. And when that leaves you from having 2 great players to only 1, that's surely going to affect the team's performance dramatically.
Yeah, definitely. If we look at the recent trends of both sides, we do see a little bit of a more positive trend on towards MASONIC. Out of their past 3 months, they were able to win 64.1% of their matches, whereas the side of Blue Jays was able to win 58.1%. So that's almost 6% difference, and over 3 months, well, especially for teams in this region of the world ranking, they do play a lot of HLTV matches. So that's, of course, an interesting thing to keep in mind, but I'm curious to see what maps we'll see as well.
Something to bear in mind with the Vetos we've got coming in here is these 2 teams, their map pools do not match up well with each other at all. So from MASONIC, Overpass and Vertigo are favoured very, very dramatically. Mirage and Inferno favoured for the Blue Jays, and there we go, we have got Inferno coming out as the first pick coming in, so there's no surprises there.
No, we do see now Overpass Dust2 to be banned out, and we're going to more of a jungle side of things, with Ancient to be the possible decider. Counterfeit, of course, I'm quite curious to pick your brain. Do you think we'll actually see Ancient, or might it be a 2-0? With, of course, these teams quite closely ranked, it might be quite close as well.
Well, as I said, for Inferno and Vertigo, they're both favoured towards the teams that pick them very, very heavily. Of course, there's always a chance for a surprise there, but I think it's likely we get to a third game just for that reason, where it's kind of works out relatively well. Both teams are not fans of Ancient, so hopefully at least means we get a relatively even encounter there. But I very much expect to see, see it be a wash one way, then the other, and then basically just have it effectively be a best of one.
Now, the great thing is always that sometimes winning your own map seems to be the hardest thing, because usually teams are quite able to prep in advance towards, of course, the map of their opponent, rather than be flexible on your own. But, well, as you said, there's quite a big favor for both teams on their own map pick, so that will most likely, just statistically speaking, be a 1-1, and then we might actually go to that Ancient. And the weird thing is, Ancient is then the map they both don't really like, but they have to play. So that might mean some over-aggression, because that's something they do like to counter, of course, that disliking every now and then. But I think we're going to at least enjoy Inferno. First now, it's of course the pistol round with MASONIC on the CT side.
Alright, so starting off a fantastic day of play. Do bear in mind, of course, we have Sinners versus SKADE and ECLOT versus ECSTATIC a bit later on. And of course, before we get things truly underway, I'd like to thank our partners for making today's events possible. Pinnacle, CS Money, and AstroPay. You can find their details below the stream. So, into the fight. As we said, for the Blue Jays, they've been playing below form recently. MASONIC seem to be on the rise, but only one gets to survive. MASONIC going to be here on the CT side, committing in very heavily to start off. Blue Jays, they're making their move in. Even trade so far. Kakanito, the ace player of the Blue Jays, is down immediately. MASONIC defending it pretty darn well. And it's only Kraken, who was defending off-site on B, who will get to survive. That's honestly pretty amazing from our Blue Jays friends. So they took the site that was really favored by the MASONIC squad. And yet, Kraken gets one. Not going to pull off any miracles today, so the Blue Jays start off strong. Good showing from them. Necrogenesis, of course, picking up to 2. And there we go. There's our friends from CS Money. So if you're interested in any of the skins, they might have an offer. They've got, as it says at the bottom of the screen, a 40% top-up bonus right now. So please do go check them out. You can use that link to support this stream. If you want to see more competitive CSGO, please do support our partners. Right, into the fight once more. The Blue Jays, they bought up for this round. But MASONIC are getting super aggressive. They do take down Kakanito. Necrogenesis is coming in from the side, trying to shut this one down. And they do. That was almost MASONIC pulling off something very shenanigansy. They almost nicked a weapon and could start getting off to a real fight. But hey, I admire the attempt. So as you can see, our Blue Jays odds are slightly against them just because of their recent form. We'll see. I think it's, the opinion coming into this one is very divided as to who's actually going to win. I think on HLTV, the poll of the audience was, literally 50-50 between the two of them, or close enough. So even if it's something they haven't taken a round as of yet, we certainly would expect them to be doing so as we go forward. This time, we do see the Blue Jays being a little bit more cautious. They've suddenly tasted a little bit of MASONIC aggression, and maybe anticipating that happening again. It looks like instead we're going down to a more standard round with the buy coming in from MASONIC, making them tremendously more dangerous. M4s across the board, or silenced M4s, and a decent amount of utility as well. The Blue Jays are a little under-equipped with one SMG, a couple of Galils in hand, so they're running this out a little bit more carefully. We'll take some utility damage on the early exchange. And hey, maybe the Blue Jays going to stall out a little bit here. Blue Jays waiting at A. You can see MASONIC don't know that the B site is completely empty. Smoke out on the approach. MASONIC are trying to bring themselves back in to form their defensive line. Utility in as Kixon is dropped immediately. The Blue Jays are getting torn up. This could be Masonic's round. Cabby lines up the shot and takes it. One remaining. Kakanito, the ace of the squad, could still be the ace of the hole, but gets put in the ground. Cabby with a triple. Masonic on the board.
Yeah, finally the first round comes in, but of course it's a vital moment to turn the tide. Looking at the economy of course, the T side, there's little to no reserve, so that might actually mean that maybe Masonic will be able to streak some rounds together after getting their first buy round in. They luckily didn't lose too many players. They have the utility to block off any aggression, which might come out looking at how little utility there is on the Blue Jays side. With the Tech 9 of Kakanito, they might actually need to go for a little bit of a close range play, so a rush might come in.
Got a heavy utility deployment from Masonic down Banana. They're definitely keeping that clear for now. Blue Jays, I have to imagine they're looking to try and avoid getting caught up on the A site the same way they did last time.
Well, we do now see at least a little bit of a lurk position, more focused towards A with maybe a little bit of peek on towards short as well. We do see Kabi going relatively low, but surviving means that he's still able to fight another day. Banana control in the meantime also taken by Blue Jays, so their map pressure is actually quite high, throwing in a few of their smokes, meaning they're able to at least get something going. But you also see that now that utility is dwindling down, only 2 more flashes and 2 more smokes make that 1, as another one has been deployed. Means they'll have to have a difficult execute, but I believe one of the smokes was dropped only for the Tech 9 player to pick it up, and seemingly they might go for a play.
Yeah, Blue Jays, again, they're kind of in the same situation with the previous round. They are running a little short on time, and as you said, utility is starting to go a little dry as well. We've got just 3 pieces left on the Blue Jays side, and they will be making their move. Masonic have misread what's going on. They've sent up Gensi to try and reinforce the B site, and the Blue Jays actually might be looking to break through the CS spawn. They haven't been spotted. I think Gensi is surely as good as dead.
Well, he's actually in the tree. He hears the player, so he might actually have a great angle as Notum through the smoke gets the first kill. Gensi with the follow-up now, only to be taken out by Necrogenesis. But look at the time, 10 seconds left and there's still 2 more players on the side, and they don't even have any trouble taking out 2 more players. We've now, of course, the lurker on towards the A side. The round has been ended with Masonic getting another round. 4 players still alive and destroying the economy of their opponents. Blue Jays is now with their backs against the wall quite early on in this map. But of course, let's not forget, you still need 16 rounds to win unless if we go to overtime. But seemingly is Masonic finally getting some traction on towards this map.
Oh yeah, no, I couldn't have been more wrong about how that one was going to play out. Wow. Yeah, it was so Masonic looking incredibly strong right now. The Blue Jays going to spend nary even, well, just a few dollars, I suppose, coming in for that tiny amount of utility for the round. We did see Masonic before doing a pretty good job of at least making a solid try on their pistol rounds by just piling everybody into a play. And while it didn't work out, I admire that they were willing to try something more coin flippy, because you're certainly not going to win out under normal circumstances.
Well, seemingly Blue Jays is grouping up with 1 flashbang to counter towards mid. It's Gabi already taking a dink, having to fall back with some utility expended as well. The first kill, however, will go in favor of Gensi, but once more those pistols deal a lot of damage, but so do the nades. It's then going low, and that 1 player advantage in favor of the CTs, now being pressured more towards the side, and those players, let's not forget, are low and getting lower by the minute. But luckily they're still able to fend off on long range, getting kill after kill, leaving only 2 more players stranded and eventually fragged out. We have now a flawless round for Masonic, despite the damage being taken.
This isn't looking great, and we see the odds starting to reflect that. You know, given that we're on a Blue Jays map pick here in front of, they should be, you know, really, really strong here. This is their 2nd best map ahead of Mirage, and as you can see in the top right-hand corner, you know, they would have expected to come into this one to be completely dominating, but apart from a decent start, it's now looking like a Masonic pick rather than the Blue Jays.
Well, of course, let's not forget they were able to at least counter some of that momentum Blue Jays had from the previous rounds with their first buy round. Now also getting some stacks going financially makes they have a little bit of effort for themselves. But look at a nade already dealing a lot of damage on towards Dan. Kixen and Kakanito were now still trying to get that banana control in with one player lurking towards A, trying to fake it out, but this flashbang might turn the tide of the round quite early. That's a double kill, make it almost a triple, but Noten with the incendiary instantly gets a refrag, and of course makes sure that the players are still quite low, slowly moving towards the side.
Oh boy, Blue Jays, you gotta show us something else. Noten has been a little underperforming for the Masonic side, so they're going to need to pull out to get one in trade. Kakanito, last one standing, at least does have bomb control, but Masonic are on their way, looking to come at the back of Banana. Kakanito has got nothing left, no HP. They've got no way of stopping themselves getting shot in the back. It seems to be only a matter of time. Where's the shot coming from? Banana or from Spawn?
Well, it's unfortunate the player eventually crossing towards the side, but that flank from Banana was already in for that moment. 4-2 in favor of Masonic, and they seem to be able to get more and more grounds, as of course there wasn't a bomb plant for the Blue Jays side in the previous round. They're forced on towards a pistol armor once again. Not the greatest buy, and once again maybe another chance that the CTs might expand their lead. Still, their money is increasing. Gensi actually picking up an AWP for this round as well, so there is some investment every now and then.
Keep your eyes out for Necrogenesis on the Blue Jay side again. Their ace player and also their top performer so far in this map. So if anyone's going to pull off anything shenanigans-wise, it's going to be them. Pushing up Banana, they have got a numbers advantage. The utility being deployed wisely by Masonic to buy some space and make sure they do not get overrun. In fact, making out of the early exchange, taking no damage at all.
Well, in the meantime, it's Masonic just seemingly cruising through this map once they were able to get the first buy-in. Now a little bit of smoke execute comes in, also counter smokes from the Masonic side, but a CT wraparound will mean that the Dragon will have some trouble, but actually he gets a double kill, will eventually not get the third as he runs out of ammo. It's Kakanito with the 1 HP and a dream, but also an ace clutch to be had. 3 players currently in CT already throwing out nades and bullets, making sure that 5-2 will stand on the scoreboard, leaving Blue Jays still wondering how could all of this go so wrong so quickly.
Oh boy, I mean, you look at all the kills spread across the team as well. This is a Masonic team who apparently ate their Wheaties coming in this morning. You know, they're just coming out so incredibly strong. I think for the Blue Jays, this is a very well-earned timeout indeed. Anyone who's coming to us late, Masonic and Blue Jays fighting for their tournament lives here in the Pinnacle Cup number 4. You need 3 wins to get through. 3 losses sends you out, and these teams have 2 losses to their names and only a single win. Even if they get past this match, it's still a huge mountain to climb to even get back to playoffs at all.
Well, let's of course not forget the loser of this match will be out of this tournament, or at least the Swiss stage, and will be maybe crying their way home. Luckily, of course, they're still all playing online, so they'll be with a very little travel to go to. But it's time to see what this round will bring. AWP this time as well from 8kit, so he might have a little bit of a long-range fight as Gensi already dropping some util for the rest of his team, just to resupply later on and have that long control a little bit better. A lot of nades actually going towards that B side, late rotate from Cabby and Queenix towards A, so that might mean that they'll have a little bit of a weak spot, but as Necrogenesis, as Kixen are already being hit up. Again, the early damage is in favor of the CTs, which on Inferno is quite often with, of course, the utility to come out, but also now the wall banks are really putting in the punch, and as Gensi takes down the AWP, the first frag already to come in favor of Masonic.
And that's A-Kit dropping the AWP that Blue Jays brought in, so at least we know who wins out the early sniper battle as Gensi grabs another. We thought maybe the equipment improving from both sides would swing things for the Blue Jays, but it looks like it's just made things worse for them instead.
Another nade flies in. Danny will be hit up. Another kill from Gensi. And will go for the ace, but misses the shot. Kixen will be able to get 1 in return. But what a crazy play from the AWP of Masonic, going ham so far. And eventually another relatively clean round, as it's going to be 6-2. But Gen Z just pulling plays that seem to be impossible, because if I do that in my bugs, I will always die. But with the confidence and I think the surprise factor as well, is Blue Jays completely left out in the open.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I was a believer for a second. That was so aggressive. I think if anything, the Blue Jays just getting shook by even the possibility that Gen Z could just come and take on their entire team by themselves. Amazing stuff. Gen Z's AWP will be preserved by Queenix into this round, so we'll be keeping your eyes very close on the Masonic offer.
Oh, now the nades fly in, and Gabby is the support on towards the fountain position. Will get a quad kill for himself, leaving only Kixon alive. Another ace alert, maybe, as we have that Deagle armor player just standing by the Locks position. Currently, he's just waiting, hoping someone will over-aggress, but currently Masonic is saying we probably should bank on getting some more money in the bank by playing it slow, conservatively, and making sure we have every possibility to close this match out cleanly. Some damage being dealt, Kixon being spotted out, and Gabby will eventually get that ace in. Masonic actually doing some big work on towards Blue Jays. I'm not really sure if Blue Jays is so happy they picked Inferno as their map.
Oh boy, I mean, when you look at the historical performance, you know, of Masonic on this map, and it's not good. So, you know, I'm really, really shocked at how badly things are going here, but in complete control, 7 rounds in a row. The Blue Jays are all shook up. They've got the buys in for this round at least. They've got the utility. They've got the smallest of chances, but notably what they don't have is an AWP.
Well, ops seem to be overrated, unless if you give it to Gen Z, because he's doing quite some work with it so far. Every round he's holding a different angle, and every round it seems to be hard to predict for the Blue Jays side how to counter his play. The flashbang might not even work because he has a pillar to cover him off, and as Dan might be peeking from Boiler, it's Gen Z just repositioning slightly to make sure he has the best angle to go about it.
I think there's a degree of Gen Z sort of acknowledging that now the Blue Jays are kind of expecting Gen Z to get hyper-aggressive. It's not going to be as practical anymore, as the Blue Jays do come in with a full head of steam. Queenix there to cover them. Necrogenesis a little late, but the site has been taken by the Jays. Not on coming in but for support. If they get cut down here like Akinito, then this round is over. Kraken, last one standing. Masonic's reign of terror seems to be at an end.
Well, you still have to catch a 1v2 now after getting the first kill towards 8 Kit, but it's still going to be quite difficult. Does find an incendiary, throws it in towards Pit, but of course there was a smoke there from the tease from earlier on, and that means now he loses that round, and Blue Jays finally get something on the board again. They've lost 7 rounds in a row before being able to counter, but let's not forget, 7 rounds means a lot of money as well for the Masonic side. They'll be able to buy in full with no problem whatsoever, and still have more reserves than the side of Blue Jays has. So I'd say there's still a favor for the CTs, but at least they were able to show some cracks in their defense.
And that was a big round. You know, of course, we mentioned repeatedly Kakanito as being the stand-up player for the Blue Jays. Necrogenesis joining them in the double kill there. That's particularly important for Necro because they are, on the squad, they have been tending to be the weakest of the players. So I'm always happy whenever I see a player who is, outside of the spotlight normally for a squad, be one of the players who turns a game around for them.
Gen Z being smoked off, unfortunate for Masonic, losing a lot of pressure on towards that A-long position. Luckily, we know Gen Z will most likely just push up again because he has no shame and very big balls, but the push seems to be going to be a little bit of a fake towards B. Bomb still in towards at the apps, or at least at the staircase, meaning Blue Jay still has to commit a player and quite some time to recover it. But currently they're still just poking it out, seeing wherever there might be a player overstepping on the Masonic side, but I think they should also be quite scared that if they overstep in towards the scope of the AWP, things might go sour quite quickly.
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot to be said for just figuring out where Gen Z is so you can go somewhere else. Something we haven't really been seeing from the Blue Jays a ton is aggression towards the B side. We're seeing a lot of utility being thrown that way right now. The bomb being left behind at spawn. So the Jays, they've left their options open, but it seems like, again, they're going to try and push their way onto the A site. Maybe they just figured they've got the number of the Sonic, and maybe they do. Gen Z is down immediately. Cabby in from the side to get one back. But I think the Masonic team are in some big trouble.
Gabby does get another double kill though, as seemingly Blue Jays is not really aware of every angle. The plant will come out, but still there's of course so many more players, and Gabby will actually not get a second ace. Noten has no respect for his teammate and might get the boot soon. Well, still it's quite a good round though, with Gabby eventually also wanting to pick up the AWP, but Queenix already has one. So with a little bit of chaos, he'll be able to recover that AK and make sure that with this 8-3, Masonic will increase their financial situation even more. And might want to fend off another, well, semi-forced buy, semi-full buy from the Blue Jays side.
And a quick shout out there to our name partners for the Pinnacle Cup. Of course, Pinnacle themselves. If you're over 18, please go check them out. Support future cups and tournaments just like this one. Again, for over 18s only, please do bet responsibly. Again, coming into this one, it's just going to show you can never tell for certain how things are supposed to go. You know, I think based on all the stats, we would have expected Blue Jays to be able to sweep through this one. Masonic most likely to get the next map, but with this being this map being overturned quite as dramatically as it has been, there's every possibility this series could in fact just be 2 maps rather than 3.
Well, currently they're setting up for an A execute on that Blue Jay side, because A seems to be the side they're at least able to get on towards the side. However, 3 players standing by, big crossfire set up, and Cabby, of course, the ace king, or almost ace king every now and then, is also standing by. With Blue Jays, they will slow down. Smoked off at long, they'll slowly move in and maybe go once more for that CT spawn split. But as more damage is being expended by some nades, they will indeed go towards Fountain, and Masonic will now be a greatly split team, also now having to fend off on towards 2 fronts.
I like this from the Blue Jays. They've been banging their heads against the wall for a while, so trying something a little bit different, it's at least going to allow them quite a lot of access towards the B site before they're spotted. Kraken is holding though, at the top of Banana gets one, like to get the second as well, Noten getting taken out from range. Blue Jays, they've actually got control of the site. I mean, you know, at least they've gotten away from the Masonic domination of early part of this map. If they can get one back here, maybe we could be looking at a half of the Blue Jays. Don't be, aren't quite as crushed as they could have been otherwise.
One flashbang really saved Danny's life there, as he's able to move back. Another nade flies in and damage is being dealt towards the Masonic side. Skakanito will be able to get 1 8 kit, will swing in for the second, leaving only the AWP of Gensi alive. He'll actually get 2 kills, so he'll be able to put some pressure on towards the financials of Blue Jays, but slowly will most likely be pushed in and indeed will fall. AWP just about to be recovered, and Blue Jays might have another power play on their hands.
That's going to be something pretty good for the Blue Jays there, just to see that Gensi can be beaten from range. Still though, I mean, yeah, you look at the top of the screen, you can see how bad this game still is for the Blue Jays. 3 more rounds to go, a chance to bring things back to even if, and only if, the miracle run happens for the Jays. I think it feels like from their play, the Jays are playing more confident now than they were before. They're trying to be a bit more adventurous in their plays, because playing standard isn't working against Masonic at all.
Seemingly they have to at least use a lot of their smokes to get on towards closer range, and the moment they are able to do that and usually put Gensi out of play, they're able to eventually get the site as well. Blue Jays now just still trying to get control over many parts of the map at the same time, slowly trying to fend off on towards short, but also making sure they have banana control. Some counter util flies in, another play comes in from Kraken as well, but the players of Blue Jays have just gone away, but still damage being dealt. Some players already on towards roughly 60-70 HP, and Masonic is still able to fend off with a lot of utility for later on.
I do like what's happening with the utility here from Masonic. They are pretty consistently trimming the nails of the Blue Jays before they come into the fight. And Blue Jays themselves, they've seemingly been mostly focusing on trying to get down the smokes, their utilities in that respect, rather than trying to, or at least successfully managing to hit too much grenade-wise. You've got just a little left in for both teams as the Blue Jays are finally back on the B side. They faked this out a whole bunch of times, and it looks like they're going to be faking it out again as they head back with the bomb towards the A site. Necrogenesis getting hit on the approach to A. The Blue Jays, they're going to start getting desperate, and MASONIC, they're actually evacuating towards the B site, assuming the Blue Jays wouldn't want to push forward anymore, but they're wrong! Danny gets the kill, Blue Jays are here!
Flashbang comes out from the pit player. Queenix will be able to get one and deal a lot of damage on towards the second. As Dan Cabby flies in for a double frag of his own, he'll eventually turn towards a triple, and MASONIC is able to hold off that A side once more. Blue Jays, often with some momentum, were able to get on towards the side. But this time around, they were slowing down, gave more possibility for that counter util and even those smoke banks to come out, leaving MASONIC in towards a favorable position to both rotate and have Cabby just rack up more kills because he's on 19-4 already. And I think that's a pretty decent score, wouldn't you say?
I would absolutely say that, and it's all the more surprising since MASONIC as a whole, they've got a team where they normally kind of all perform very similarly. As Jensi gets taken out immediately, well, we'll have to put that one on ice for a second. Cabby, though, will continue to be consistent in being absolutely dominant. Their multi-kills are out of this world.
It's actually insane, and Cabby was out of ammo and had a little bit of trouble coming with a player from Boiler, but luckily Queenix was able to fend off that position as well. MASONIC really communicating properly and holding all the necessary angles. Kakanito and Kixon, the sole players, still remaining for the Blue Jays side, as economy is still a little bit bad, but we're going towards the last round of this first half, and thus they will have to just throw everything they have in it. Their loss bonus is great anyway, so they'll be able to buy in full in the next round and hope they'll be able to get a 5th round if they don't manage to win this one. And with another kill coming in from Krag and only the deagle in the hands of Kixon, I don't really see them winning this one as well.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, for the Blue Jays, the North Macedonian team, they have been on, well, they are currently at an absolute peak for them as a squad. But you wouldn't be able to tell it from looking at this game. They just seem to be totally lost right now. Kixan, you can see, doesn't even want to go back for the bomb and even try and grab a rifle because of how much of an advantage MASONIC have. They've got so little to lose, so it's around the corner. They will get hold of the bomb, looking for a headshot, and they do find it, but they won't get to enjoy it for long.
Unfortunately, Kraken was still at a coffin's position, being able to instantly go back in for a refrag. It's now already the double digits facing in favor of MASONIC on towards the map pick of their opponents. Let's of course not forget they're on that CT side. CT side often regarded as easier the moment you get some financial momentum going. If they're able to counter that from the Blue Jays on the second half, I think MASONIC will have a very good chance of winning out this map. And I'm just gonna go back at it again, Counterfeit. It's the Danish buff that's always working.
I mean, it seems deeply unfair for this to be Danish amongst everything else. We'll have to see if we can get the whole region nerfed as a whole. The Blue Jays, they're certainly wishing they could get some very quick patch notes in before this play goes out. MASONIC surrounding them. The A-Kit actually takes down Cabby. Noten drops as well. The Blue Jays may have waited a really long time to do this, but I think they may well be ending this half on a win.
Well, Kraken is still standing by in the Ruins position, will be ruined by his opponents as well, leaving Blue Jays in a 5-on-2 situation. Of course, there's no reason to save, so MASONIC will eventually go for the chase with Queenix, moving in towards a double peak in the CT spawn, leaving Jensi to go for the biggest AWP clutch we've ever seen, only to be spotted out by Long. Suddenly, it's a fairly difficult situation. Another double peak comes in, and Blue Jays will get that eventual 5th round, and at least some mental recognition that they'll be able to come back later on. And well, maybe they'll be able to counter it if they win the pistols. If they don't, MASONIC might have even more momentum going in their favor.
Alright guys, so as we head into our second half of our first game today, of course, please do go check out AstroPay for your international payment needs. Again, we appreciate our partners for supporting these tournaments, and hopefully you guys will find value in them as well. For the Blue Jays, they've got an awful lot of work to do here on their map pick coming into the second half. At least getting the last round in, having A-Kit picking up the triple, means they've got some amount of momentum to try and deal with MASONIC.
Well, it's a little bit of a slow play so far, as the T's are just waiting, but also dealing some damage. It's Kakanito, who will be dinged towards 12 HP, and will be re-evaluating his life choices. A dually setup from 8kit at the small wall will be able to maybe counter this aggression from the T's as 5 players are moving in. Good flashbang to come, but there will be a double kill from 8kit and from Danny as well. Only Noten alive in 1v3 as some refracts were able to come in favor of MASONIC, and now he'll be the cowboy from the west with 2 pistols in hand. And howdy, cowboy, how will you try to fend this off?
The only hope, I think, is that the Blue Jays don't realize where Noten is. But unfortunately, that hope seems to be a very shallow one indeed. Noten round the corner does, I think, spot an elbow traveling around. Smart play from the Blue Jays. They don't want to engage when they know where the enemy is, and they've got numbers to bring in as reinforcements.
Well, Noten does have the bomb, so will be able to fully rotate, and Blue Jays is actually also noticing that. 2 players will be moving a little bit back further towards the CT spawn, 1 more already moving towards the A side. Noten, of course, could still be lurking in that banana position, and thus Blue Jays will have to keep their players spread out, something you don't really want to do, but luckily they do have Necrogenesis to get another headshot in. 6 rounds now for Blue Jays, and the CT side is starting off a little bit better than their complete T side has gone.
Well, while I was so encouraged by that last round, was just the Blue Jays looked so much more confident in their defense. Even when they had, the unexpected pile of MASONIC players, they kept their nerve and traded as best they could. So I think we may be seeing a very different side of the Blue Jays here on the CT half.
Well, we do see Gensi just with a full eco. Probably gonna give some money to his opponent, something you don't want to do towards those MP9 carriers, but rather towards the players with the M4. But still, some damage to be dealt out would be great, because the Blue Jays themselves, of course, have put in every bit of money they have in towards this round. Kixon will get a double kill, however, with him going low, but Kakanito as well getting a kill in. As the double turn comes in onto Squeenix as well, the round will be finished quite swiftly, and that lead of MASONIC is diminishing. But let's not forget, they just put in a full eco. We'll be able to buy in full as well, with those AKs actually having slightly better weaponry than their opponents, as Kixon still is on towards that MP9.
As you'll see at the top middle of your screen, our odds are going to start swinging around quite wildly from Pinnacle. Coming into this one, no one really knew who was going to have the advantage, and I think this second half has really thrown cold water on the idea of MASONIC running it roughshod through the entirety of this first map. Perhaps for the Blue Jays, with this being their choice of map, it's just that once they get onto the CT side, everything changes.
Well, fire is already being dished out. Maybe both with words as with nades. And Kixon is not that keen of actually getting out of the fire, as apparently, well, with the current gas prices, it might be a little bit nice to warm up every now and then. Unfortunately for him, he actually goes down without spotting out a player, and MASONIC, whilst being on that T side, wins the utility battle, which is incredibly odd and quite sloppy from the Blue Jays side, splitting 2-2 on towards both sides and going for some more aggression so that second player, Kakanito, will be able to eventually fall back if necessary.
I think maybe the Blue Jays getting a little overconfident. As you said, this probably isn't the round to be doing something like that, because MASONIC are fully armed to the teeth, or at least they've got enough utility and they've got the guns they need. Down one. Nice hold there on Logs, gets 2 for nothing. Setting up Kakanito to make the further play. I think this is a good salvage job from the Blue Jays, but you can see by the way they're moving, they're very aware that MASONIC could, even with 2 versus 3, could still take this round, but A-Kit's gonna shut it down. Quinix, last one standing.
Yeah, the smoke on towards the CT spawn is quite sloppy, and that means that Blue Jays has all the room to work with. Eventually we'll get this first round that MASONIC actually bought up. And that's a very big momentum change, because of course now if they're able to counter this pistol armor or eco from MASONIC, they'll actually be able to build some bank themselves. And that's something we just saw on the CT side of MASONIC as well, that the Danes were able to build more and more cash and were eventually able to get things really in their favor. But this is just really sloppy from MASONIC, not spotting out some common angles that could be played, especially with the deep smoke Blue Jays threw earlier in the round.
And I want to praise the Blue Jays further for, despite the fact they kind of made a mess of the early going and running through that utility and getting torn up, they recovered. Though MASONIC looked like they got the same thing in mind themselves. Nice dink, nice headshot from MASONIC to open things up. We have got the Deagles. If A-Kit's rifle can get stolen, I think it's close to being, this will change the field dramatically for MASONIC to try and break the Blue Jays' hold.
It's Dignitas with a beautiful peek in as Jensis just pulled some attention from elsewhere. It's a triple kill to come in, leaving only Jensi alive, wanting to pick up the P250 to at least dish out some additional damage. After, of course, they already have 1 kill, but it will be just a mere 1 kill as well. 10-9, MASONIC only 1 more round in the lead, and with another buy round, they'll be able to fend off Blue Jays their aggression. But let's not forget, 8kit now has an AWP. There's full util on pretty much every player as well. And thus I think that the Blue Jays side will be quite well equipped to counter whatever is coming their way.
So something I'm liking from the Blue Jays a lot, and we've seen it a few times already, is their team coordination is very, very good. They're willing to sacrifice players to set up other plays. I think that's going to serve them very, very well. I mean, this round, of course, you said, you know, this is going to be the make or break here. AWPs on both sides of the equation. Both teams really hungry to take the lead. For MASONIC, this will be their first round in this half, if they can pull it off. We know Jensi is up to taking on absolutely everybody. They may well get the opportunity to do so.
Ooh, 8 gets slightly tagged up whilst dealing no damage whatsoever. Those 2 HP will really hurt him in the end, as now we see Necrogenesis be flicked out by Queenix. Still, damage being dealt, but Blue Jays losing some of their A pressure. Especially around that Apeks area, MASONIC will be able to at least get a little bit of a dark zone going, where Blue Jays has no clue what's going on across the map.
Okay, keep your eyes very closely out for if Jensi's going to be able to get themselves a situation they can prove their mettle again as an AWPer. I think with all this smoke around, it's going to be very tough for MASONIC to really get the best out of Jensi. We've got, as we can see, of course, with our view from up on high, there's a lot of opportunity for MASONIC to bust onto the B site. And I think the Blue Jays are almost abandoning the site in its entirety. I don't know if they've misread from MASONIC or they just don't want to take this fight.
Oh, some damage is already being dealt through the smoke, but unfortunately Blue Jays is, well, left out in the open. Just a single player on towards B who can't actively hold it because, of course, that would mean certain death. Danny is trying to maybe go for a little bit of a wallbang to destroy the planter. Will deal some damage on towards Jensi's booty, but Noten will be able to counter it through the smoke, having Kraken also stand by to cover off a banana retake. Blue Jays going for a save, knowing that, of course, if they save this money, they'll be able to rebuy in full and still have some money left. But also knowing that MASONIC will now eventually also increase their lead a little bit more.
I did wonder if we were going to see Blue Jays try and seal the exits from the B site off, just because MASONIC have taken so much damage already. We see Kraken, the only member who's on full health, being sent out as a scout to see if that is the case. Now MASONIC know their exit route is secure. They're going to get themselves out of position to get taken out by the bomb. See, Noten and Queenix taking a little bit there, but Blue Jays, they play that one out conservatively. They give over the first round in this half. So, now we've got ourselves with a chance of both teams to make a run towards the end zone. The Blue Jays, they've looked a lot better, but they're going to need to continue to be just as strong.
Well, we do see a little bit of economy going in favor of MASONIC as well now. So if they do lose a round, they'll be able to rebuy as well. And that, I think, is a scary proposition for the Blue Jays side, who were able to at least get a little bit of momentum going for themselves towards this map. Now the AWP of 8 will be destroyed by Jensi as the early peak goes south quite quickly as well. Blue Jays, again, losing ground in the early stages of this round, leaving MASONIC in towards a favorable position to both take banana control and also again face off in the Apeks position.
I think Blue Jays are definitely going to have to work on not getting, not losing out on these early duels, because if you're spending, 95% of the round down a member, with the Blue Jays we see here, they've got the floating Kakanito between sites. They really love to be able to have all 5 members, because now anytime they're floating members up, as we see here, they're leaving one of the sites extremely vulnerable. In this case, it is the A site, and that's exactly where MASONIC are. Utility's coming in, Kakanito is coming back. Necro gets one! Not quite the second! The A site is taken.
Yeah, as you said yourself, indeed, there's the weak spot, and just that single player, not really in the most powerful position, will be able to be cleared and traded out. He was lucky to at least get a single kill, because Jensi uncovered was throwing in an incendiary, but again, you see 3 players of Blue Jays having to go for the save, because this site is pretty much untakeable at this moment. that means 12 rounds for MASONIC. That means the T side is finally getting some grounds up, and as said before, their financials are, well, almost growing exponentially. And Blue Jays is now wondering, how did everything go south once more? Well, mainly because of their bad rotates, maybe some early aggression that just doesn't seem to pay out every time.
Oh boy, I mean, this has been quite an opening map. Again, the Blue Jays pick, they were looking real good, but I think that's maybe speaking of a little bit of tactical inflexibility on their part. They didn't start changing approach when they went down to 4 members. Again, our thanks to CS Money for support of this competition. Please do check out them below, all the details below our stream right now while we get ready for the next round. The Blue Jays definitely feeling the pressure. We've got every expectation Vertigo will not go well for the Blue Jays at all. But I don't think I'm in a world where I'm prepared to flip the maps for both teams.
No, definitely. In the moment, it seems as if MASONIC does have a certain edge, but they've had some trouble on their T side at the start, so why couldn't Blue Jays just come back if they at least don't lose a player early on, if they don't mess up some troubles? But at least we see a nade trade come down. Queenix and Kixon will get a little bit going for themselves, but as Cabby goes down, is Kraken also falling, because one by one MASONIC is moving in towards a very scary position, leaving Blue Jays in a stronghold.
Kixon, what a round for them. The Blue Jays needed some kind of combo breaker on MASONIC before they started getting their win streak going and ended this map. Now MASONIC, they are getting towards the A side with speed. This time the Blue Jays, they've got their numbers where they need to be. I do not see this going well for MASONIC, but they absolutely need it.
We do see 8-Kit standing by as the aggression from MASONIC is moving towards his position again. A great counter flash this time from Kakanito will be eventually traded out by Queenix, but that still leaves the player advantage for the Blue Jays. It's a 2-on-2 situation if you just look at the A side. This Jancy opens things up with the AWP. Of course, he's not the most nimble member, but at least he'll be now mollied off as his teammate will be fragged out as well. It's a 1v3, 30 seconds, and Kakanito just wants to put down the pressure even more as he goes for that op save and the 10th round for his team.
Oh my gosh. So if the question was, who can take down Jancy, I believe that's the second time Kakanito has been able to go one-on-one and get the kill. In that particular case, the circumstances were definitely not in favor of Jancy, but honestly, I missed the Jancy from the first half. That quadra kill that was almost the 5k, that was absolutely amazing, but it might be that MASONIC have peaked too early.
Well, we might actually see if they were actually peaking too early, if they will be able to give Blue Jays a little bit of a tease what winning is like. In the meantime, the nade will fly in, will deal some decent damage on towards Gabby, already down towards 30 HP, as Jancy as well has been tagged up into a range where a headshot from the M4 will be lethal at one go. Bomb still dropped quite far back, so MASONIC will still have to put a player in towards a, well, quite passive position to eventually recover it, but they're still a little bit doubtful on towards what side they want to go for. That means Blue Jays might have a little bit more room to work with.
We were praising MASONIC for their ability to cut down the Blue Jays on their CT half. I'm liking it a lot what we've seen in the early exchanges. MASONIC, they are somewhat walking wounded. Cabby, who's actually got the bomb right now and has, has the honor of being the top performing member of the MASONIC team. Before the fight's even broken out properly, Cabby is only down to just above 30 HP.
Well, Genesis with another nade might actually deal some decent damage, but is already scared of an incendiary to come in, so early pops his smoke. The nade, though, deals 50 damage on towards Kraken, is a big factor in towards this defense. With 3 players standing by of the Blue Jays side, not the greatest crossfire, but it might be good enough, as Genesis will get 1, deals enough damage to get a second, and Kakanito on towards the side will just get 1 in return. It's 8-Kit to fall quite swiftly, but still this player position on towards the Blue Jays side seems to be decent enough to hold down the side. Kakanito just with another triple kill to make sure Blue Jays closes the gap once more to a single round.
I mean, that was absolutely filthy. As you see at the bottom of the screen, the odds are going to start changing. Bear in mind, these are series odds. And I think, things are getting a little thrown off because, again, this is the Blue Jays map pick. And based on what we saw earlier on, again, we had every expectation this was going to end up being a 2-0, but the Blue Jays T and CT half couldn't be more different. And I think MASONIC are now starting to feel that pressure.
Well, 8kit is putting in some Gen Z-like aggression. Unfortunately, doesn't really get an opportunity to shine, as Gixon is tagged up by Nate himself. Minus 49 HP, but still able to hold on. But you see how quickly Blue Jays is usually reacting to a little bit of utility from the MASONIC side. I do believe that if they do fake it out with just a single smoke or flashbang somewhere, that floating player, as you said yourself, Kakanito, might be actually stuck in the wrong side, leaving a certain side less well defended.
MASONIC, though, they have run down a fair amount of clock. Nice hit onto Dan through the smoke. The B site's going to seem awful appealing right now on the Blue Jays. They are going to split 2 and 2, or are they? Blue Jays? I don't know if they're trying to play 5D chess here, but they're moving their resources across to A. We've only got Kixon left on the B site, and I have to think they're going to be overrun pretty darn soon. The Blue Jays looks like they're changing their minds again. They are bringing back at least one player to try and reinforce. Kixon did their best, but they were all by themselves.
Yeah, beautiful mind games here from MASONIC, as I just said before, using some util to beat out that over-rotate from Blue Jays worked wondrously. They still had 2 players left on towards that A side, throwing 2 smokes, and I believe 1 or 2 flashes. And just by that bit of utility, which wasn't even a full execute, they were able to pull more members of the Blue Jays side towards A, leaving B to be the weak spot, and they just overrun it easily. The players faking on towards A were able to rotate more quickly than the Blue Jays members as well. So again, we see the CTs trying to save with 3 players, and with little to no pressure, apart from Queenix, there will be no trouble as well to save these weapons.
This is going to be doubly frustrating for the Blue Jays as well, you know, to have their own kind of map movement instincts being used against them. Bear in mind, again, this is an elimination game, so you're going to have rounds which are coin flips where you have to decide, is this the right decision? Is there a little dog sleeping behind me on the seat? The answer to that one in this case is yes, so at least you're a winner in that respect. MASONIC, I think based off of the way this half started, they could be forgiven for, starting to lose some momentum, but instead, they're picking things back up again, and they're so close to locking down this first map.
Well, 3 players early on towards the B side might actually mean there might be some pressure, but look at the nade damage. Kixon and Dan both being hit up, almost enough for a full kill if you count the damage together. But 3 players, no real pressure from those 3 players, and Blue Jays now again having to go a little bit more passively, usually. But they go for a counterplay. That 3rd player, Kakanito, will actually be flashed in. They'll go for deep banana control. But in the meantime, those 3 players are on the wrong position of the map, because MASONIC is going for a full execute on towards that A side. The AWP of 8kit is panicking on towards the side, but will be able to get a kill together with Necrogenesis. They'll be able to maybe hold this off in time for the rotate to come through. As Noten flies out, it's going to be MASONIC way too slow on towards this execute.
This is an incredible defense from the Blue Jays, and it's exactly what was needed. Gensi is again left as the last player standing. I would not have credited it, exactly as you said. This was such a nice map play from MASONIC, but the Blue Jays just entrenched here on the A side, and Gensi, all I can hope for is to get a pick off before they too in turn are dropped.
30 seconds left, there will be the first shot, usually a counter play to come in, and Dan from that Apeks position has little to no trouble to actually get the frag in as well. MASONIC really disappointed me there by going for a beautiful execute, beautiful read and bait early on with that pressure on towards the B side, and then slowing down to a complete halt, leaving the players on towards the side, not being faced by 2 players, but one by one, as we've seen before. That's the big problem we've seen many of times, also on the Blue Jays side, on their T side. And that means now we have, of course, Blue Jays in, again, a favorable position, putting a lot of pressure on towards the economy of the MASONIC side, having little to no reserves.
I mean, Kakanito for the Blue Jays, definitely the standout for them. Of course, Kabi over on the MASONIC side, equally impressive. But yeah, MASONIC, I think at this point, Blue Jays, they're starting to get a little bit more of a read on the MASONIC plays, at least to the point where they're not being caught as off guard, even if they're being caught out of position. they're more ready. I suppose, no, I'll revise that statement. I don't think the Blue Jays are reading the Sonic play better. They're getting more used to being outmaneuvered, though.
Well, we do say 8-Kid having to fall back, double nade in towards deep pit. Unfortunately, no player there, but Kabi will be able to take down the AWP. Dig on towards Necrogenesis, but the damage is not really there. 15 only to go off his HP counter. Now cut on towards the rotate from Library as Necrogenesis will go down. There's a second player still on towards the side, is Kakanito, and he will get a kill as well as Kixon. And suddenly it's only Gensi alive. He'll not be able to instantly go for the kill on towards the Library player, but now still has to frag 2 more out on the rotate. That will be in, and Blue Jays will get that eventual equalizer.
13 apiece. Oh my gosh, the odds definitely going towards the Blue Jays right now from our friends at Pinnacle. Pinnacle.com/odds for over 18s only. Please bet responsibly, and only with money you can afford to lose. This is a hell of a game to open up today's play. Again, for anyone who's coming in late, we will be bringing you 3 different matches today. We've got 2 more days after this from the group Swiss stage before we take our break and come back with the playoffs on the 25th of May. Sinners vs SKADE, ECLOT vs ECSTATIC, still to come today. This is only our first map of our first best of 3 between MASONIC and the Blue Jays.
In the meantime, of course, we now see a very tense game. Something we're already hoping for looking at the world rankings. Both of these teams carry. But then, at the first start, the CT side of MASONIC was just way too strong. But unfortunately, even with the Dog and Dane buff, they were unable to make through on that promise. Blue Jays now coming back on towards their CT side, having a great half so far. And having destroyed the economies of the Danes, they'll maybe be able to finally get the lead again in towards this match. Because they haven't had the lead since round 4.
Well, guys, if you're here for MASONIC, if you're here for the Blue Jays, let them know in the chat. They're going to need every ounce of energy you can provide them. Dead even as Kabi opens things up. This has been a hell of a game for Kabi, and it looks like it's not over yet.
Well, we do now see, of course, MASONIC having that player lead and having to choose a certain side. Usually, Blue Jays will go for that instant 2-2 hold on towards the B side as well. And now we see a big peek to come in, but Kabi again with another big kill. Only one more player, Necrogenesis, seemingly almost AFK in this pit position and will peek in to get just a single frag. The remaining players on towards Blue Jays most likely to call for the save. Unfortunately, losing a player early on and now losing a round as well to once more lose the lead.
Yeah, the Blue Jays, as we were talking about before, if they lose the early kill, they definitely don't seem to be anywhere near as strong. I think for MASONIC, they're in a solid path here to be able to steal away the Blue Jays map pick. I don't know if we're going to see the Blue Jays trying to mix things up in these last few rounds, maybe get a bit more aggressive, maybe try and at least throw MASONIC off their game, because right now, I'm liking what we're seeing quite a lot.
Well, I'm quite happy as well with the performance so far, but I do want to maybe see a little bit of a cheeky overtime, because that would never look too weirdly in a close match like this. In the meantime, we do still enough money on towards the Blue Jays side. They'll be able to buy back, but a technical pause does come out. So unfortunately, some player will have a little bit of trouble, or maybe a complete team having some internet issues. Of course, that is sometimes a little bit of trouble from playing from home.
Just want to take a second to recognize that Kabi is nearly locked down a 30 bomb in this game. They've just been absolutely astonishing. I mean, Kakanito, their closest, similar ace player on the other side, just on 22. I mean, even with the rounds being as close as they are, it's astonishing Kabi can stand out this much.
Yeah, especially looking at the fact that Blue Jays on their CT side has saved with at least 3 players, I believe 3 rounds already. Again, a double player save in the past round shows that there's a lot of kills that can't be had by Kabi, but still he's able to get so many. So I think we should not forget the pressure he's already putting to the table as well. On the Blue Jays side of things, of course, the faces are slightly more grim than we saw on the Danish side. Despite some beautiful mural art as well.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic.
It's slightly scary, but also cute.
I mean, that's a good combination. Well, I suppose while we wait for things to get back underway, this is a great chance for anyone watching, if you're interested in checking out our partner, CS Money. You see on the left-hand side of your screen, they've got a 40% top-up bonus. One of the most trusted skin and marketplaces in the world, so a great time to do some shopping while we wait for things to get back underway for our first game of the day. Of course, Astro Pay as well, particularly if you live in the Latin America region, looking to try and do some money transfers with your local currency. You can do that with them, and while you're doing so, you're also supporting future competitions just like this one. Honestly, it's wonderful though to be able to see our players, to see, to get that little bit of extra insight from just seeing, as you said, the facial expressions, how they're feeling right now. I mean, with a game being this close, this is not, the way you want to necessarily start your morning, because you're going to have to pace yourself across the entirety of this series. And if you go full bore in your first game, you may not even have anything left for games 2 and 3.
Yeah, of course, that's the big problem. Sometimes these match days for teams at this level are incredibly long. Sometimes you start early in the morning and you still have more officials all the way down towards the evening. So you really have to indeed pace your play, pace your energy, and make sure...
Be very relaxed, as you can see.
Be really relaxed, just lay back, just chill out, and be quite happy. As long as you're zen, we might be zen. And we'll maybe go for the JDM lounge as well.
I mean, it was an impressive lounge. You play hard, you've got to be able to relax very hard at the same time, maybe even partway through the match. I'm pretty sure I've seen some players who start meditating during pauses where you think they've just fallen asleep, and then they come back and start playing again immediately. I think being able to find those moments in a series like this, which is only just starting, you're going to need to conserve every bit of concentration, every bit of energy for Vertigo and maybe even Ancient. Of course, if we do see this map going the way of Masonic, there's a very good chance we don't see Ancient at all.
Yeah, I do really like to see the dog cam come by every now and then, because dogs are awesome. I'm actually getting a dog relatively soon. In just a few weeks, I'll have myself a beautiful corgi pupper. So I'll just be making very manly noises every now and then when I walk downstairs, and the pupper will be there.
Very Scooby-Doo, kind of like a micro Scooby-Doo behind there.
Definitely. It's beautiful. It's glorious. Just as glorious as we're getting back in towards this match. The server issues have been eventually fixed, and that means Blue Jays is up against another tough battle. They know as well that the side of Masonic will have everything their heart desires, and maybe this time Masonic will make it towards the 15th round. Maybe this time Blue Jays will be able to come back and once more equalize the score.
Alright, Blue Jays, show us absolutely everything you have. Because if you don't, this series is likely to be beyond your reach. Heavy utility exchange in the early going. You can see both of these squads are holding nothing back.
We do see 8-Kit being traded out, Cabby going down. It's a big frag coming in for the Blue Jays side. Unfortunately, also losing 8-Kit in the process, meaning they have one player less on towards the A side. But look at the heavy rotation again. Kixon is instantly moving towards A. There is a smoke to fend off that archway, but now he should be, of course, also noticing that A is completely clear. They might be in Apps, but that's pretty much the only position Masonic can be in. And luckily, Blue Jays do have a counter incendiary, counter smoke as well. But we have Queenix on towards Mexico, now having a lot of pressure from his teammates as well, going for the kills and getting that player lead as well, as now Necrogenesis is maybe out of position.
Queenix around the corner gets taken down. The Blue Jays, they may have outmaneuvered themselves. No! Kixon gets one before they're dropped. Kraken is barely alive, but I think the plant's going to be good. It's time for tag team action. Both teams, one walking wounded, both teams with one nearly full health member. This is such an important round.
That nade could have really sealed the deal if Necrogenesis was slightly closer to it, but still in 10 HP, he is surviving. Nade goes in towards Pit, but, well, luckily the player has just moved to Mini Pit, meaning Kraken will also still survive. More nades flying in, good tag on towards Necro, leaving only Den alive in 1v2. He knows where one player is, he might know soon where the other one is, as he'll go for the trade, but of course he will be walking in towards a crossfire. Blue Jays lose the round, and Masonic is on towards a map point.
This again is the Blue Jays map. This couldn't be worse for them. The odds, I think, are going to start reflecting that very, very soon. Again, thanks to CS Money. Please do check them out during the timeout, as the Blue Jays know This is the precipice they stand on here. If they cannot win on their own map, they sure as hell are not going to win on Vertigo, and they are going to be out of the competition entirely. The Pinnacle Cup number 4, the tournament life of one of these teams comes to an end at the end of this series. One more round, perhaps. MASONIC, they've got so much steam behind them.
Well, in the meantime, it's Gen Z with the AWP once more. T-side upping on towards Inferno, quite difficult, unless if you're expecting aggression from the CT side. And, well, with the buy we're currently seeing from the Blue Jays, and of course the situation they're in, aggression might just be what we can see in this round as well. Actually amazed they still have so much utility, but also saddened for them that they have to fend off with a Deagle and MP9. Of course, not the greatest weaponry against those AKs of the T-side.
No, it's not the way you want to go out if you are going to go out. Good grenade work, though, from the Blue Jays in the early going. They're coming in with a full head of steam, but Noten and Cabby are there to meet, greet, and destroy them. Kakanito with the Deagle is sent packing. The Blue Jays, they have to bring reinforcements to bear. MASONIC, they've got everything they could ask for to close out this game.
Yeah, Kakanito trying to move away to a different position, just moves, unfortunately, in towards a nade exploding underneath his feet. Now going for the aggression, because of course they're behind and they have to at least get some intel going.
No
Akid
way!
will get a kill, but Noten gets a double spray down, leaving only Necrogenesis alive. He peeks on towards middle, he'll be peeked out. It's Chensi with the last kill and the 16th round for MASONIC. The dog is like, candy? And yes, of course there will be candy. Give me a fist bump, and the dog is completely confused. Just give me the food as I'm giving you this win with my sheer pressure of dominance.
I appreciate you, production, for making sure that we had the top cam for this impressive moment for MASONIC. This is such a big win. That is such an adorable papa. Don't worry, you'll get there. You'll get there. I think you're already a winner if you've got a friend like that. That is only our first game today, though. Blue Jays, maybe, just maybe, they can pull off something similar on MASONIC's map pick of Vertigo. But guys, we will be taking a short break before we get back into this for game number 2. We are barely even started today, and the games have already been absolutely fantastic. So stick around. Plenty more CSGO to come.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
where the Pinnacle Cup is already going on. We're going in towards a new map. It's time to go to Vertigo to see if MASONIC will destroy or be destroyed. Blue Jays already putting in the pressure, getting 3 kills in their favor, and the T side of MASONIC is unable to keep up.
As you can see at the top of your screen, MASONIC winning the Blue Jays map pick. I think for the Blue Jays, starting off this first round strong is absolutely crucial. Queenix and Cabby, the ones left standing, of course. You remember Cabby if you saw game number 1. They are an absolutely lethal player, even 2 versus 5.
Well, in the meantime, it's a slow continuation of this pistol round. It's Queenix trying to at least establish that B-side control, which is actually able to do so, but unfortunately Blue Jays will be able to just run in, get those frags in as well, and Blue Jays will have the 1-0 lead. This time around they're starting off better, and maybe it will just be the trade of maps, as of course MASONIC was able to win their opponent's map pick, and now we're going to MASONIC's Vertigo. Vertigo, a map some players do really like to see. Other players are just really scared of heights like I am and don't really are a fan of playing. Looking at the stats on HLTV, 71% win rate for MASONIC here and 43% for the Blue Jay side.
Yeah, I mean, we've learned not to completely trust the stats since they were proven so wrong in the first time out. But yeah, Blue Jays getting a clean first round and putting their money where their mouth is in round number 2. They should have a pretty solid chance of defending MASONIC. They are stacking up pretty heavily. They've got at least their feet on the ground. They've got the first kill as well. 2 in. They've actually taken over the site. They should be able to swoop up some weaponry. Got the MP, but getting dropped immediately. A-Kit needs to finish the job here. It's 2 versus 3. And MASONIC so close, don't quite manage to land it.
MASONIC was at least able to get a bomb plant in, so I think in the big scheme of things it's already quite a good win for the team. As the defuse does come out, it's at least a 2-0 for the Blue Jays side. They'll be happy to at least continue this slight streak they're setting up, but of course they should be wary of those rifles coming in from the MASONIC side in their first buy round. Pushing this one will mean a great lead for the CTs. Losing it might mean they're on the back foot as well, because the economy on that CT side is still quite fragile at this moment in time.
As we check in with our friends from Pinnacle, we can see the odds are against a comeback here in the series for the Blue Jays, but time will tell. In our first map, Inferno, they were the 2 rounds in for the Blue Jays to start off, and then it all went to hell beyond that point. The Blue Jays, I'm sure, are hoping to not repeat history here on Vertigo. They cannot afford to let that happen.
Well, Kraken is just still holding the angle, trying to at least counter whatever play there might come on towards the mid position. Blue Jays are putting in some pressure, and Cabby just missing out the angle so far on towards Kixon, and will eventually fall as well. Another player, Noten, is close by, but behind a smoke, and as the incendiary will catch off Kixon his rotate, he'll have to go the long way around. In the meantime, the MP9 of Necro will take down Kraken. Noten will get 1 kill in return, but it's just a single frag against the 2 players his team has lost. But luckily, they have Gensi.
Gensi's revenge is swift incoming as Kakanito does the best to hold. Noten goes very low, but Gensi tags out and grabs the kill. We could be seeing history repeating here. Blue Jays down to just 2 members. MASONIC have everything they need. Round the corner, Necrogenesis is dropped. MASONIC, last time round they did this, they went on to a 7-round winning streak. It's all on Damn One to stop that from happening.
Well, he's moving in and will eventually fall quite swiftly as he's unable to get a single kill in. MASONIC once more on their first buy round able to counter the Blue Jay side, because let's not forget, this is pretty much what happened on the previous map as well. MASONIC was on that CT side, lost the first 2 rounds, but was able to buy in full and come back instantly. And it's just happened again, and now you do see that full eco to come out from the Blue Jay side. The moment they lose their first round, they're unable to counter whatever MASONIC will throw at them, meaning that this might already be that equalizer that MASONIC is looking for.
Alright, so as we get into round 4 and MASONIC look to build up the momentum, we will again encourage you to check out CS Money and AstroPay, our partners. Details below the stream. for your skin and international payment leads respectively. The Blue Jays, they've got so little to work with here. MASONIC, they are filled up to the nines. Gensi back to form once again from picking up that 4K, which was almost a 5K on our first map. 1 kill back for the Blue Jays is more than expected though, so maybe they've got something in the can.
Well, it's 8-Kid already being tagged up. Slide wallbang, slide nade, slide whatever is coming his way. But you see MASONIC really going for a slow play rather than grouping up and just going for a side. Of course, being a little bit hesitant and scared there might just be a stack somewhere around. As 8-Kid will at least be barbecued, he might be a tasty treat for later. 2 players in the big flank might be scary for the AWP carrier of Jancy, but Kixon will be tagged up by a wallbang, and then luckily there's also a cabbie to pick up the scraps wherever they might be. And so it's a 4-on-2 situation. The bomb will be planted and MASONIC will have a little to no trouble to eventually get this round in as another shot comes by from Jancy. Only Kixon alive. The Eagle will of course look for a little pickup on Queenix's weapon if he could be able to do so, but unfortunately he's not able in the position to do that.
I think we're going to be seeing more from Gensi here as the sniper from MASONIC who, you know, when given the opportunity, can be absolutely ludicrous. I think just the layout here of Vertigo, it's going to be more friendly for giving them more chances to take these kind of snap duels with the Blue Jay members, which so often Gensi will win one after another, as long as they've got the sight lines they need to operate.
Well, we do now see, of course, some money to go in favor of the Blue Jay side, but it's just barely enough to get a real good buy going. There is utility. There is at least a diffuse kit on towards Kixon. But apart from those 4 M4s, there's still Kakanito with no head armor and barely any util. An MP9 on towards 8-Kit. And on the other side, you just have the full util on the MASONIC side. The AWP, the full AKs. And still some reserves to go with it as well. At least some damage has been dealt on towards Kraken with some early util, but still, MASONIC will feel a lot of confidence going in towards this round.
MASONIC making their overtures towards the site. Looks like they're going to be kept up for the time being, but Cabby finds Kixon from the side, and that's going to surely open some doors wide up for MASONIC to keep their momentum going again. Looking back to our previous map of Inferno, MASONIC was so good at seizing control from round 3 onwards. The Blue Jays, they've got to be so careful or it's just going to be a repeat performance.
In the meantime, it's just that opening frag, and Necrogens is looking onto the board. It's the body of his teammate, saddened as well, but Kakanito will get a wall bang on towards Cavi to at least bring him back towards a 4-on-4 situation. Well, there lies the body, and there goes a little bit of an execute utility-wise, but 3 players from the Blue Jay side already grouping towards that A side, standing by and ready to go up against whatever is coming their way. Another flashbang goes deep, but both players anti-flash as another spray comes in. Kakanito will get a double kill, leaving only 2 more players standing for MASONIC, and 30 seconds against the 4 players on towards his A side. A cleanup duty comes in with also that MP9 of course 8-Kit to now upgrade towards an AWP.
The Kakanito, top performer for the Blue Jays, takes flight once again, up to 6. Actually, the most kills in the game right now. For Blue Jays fans, you're breathing at least a sigh of relief that maybe you'll see those Pinnacle odds start to move down again. We may be living in bizarro worlds here if this keeps up for the Blue Jays, Tollers. I mean, the Blue Jays, they have to win MASONIC's pick. MASONIC have already won on the Blue Jays pick. So this is history being upended for both of these teams.
8-Kit is looking for an angle to play with the AWP, of course, now in the favor weapon-wise for his team, but as he goes down to Cabby, is Kakanito luckily there to get a refrag in. But still, that's one of your power weapons gone and out of the equation. Now also Kraken with a fight on towards mid, a seemingly easy frag on towards Necrogenesis and putting the pressure on towards Dan as well. A 4-on-3, he'll be pressured down, luckily his smoke will help him get some ground, and now also an angle on towards 3, spray down, leaving only Kraken alive, and what a turnaround from the Blue Jays, flying their way to victory.
That was insane. I loved especially seeing them go through the smoke and flame. Oh my gosh. Again, a shout out to our friends from CSMI. You can check out details for them below the stream, but Damn one. I mean, that puts them up to being one of the highest killing players in this game right now. You couldn't ask for more if you're a Blue Jays fan. They are absolutely stepping up way better than they were in the previous map in the early going.
Well, we do now see, of course, more aggression coming out from the Blue Jay side, because those early fights are a little bit hit and miss, but even if they lose them, they'll usually be able to get a refrag in. Kraken going down to Dan, who'll be refragged instantly, with the pistols going towards that B side to at least put down some pressure. 1-for-1 trade on towards the eco round, always a good thing. And especially on the T side, you'll always be in a small advantage afterwards, because the same, or at least lesser CTs will have to cover the same amount of ground. Quick rotate again from the Blue Jays. Kakanito with, again, a quick frag, but loses another teammate.
MASONIC, again, they are proving themselves to be adept at working with very little indeed. AK around the corner does take a little bit of damage on the trade. Left down to Gensi, who will not be able to stand. Kakanito picking up the second triple in such an early part of the game. Which, you know, whatever the coaching staff are saying it to the Blue Jays in between maps, apparently it's working. As we again let you guys know about the Pinnacle Cup, June 8th to 11th in London, Sweden. You can get tickets for that right now. Oh my gosh. Blue Jays, unrecognizable from before. I don't even know how they're doing this one.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, but at least it's the financial momentum going forward. And Kakanito, I believe, may be the main player to watch. As 8kid also takes down Cabby, it's the big pressure from MASONIC from the previous map already out of the equation. It will be one kill in return. Jancy also with a cheeky angle here. Maybe wanting to go for a little bit of solo aggro, and eventually will be smoke banged by 8kid as well, leaving Dan in a power play himself. Again, MASONIC completely split across the map, and thus they will actually have some trouble, but luckily also some success.
I cannot believe Quinix managed to win out that particular duel. It's 3 versus 1 now. Kraken, the last one left standing. Unfortunately, if they had the bomb, at least MASONIC would be able to get the plant through right now. Instead, Kraken's going to have to go into the underbelly of Vertigo, where the Blue Jays are waiting for them.
Well, we do now see Kraken slowly moving up. Of course, the bomb is still in a scary position. But luckily, Kakanito will be able to just get that single kill in. Then, of course, now the 6th round for Blue Jays as well. Financials destroyed. And MASONIC will have to go for a pistol armor / eco. Meaning that CT progress might still progress even more in the right direction.
And this is a big problem for MASONIC at this point. You know, Kakanito, top performer for the Blue Jays last time round, astonishingly well performing this time. Cabby hit 30 kills on Inferno, but they have been pretty much absent from MASONIC's play here on the map too. When your two aces are performing so differently from each other, it's no wonder MASONIC is struggling.
Well, we do see, of course, a little bit damage already being expended on towards the T-side players. Some without armor make them quite susceptible for frag grenades as well. And of that, there are still 3 in play for the Blue Jays. And even the Blue Jays are not really going for much aggression. You see now the utility flying out and dealing some damage, so they don't really have to face check much at this moment in time. And slowly but steadily, MASONIC is again grouping with those pistols towards the B side, a side they were able to deal out some damage in the previous attempt, but also again a quick rotate coming in from that Blue Jay side because they were able to clear out A as well.
Damwon is waiting for them. We saw what Damwon could do before, but this time they actually lose out. Kakanito with the support. It also gets dropped. What is with MASONIC and these pistol rounds? They managed to grab a couple of silenced M4s, and I think this time they're actually even going to win it.
It's actually insane. Blue Jays is a little bit too scared to maybe go in towards this side, as the smokes that MASONIC has picked up were actually in great positions to delay a retake to come in. Now the retake will come, or at least they thought so, but Kixon again being blocked off by now an incendiary once more delays possibly the inevitable. That's a round win for MASONIC. Kid now trying to move in. The first kill comes in for Kixon, but he'll be traded out by Noten. Even without a lot of armor, still the players are set and ready to at least do the most damage with what they have. And MASONIC will win their eco round. On towards BlueJays, will have to again invest a lot of money because a CT rebuy is so incredibly expensive. Yeah, it's gonna be a very hard battle if they do lose this round as well.
I mean, keep your eye very close on Kakanito. Of course, we're seeing a very large spread on the Blue Jays side between their best and worst performing player. Kakanito up on 14. Necrogenesis with just a single kill so far. So if number 2 for the Blue Jays gets dropped early on, very much expect to see MASONIC clawing their way back here on map 2.
I do see a little bit of a tentative play towards the A side, just a sole player standing by with the brunt of the force going towards the mid position. Necrogenesis with just a single flashbang would be out of position, but currently is unchecked by those utility sets by MASONIC. Slowly going for, of course, other positions. Kraken will take down 8kid, who wanted to go for the scaffolding. Now goes down, and Necro will be actually close by. Spotted out, and again fragged out by Noten, getting another kill for his team, leaving it in towards a 5-on-3 situation, and now doubting on towards what side they want to go to. Of course, the B side should be the weakest because they played a one direct B player and of course a mid pressure, but Dan, he is still standing by in an off angle. Will he spot it out? Yes, Queenix will spot but not kill, and Dan will be able to go for another kill before being traded. A 3-on-2 remains. Kraken has the angle on towards Kakanito if he wants to, but Kakanito is also making a lot of noise, being scared that it might be an A play, which indeed it will be.
Kakanito will be there to meet the 2 members of MASONIC coming up the ramp, and in fact the Blue Jays, they have successfully read the play. We criticized them before for being a little overreactive, but in this case, it was exactly what is needed. The bomb is dropped right in front of the A site. Kraken, the one left standing to try and salvage this from MASONIC. It looked like it was a done deal, but instead the Blue Jays are the ones who are going to seize back control.
Yeah, actually insane. Kraken going for, of course, a little bit of a passive lurk, having low HP, but the lurk meant that also the players of Blue Jays were able to get into the right position at the right time. Unfortunately for MASONIC, that also means they once again lose their round and give more momentum back towards that CT side, whose economy was trembling under the pressure. Still, it is relatively low, and thus MASONIC will go for a buy-in as well. One little utility, and maybe, just maybe, they'll go for a wild aggressive play.
Well, it's suddenly a pretty aggressive push down the ramp where the MASONIC team are just about to break around the corner. Smoke concealing their position. Thank you, Observers, for showing us. There's no visibility down there for the Blue Jays right now, but they've got the positioning. They're firing in blind, and Cabby goes down immediately. The ace of the MASONIC team is off the table before the play has even really begun. There's a second as well. MASONIC are in so much trouble.
It's of course now a bad moment again for MASONIC, who's been struggling on towards this T side for so long. Kixon just flying in, gets another double kill in towards this round, making it to triple in total, leaving only Queenix alive, and he's being spotted out by, of course, the sole B player. Dink cannot save Dan, but luckily the rest of his team can.
The bomb firmly in Blue Jays' control. For MASONIC, we have these small moments of a potential comeback, but wow, Blue Jays, again, they have really impressed. Again, this is MASONIC's pick. We still, of course, see the change of sides, which did change the performance a lot in our previous map. But right now, I'm loving what we're seeing. Blue Jays have got Kixon with the 3k just from this round. And it's only the job of taking away those last 9 HP. Kakanito does the honors.
And now the Blue Jays on towards an 8-on-3, and it seems to be possibly something we talked about a little bit earlier on, and that is, of course, the map trading. Teams do sometimes perform better on towards the map pick of their opponents. We see the same here from Blue Jays, who are actually quite able on towards Vertigo, contrary to what their statistics on HLTV have said in the past. Of course, MASONIC has a lot of maps played in the past 3 months. Thus, of course, enough research material to go about it. Nades fly in, first kill comes in towards Kakanito, but 8kit and Kakanito themselves will get another kill, meaning that still this A-hold is quite strong, and with more rotates to come in, even every now and then there might be a kill from the MASONIC side, it will be traded out quite effectively time and time again.
I mean, we're always going to be a little bit wary of the MASONIC pistol rounds, but it does seem like as time goes on, the Blue Jays are learning to respect that as well. I do believe now that with the exception of Necrogenesis, every single member of the Blue Jays has gotten a 3K so far this game, and it's going to be reflected in them all but Necro hitting double digits so far. For MASONIC, they've at least got the buy-up this time around. They don't have the AWP to play with for Gen-Z to show off on, but they have to get this round back. 3 more to go. 9-6 sounds a lot more palatable than having 12-3.
And we do now see Necrogenesis again standing by in a susceptible position with little to no support. Even if he'd be faced off, nobody would be able to actually help him out. And thus a single trade might just be what he gets. Gabby will be traded out as Necro, again, also, I just said, will just get that single kill before being traded out by Kraken. And it now comes down towards Kakanito and the AWP to maybe put some pressure and keep that B-hold alive. Luckily, Dan is standing in towards a deep position at the staircase, but a rotate from 8kit will not work out.
The Sonics still have a chance. Kakanito, of course, ridiculously deadly, and they're the one left standing as Danny is dropped. I like this from MASONIC. They've at least got a chance to come back in. Note as well for the Blue Jays, they do not have a ton left in the bank to buy up after this one. MASONIC are ready for Kakanito, and they'll cut them down.
Well, luckily, MASONIC still is showing some signs of life. Just they have a little bit less round than they might want to have. 9-4 still in favor of the Blue Jays side. On towards the CT side, going towards almost the end of this first half. Only 2 more rounds to be played out, but still 2 more rounds to be gained by either team.
It does seem like we're heading towards the game number 3, but do bear in mind that the Sinners versus SKADE coming up later on, and ECLOT versus ECSTATIC to end out today's play. We are in the midway point of the main Swiss, with only 8 teams able to go through to the playoffs later this month. This is an elimination game for both these teams, and you can see how much they both want to stay in the competition.
Nades are flying out. Gabby has already been tagged up slightly, but the same goes for Kakanito and 8kit as 8kit goes down. It's Kakanito to fall in pursuit as well as Kicks, and it's MASONIC just pulling open a can of whoop ass and taking down the A side quite efficiently, leaving all of their players alive despite taking some damage on towards Gabby.
Where was this MASONIC before? That was absolutely night and day. And, you know, at this point, they can just go take over the A site like it's nothing. Kraken does step a little bit too far out of position and gets caught out, but the Blue Jays, they're left a little bit shook up towards the end of the half, and that's going to be worth a lot for MASONIC. They said, coming up, we're going to have 9-5, unless we see something ridiculous happen, and maybe even a 6-9 end for MASONIC. That will be, you know, that will be 3 rounds in a row. That will be the best they could hope for, because the Blue Jays, they have been scary as hell.
Yeah, Dan is just standing by, hoping to be Batman. But I think MASONIC is already jokering with him. And he'll be quite happy to take yet another round. And, well, so far it seems that the Blue Jays side will lose yet another player. Gen-Z in the flank, as well as, of course, Queenix will try to chase down Dan, who gets 1 exit frag, only to not be traded out. But still, it's 9-5. There is that eventual lead already for the Blue Jays side. There's just a big lack of money at this moment.
I mean, this is the problem coming to the end of the half. MASONIC, all credit to them, they've managed to hold tough despite what has not been a great first half performance. See how much of a swing that second half will end up being. I mean, I don't even know what the Blue Jays' approach is going to be here. They do not have the equipment they need to be able to play a normal round.
Well, it's 8kit sitting by with a scout, and let's see if he can channel his well, inner old school Chris J, because of course he was the scout god, but in the meantime is Dan already falling. ECLOT was able to deal some damage in favor of the Blue Jays side, but losing a player elsewhere on the map, it makes it really hard, and ECLOT might overcommit here as well, as Cabby just squeezed his way in towards a close angle, making it now a 5-on-3 situation. And once more, the Blue Jays side is struggling, holding on towards the momentum MASONIC is finally able to put to the table.
I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's going to be tough to recover from this, the Blue Jays. Even if they are ahead, to have had MASONIC get 3 in a row, there are no excuses here. There's only the Blue Jays losing control of the map and allowing MASONIC to build up some wings for themselves. A good amount of damage from Kakanito. Kixen can try and finish the job on these players. Necrogenesis with the AK is there as backup, but Kixen is gone, Necro is gone, and MASONIC end up the half with a 3-round run.
Really amazed by Gensi just going ham with the bomb on his back as well, running in and eventually getting a kill as well. 9-6, still in favor of the Blue Jays, but I'm thinking that the MASONIC side will be quite happy with this slight comeback so far. Winning the pistol and the subsequent rounds might mean that they'll be able to actually get a little bit more momentum, get an equalizer, maybe get the lead as well in due time. That would of course mean that the Blue Jays might be struggling later on.
Alright, so back to basics once more. The Blue Jays can't win this one out here, then they're going to have themselves a hard old time. Yeah, I've got the main push up. Notan is there to try and stop it. I like the fire and retreat there without taking too much damage. The information has been gained. Queenix trading across 2 for 1, 3 for 1. This is huge.
Calmly reloading as well behind the pillar, getting some support from Noten, but Noten will fall, and still it's 8-Kit now coming in with Kakanito as well. Unfortunately, despite Queenix's beautiful triple kill, he was unable to hold the fort, but now we have Gensi with the Fuse Kit, a flashbang, and of course a Dream to clear out the last 2 players. Not going on towards contact is 8-Kit, but eventually he'll peek in at the moment Gensi least expects it, and now it will be the 10th round for Blue Jays, winning both pistol rounds in this map.
Well, I was amazed at the triple that did not go MASONIC's way. But hey, you know, the Blue Jays, they're the ones in a position to just roll this over and turn it into, into an endgame a lot sooner than MASONIC would like. The buys coming in. MASONIC, we'll have to see if they can pull off something similar to what we've seen from these pistol rounds before. Just absolute fearlessness in the face of almost certain death.
In the meantime, it's of course those USPs from MASONIC who can still dish out some damage, but will need quite a few bullets to get the frags in for themselves. Being relatively focused on towards an A-side stack, they might be able to put down some crossfires, and luckily they were able to evade those nades from earlier on, as Kakanito will now be peeked in by many players, noting with the opening frag, taking some damage, but now the Mach 10 of 8-Kit is standing by, wants to get the money in, but will be tagged up slightly, as Kraken will get the follow-up as well. It is a 1-for-2 trade in favor of MASONIC, but they lose the B-side control most likely, because Blue Jays has seen many of those players on the A-ramp.
What they'll get in trade for losing that control will be an AK and the Mac as well. I like this a lot from MASONIC. Both of these teams have shown they will make the most of the pistol rounds as they will go for the unusual approaches. It's 2-on-2. It's 1-on-1. It's time to duel. Necrogenesis. This is your time to prove yourself.
Ooh, Mach 10 on range not working out for Gensi. Necrogenesis will get that round in favor of the Blue Jays. But the amount of damage they've actually taken in that round is so important for the later stages of this half. Now, again, we see MASONIC getting their first buy round in. And something we've seen in the previous halves already is that whenever they have their first buy, they are able to often convert it in towards a round. Now, dealing so much damage in the previous round means there's now 2 Galils on towards the Blue Jays side. That financial damage might mean that Blue Jays is in a bad situation, and with the nade already coming in, Kixen and Dan being tagged up, MASONIC is doing some work to make softer targets and make those M4s even deadlier.
And that's so important. As we see more incidental damage being thrown towards the Blue Jays, MASONIC with a growing sense of confidence, both teams knowing how important this round is. This could be the gateway that allows MASONIC back into the game in a real way.
Well, Gabby just gets a smoke donation from his teammate. Will, of course, be able to re-smoke off that A ramp if necessary. And I do think it's necessary with the amount of players standing by, too. Of course, right now, as Dan will be traded, or at least fragged out by Queenix. A little bit of flash support from his teammate, but look at the lack of util on the MASONIC side. Only 2 more smokes and 1 flash. Something which might be played into by the Blue Jay side, who still have quite a bit more. This smoke, a little bit of a one-way, able to peek overhead is Cabby, but he'll be taken out by a double headshot. Now a 4-on-4, and MASONIC might have to rotate more players on towards that A side, as Noten also goes down to 8-kit.
8-kit is very low, so is Crixon. This is going to be a very, very tight attempt. As Gency is there, we know that they're pinpoint accurate, but they only get 1 before being dropped. Kraken moves in for support, but the Blue Jays are on the move. Necrogenesis planting themselves in the rotation path of MASONIC means they are in major trouble. Necrogenesis, the key point for the round for the Blue Jays. I think they put this beyond recovery from MASONIC.
Well, Kraken fakes the jump, will eventually be peaked almost 1 by 1, but Necrogenesis with a white swing just in time to play in towards a 12th round for the Blue Jays side. MASONIC, they seem so strong on the previous map, of course, sometimes dwindling out of control. But this time they have a little bit of trouble to go up against a T-side economy. CT side not working out. And this buy round, it seemed to be, well, looking good. But then, unfortunately, they had certain moments in time where Blue Jays were just simply better.
Where did that accent come on your last one?
So British.
Oh my gosh. Well, MASONIC will hopefully put an accent on this one. We've seen what they can do with the pistol round. Again, there has to be a point at where the Blue Jays start to realize they've got to take these pistol rounds just as carefully as they would a regular round, because the times we've seen for both teams when they haven't done that, we've seen some pretty amazing comebacks and equipment steals.
Well, Gabby on towards the boost here, looking at the Incendiaries quite scared, but should maybe be even more scared by the long and short pressure as Necrogenesis just moves in, takes him out as well as Noten, leaving, of course, the bomb site to be planted on. It's going to be now a 5-on-3 with Necrogenesis low, but of course the rest of the team healthy as can be, and MASONIC to lose yet another round.
Alright, Necrogenesis, we haven't really seen you show up before for the Blue Jays, but apparently something has switched over in these last few rounds. Getting the clutch before, holding this, holding the rotations. I mean, that's amazing news for the Blue Jays if Necro can step up, and they're going to grab another kill for themselves as well. In fact, this is a triple round. These last 3 rounds have been all about Necro, and they've gone from being the weakest performing member of the team to catching up with everybody else.
Definitely. Now we do see Blue Jays suddenly stringing together around to the T side, something they were unable to do on towards Inferno. And that means that now we might actually have a game on our hands where we might go to Ancient as well. The decider map, which of course might still be a little bit of a unpredictable factor. But I think we should be honest, every map so far has been quite unpredictable because both teams are winning their opponent's map pick as it seems. And Blue Jays is doing that with some strong numbers, of course hoping to once more fend off the buy from MASONIC, this time with an AWP in the hands of Gency.
We know what Gency can do with that orb. The Blue Jays, you can see a little bit of caution around their movements right now. They know how close they are to bringing us to a third map. MASONIC down but not completely
now
out.
Being smoked away as Dan on half HP. Might of course still be that AK carrier that is trading out with the Mac-10 of Kixon just to make sure that the best weapons are in the hands of the strongest player. But of course it's going to still be a little bit of a hesitant play for the Blue Jay side, going towards the B side eventually with 3 players on towards stairs, but make it 2 as Queenix gets the first frag, will be traded out by 8 as now Kraken is the next man in line to hold the defense here. Util flies in, but Kraken will go down to Kakanito. Gabby now moves in, gets one in return, but again being traded out by Kaka. It's now a 3-on-2 situation with Noten also going for the solo play, hoping to counter the bomb plant, but at least will get the planter, only to again be traded out in favor of the Blue Jays. And Gensu, the AWP, a difficult position and a difficult difficult site to, of course, retake. With a Mach 10 on close range, it will be a even harder battle, one he might not be able to win.
Yeah, I do not like this for Jency. You've got such a small amount of time to scope in, and if you miss once,
as well, and
you
that means
are all
now
kinds
we
of
have
dead.
that 14-6. Only 2 more rounds needed for the Blue Jays side to eventually get this map in their favor. And now the Pinnacle ults are also swapping around slowly but steadily more towards those Blue Jays. And Counterfeit, I'm curious to see, do you think the CTs will get a single round? Because so far, it seems they're a little bit out in the world where they don't want to be.
I mean, that's the thing, for Masonic, the best they're getting here is trades, and exactly as you said, that's not good enough. I'm so impressed with what we're seeing from the Blue Jays here. They seem to have completely found themselves. Genuinely, I think the difference here is Necro has found their feet in the series. They're no, it's cruel to call someone something of an anchor for the Blue Jays, but honestly, in the first map, they were, in that their performance was so much lower than everybody else that the Blue Jays were being stymied. For Necros just to go to a mid-level player at this point is absolutely huge. And Masonic now are facing up against a completely different Blue Jays squad where everybody can pull out something impressive.
Yeah, we now see Jency just moving along with his teammates, but they're lacking head armor. Luckily, they're playing against AK, so that's not the biggest trouble, but they do lack utility, they do lack the positions, and of course the aggression they might want to have to at least know where the Blue Jays are coming from. Jency's trying to put in a play, but there's 4 players standing by as well as the AWP, but he will be peeking in towards multiple opponents, leaving of course Blue Jays again in favor and losing one of the stronger rifles Masonic had in this round.
Oh my gosh. Kraken does at least get something back and will be able to upgrade to the AK. Masonic, at this point, you've got to have your mind towards Ancient, towards map number 3. I generally don't think it's going to be worthwhile for Masonic to try and, to go all out to try and win this map because it's pretty much done already. And they're going to need every ounce of energy to survive any further. They grab another kill, and the Blue Jays are wounded. The plant is good. Maybe Masonic have a different approach to this round than I thought.
Yeah, of course, it's 8-Kit. Actually quite happy to have this afterplant going their way. Queenix being tagged up. High flash as well.
Nice.
That doesn't actually work out too well as Kraken gets 1 kill in return. And there might just be an attempt for Ninja Defuse as the Defuse kit has just been packed up. But eventually also down instantly. Dead and 8-Kit both getting another frag in. And the 15th round is now in favor of Blue Jays. Just 1 more needed. 1 more to bring
But this has been a lockout. It's been a lockout for the Masonic team. They haven't gotten a single round on their CT half at all. That last round was ridiculous, but Kakanito is back at it again. If there were more rounds to play here, Kakanito will be trying to equalize what Cabby did on the first map, getting those 30 kills in. But the game might just be over before Kakanito even gets the chance.
Of course, now we do see a relatively slow start. Blue Jays not wanting to give anything towards the Masonic side that they don't have to, especially knowing that Masonic is once again money struck in towards a bad position. Trade comes out, Necrogenesis is able to take down Kraken, but look at the damage dealt on towards Necrogenesis. It all comes down on towards being able to play it out cleanly, but they can't as the MP9 comes in close range. Noten will get another kill, but the B-side defense seems to be weak. Masonic rotates 2 more players. It's Cabby with another important frag, of course an important player for his team in this matchup so far. We're back towards a 2-on-2, seemingly with a B play to come in from the Blue Jays.
Apparently Masonic didn't get the memo that this is a done deal. They're still fighting tooth and nail to give the Blue Jays something to remember with, even if we do end up going to a 3rd map, which seems almost guaranteed. 2 versus 3, the Blue Jays know how close they are to closing, but man, there's been some pretty impressive SMG play this round with 8-Kit, the last one standing.
AWP take on towards the side where 3 players are standing by is a tall order to complete, especially when you peek in there will be a contact play, and indeed it will be, of course, a cabbie to instantly get a refrag. MASONIC finally fighting back slightly, still losing yet another player, so their money still isn't that great, but at least Jancy has his beautiful AWP again. And now it's time to see if the CT side will be able to string together another 8 rounds, just to make it to overtime, just to have another fighting chance on their own map pick. And that, of course, is a very tough battle to go on towards, especially with the buy still not being that great. But at least they have a chance to do so and fight with better rifles.
It's telling for MASONIC that the highest fragger is their AWPer right now, just in terms of how this map has gone for them. We've got the Blue Jays. Again, it's, you know, there is a point at which the frustration might start to bubble over for the Blue Jays, saying we pretty much had this one locked down and won, but with Sonic just refusing to subscribe to that worldview, gonna make their move up towards the A site. Noten gonna be crucial to the defense here. I don't think MASONIC have got the resources they need. Noten gets a little cooked, but not too bad. And the Blue Jays, they're stalling out a little bit, maybe thinking of changing venue.
Yeah, they might, of course, want to make sure they're not being flanked out. At that moment in time, still have all the options open. But you see MASONIC just having a very solid, slow approach, having that early boost on towards Kraken, towards mid, making sure they have no fear from that position. But they might have soon as free players are moving up the ladder, and might find the MP9 carrying player soon as already the damage is being dealt. Smoke comes in to delay, but will it be enough? Because of course the Blue Jays still have some flashbangs to throw in and possibly get on that close range themselves.
Oh boy. I have to imagine that fans of the Blue Jays are holding their breath now as the first kill falls to the T side. Kraken gets a couple before being dropped. It's down 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2. Quinix is wounded. Both Blue Jays are as well. It's going to be the last few moments as both teams pull away from each other. The Blue Jays, they're leaving Crixon behind. And Crixon takes both of them down! We are going to Ancient. We are going to map 3.
Yeah, incredible play here from Blue Jays, bouncing back at a moment we might not have expected, especially on towards Vertigo. Statistically not their greatest map. So I'm really curious if they'll be able to also play this well on Ancient, put in some more aggression, and make sure all that utility flies the right way.
Alright guys, so again, we are only in the first of our series here today. We'll be bringing you 3 across the whole of today on this channel. So stay tuned, of course, after this is done for Sinners vs SKADE and ECLOT vs ECSTATIC. We are only even at the halfway point of the main Swiss part of the Pinnacle Cup number 4. We will be taking a break. When we return, one of these teams will leave the competition. Do let us know in the chat who you think it's going to be, and we'll see you guys after the break.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Welcome one, welcome all back to the Pinnacle Cup number 4 and to our opening match of the day. MASONIC and the Blue Jays going the distance to Ancient. Only one team gets to survive to see tomorrow. Honestly, at this point, it's way too close to call.
Yeah, elimination matches should be very close, and luckily we are being treated to an amazing match so far. Currently the 9th round on towards the third map to decide who will start on either the CT or the T side as well. Diving in is of course the MASONIC side, winning now this 9th round and possibly choosing that CT side as well, just to get things going for themselves and maybe give Gabi of course also the room to work with. His CT side pressure has been stellar on towards Inferno, yet on Vertigo it seemed like he wasn't really aware of his surroundings.
No, absolutely not. And the opposite number, Kakanito, very much invisible in the first half, but then stepping up massively in the second half to become the top fragger on the team. So we don't know what to expect coming into this game. We don't know what to expect coming into each half. Particularly because neither of these teams are fans of Ancient at all. The reason this became the third map is because neither team wanted to plan it, but neither team were opposed enough to it to ban it.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the recent results of MASONIC on towards Ancient. Have actually played it quite often, so that actually means that they might have a little bit of an edge in that regard. Looking at, for instance, some important results, they were able to take down ECSTATIC, a not too shabby team, with a 16-4 scoreline just a few weeks back. So I think that's quite significant to keep in mind. Won in overtime against Tricked, lost against Astralis Talent twice. So it's a little bit hit and miss every now and then. But some of their recent losses on this map have actually been against some decent teams and actually also in towards this tournament already.
Alright guys, so while we get set up again, thank you to our partners, of course Pinnacle themselves. You'll be seeing their odds popping up during this game. Those will be series odds and game odds at the same time. Of course, and CS Money and AstroPay, you can check out more about them below our stream. We thank them for their support of CSGO competitions. Our players just messing around a little bit at the moment. So we got a chance to say a little bit more about CS Money, which is a skin marketplace with a 40% top-up bonus going at the moment. Please do check them out, of course. You are supporting future Pinnacle competitions that way. And AstroPay as well for all of your international payment needs. Again, you can find more details below our stream as we get things underway. I believe we have the real deal coming now. One map to send a team out of the tournament, and for the other team, the possibility remaining of getting to playoffs.
Yeah, I think the dog behind MASONIC players will not be sleeping this much because, of course, the tension will be rising and the heat, of course, in the room going on as well. Blue Jays on that T side go for a quick play towards the A side. A very good call, actually, because just a single player is currently standing by. Mid-pressure effort coming down from the MASONIC. 3 players pushing out, so they could rotate towards Donut if needed. Yet they're currently trying to collapse on towards B, so that call is just a little bit shabby as well. With the smokes coming in, the counter rotate will be flying in, and Queenix will have to fend off. And in Vertigo, his CT pistol was amazing, but this time the shots just aren't as clean. Eventually gets one on towards that, gets another shot with another flash coming in, and suddenly Jensen was there in the flank as well, just getting a triple kill before Blue Jays was actually able to get on towards the side.
Oh my gosh, yes, it wasn't quite as clean as we could have hoped for, but still, considering the fact that we had almost a completely empty site being aggressed onto, I'm amazed that went that way.
Yeah, it's actually maybe also the delay with the good flashes coming in from MASONIC, because you saw Blue Jays unable to come in when they wanted to, meaning that that flank coming in for instance Gensi, was actually so key to get things going for themselves. Now a slow approach towards the B doors, but MASONIC again grabbing so much map control that it seems as if they're already ready for whatever attack there might be coming.
Kraken able to hold ground, and I like as well that they're falling back. I always enjoy, as I said before in the previous game, very careful play. Even when a team like MASONIC have got a massive equipment advantage, they're not taking any duels which could end up be the Blue Jays overwhelming them. We might even see a completely clean round.
Yeah, you do now see Cabby again trying to excel early on, and that's, I think, why it's very key that MASONIC started here on towards the CT side. Put one of their star players on towards his, well, favorable position, that's the defense, and then giving him the room to work with. Let's not forget, this was just an anti-eco, but even then, getting a triple kill is very important to at least get the mental momentum going. Having the opportunity to feel as if you can do anything that the game throws at you. But this time, it will be AKs being thrown at you, as well as a lot of utility from the Blue Jay side on towards their first initial buy of this map. And Kakanito wants to go for the aggression. Instantly will be fleshed out, but Noten with the MP9 will have that pressure as well. Kixon will be traded by Gensi, leaving now only 3 players alive for the Blue Jays, who are completely spread across the map. It is then going solo towards A, bomb currently towards the T-spawn area, and then 2 more players going towards lamps as well. Blue Jays not really sure what to make of this.
I think as you said before, you know, MASONIC having more than twice as many competitive games played on Ancient here, I think that's really paying off in just how well they're able to control their defense. The Blue Jays just down to 2 members. Necro was the player to step up in the last map for the Blue Jays to bring them just a little bit tighter as a squad. The Blue Jays, they have left a bomb behind. Noten doesn't quite get there in time to stop the pickup, but A-Kit is still in trouble. Necro grabs another, and Necro may have brought enough attention and enough time to allow for a B-site plant.
Actually, Insane do have that important opener, but the bomb still has to cross it. There's no cover whatsoever. A-Kit goes down, leaving only Necro alive, and if the Incendiary is in the way with his 9 HP, he can barely touch the flames, or he'll go down instantly. Flashbang goes deep, Spray goes in even deeper, and Gensi gets the eventual final kill to bring MASONIC on towards the 3rd round. And this is a complete different play than we've seen before. Usually, it was actually the side of Blue Jays winning the pistol, subsequent round, and then struggling on towards the first buy round of their opponents. But this time, MASONIC is just keeping every play in their own hands, having now the reverse 007 from Gensi as well.
I mean, Gensi's performance has been insane. A trail of Quadra in 3 rounds. Apparently, if we're talking about maps which are good for particular players, apparently Gensi has been waiting for Ancient to arrive, and the Blue Jays, I mean, they're going to try their darndest to try and bully their way onto the B site. We can see MASONIC are ready for them.
Yeah, we do see now a smoke execute come in. Gensi risky with the incendiary, but has the cover of Gabby. I said it before, it is vital to give him that confidence, and instantly a triple kill comes out. Again, it's against pistol armor, but still the cover he's bringing right now just shows how well suited MASONIC is for this current play against the Blue Jays. Only 2 more players standing against the 4 of the MASONIC lineup, and Kakanito is low. Kixon is slowly trying to trail his teammate, but he doesn't really know they can actually enter that B side as well.
The Blue Jays wave rushes against the impenetrable wall of MASONIC players, and I think honestly it's pretty sensible from the Blue Jays side to make a change of site happen. You can see MASONIC, they've been, we've seen teams getting lured before, but in this case they may be underreacting to this play. Never mind.
It's beautiful. Like, MASONIC has such confidence and such ease, seemingly, on towards this map so far. But let's not forget, we're early in towards what we're seeing right now. We've only seen 1 full buy from the Blue Jay side, and we're now seeing the second one with the AKs and full util to come out. Would I like to see an AWP? Well, the T side, not really the biggest fan of it, but Blue Jays have been strong on their up pressure, so it might be a key turning point if we do see it later on.
I mean, in game number 2 and map number 2, Gen.C was doing a lot to try and keep MASONIC afloat, but I think Cabby returning to form for MASONIC is so important. Cabby's leading the charge as Necro grabs one, and in fact it's the second in for the Blue Jays as well. Maybe it's speaking too soon. The Blue Jays, they've got a chance to get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's seemingly now Gixon in an awkward position as Gen.C just swoops in and gets that last kill for himself to at least get a 3-on-3 going. Half Blue Jays again in a difficult position as 8kid now gets that bomb for himself. He'll be tagged up by Innate, and Gen.C once more swooping in for a kill, making the advantage in favor of MASONIC. A triple for himself so far. You expect him to lay low for the rest of the round, but you never know with Gen.C himself, as now Dan gets a little bit of an angle towards Queenix. Not really sure why that aggression came out, because now he's leaving the A side undefended, and the big intel game would not really be gained by Blue Jays being spotted there, because they could still go towards the A or, of course, the B side.
With Gen.C so low, it's fallen to Noten to be the one who will stand in the way of the almost inevitable switch of sight. They find the bomb and put it in the ground. Damn, one last one standing. They have to know exactly where Noten is, and Gen.C is on the way, barely alive, but should be able to provide that level of distraction as the bomb is picked up. We've got 15 seconds left. The plant must be made by the Blue Jays. Noten is down. Both players are almost dead. One bullet away. Time is run out. No! Darren gets the kill, but the round belongs to... No! Oh my god, my brain's falling out of my ears.
It's happening. I was so scared the moment I saw Gen.C pick up that incendiary and then even going for a peek rather than maybe going for the slightly safer approach, of course. Standing out with Util in the open is already quite scary, but maybe trying to bounce it off a wall. Now he was so open for just a little peek coming out, and Dan was able to eventually, just in time, get a last kill in for the Blue Jays. Now Queenix already burned almost to a crisp with 58 HP left, and that means we're currently having Blue Jays in a decent position as well. They have won their first round, they have a chance to now get some things going, but an MP9 wallbang on towards 8kid and a smoke bang from Noten on towards Dan shows that MASONIC still isn't out of this round just yet.
I was certain we would see Gen.C just back off and let the round fall in their favor by default. But instead, hungry for blood, as both teams are. Queenix comes in, swoops up one kill and a second as well. MASONIC do not seem to be at all put off by dropping that round. They're still coming out all guns blazing.
Yeah, we do see Necro and Kakanito too having to clutch things out again, going for that late rotate towards the A side because it worked out last time. Apparently, holding down the A side seems to be really hard because MASONIC has just left it open once more, and Blue Jays will this time get that free plant in, at least get the time ticking in their favor rather than that of the CTs. Now we still have some util, 2 flashes of smoke, and a nade on towards the Blue Jays side as well, to maybe go about a different playstyle. And Kakanito is currently holding in Donut, so he'll be having a good chance to maybe take down Kraken.
Oh boy, retake City. Kakanito is gone, and that's going to be the go signal for MASONIC to come back in for the defuse. Necro! You made your name in the previous game, but you can't stop it this time round. At least pick up a kill on the tail end. But MASONIC will not let the Blue Jays get established.
Yeah, it's now currently the CT side just, well, running away with this map so far. Luckily, due to the bomb plant and the loss bonus already increasing for the Blue Jays side, they'll be able to buy in full AKs, util, whatever their heart desires, will of course be with them in yet another round. But now we also see Gen.C on the AWP, and I'm not sure if everyone has seen it, but if you can remember the aggro play on towards mid on Inferno, there of course is a good chance that Gen.C will go for some wicked plays once more, but now we'll go towards the ace. A quick play coming in, but Queenix with beautiful spray, but Gen.C just taking 2 more kills out of his hands as well, making sure that currently MASONIC is in a very good position, trading 3 for 1, and maybe even more kills to come as he's peeking towards mid, gets to 1 on towards Gixon, wants to get a 4th one on towards 8kid as well, and so he shall.
That is ridiculous! This is a career-making game for Gen.C. 15 kills so far! That is unbelievable.
Yeah, actually insane. Gen.Z being the big force that it seems that Blue Jays has to account for. But so far they're not really able to counter him out. Of course, on Vertigo, he had a little bit of a meh performance, but so did the rest of the team. They were unable to really get things going for themselves on towards that CT side. And that's where they're currently excelling. So now we see a little bit of a fire party going down. And Kakanito, Kixen, Dan, Necrogens is all already being tagged up. And, well, that just really goes to show that this round might not have the biggest chance of succeeding. But the moment we say that, we're of course caster cursing it, and those pistols might shine through.
Well, we know certainly both teams can do some miraculous rounds with pistols, and in this case they've even got an AK. But I guess that's not what we've really been seeing from the Blue Jays. You know, they've been setting themselves up for that kind of play, but I think MASONIC are playing too carefully to put themselves in a position to get overrun.
Yeah, we now see Kraken just standing by, takes out smoke at the moment. It might not be the favorable moment to do so, but Cabby luckily getting the first frag just to make sure that his teammate stays alive. And then you have Gen.Z with an AWP, which is already accounting for a certain kill almost, leaving now only 2 more players alive for the Blue Jays. Are they split? Oh yes, one is on the A side, the other one wants to go there, but drops the bomb in the meantime on towards mid, leaving now Dan alive, and he's in donut, something I don't think MASONIC will be expecting. But the moment he'll arrive, at least the positions have already increased. And Noten currently just saw a little glimpse of the barrel flicking on towards that player for a 7-1 lead.
Oh boy, so yeah, I mean, you see our Pinnacle odds there for our over 18 friends. Please to go check them out. Of course, they have got their name above the door for the Pinnacle Cup number 4. I'm sure they and us and anyone who's not a Blue Jays fan are pretty happy with how intense our first match of the day has been. But for the Blue Jays, a well-earned, possibly overdue timeout. I have to wonder what they can even start changing here, Tolders, to try and break MASONIC's grip on this game.
I think, like, the problem is they've tried many of things. Play slow, play quick, do whatever they wanted to do. But even those aggression plays didn't really work out. At least on towards the A side, because their utility wasn't that great. I maybe want to see yet another aggro attempt, just really trying to put pressure on towards the MASONIC side. And I think you could really do that on towards the Tech 9 bit armor buy as well, if you wanted to. But the scary part is that, well, the moment you do that, you might lose yet another round, and MASONIC might walk into a even more favorable lead. And look at the early aggression with the util coming down. Such a wave of incendiaries, such a wave of nades and smokes towards the B side, leaving little to no option for Blue Jays to actually go for that early contest there.
The route to the A site is open though, and I don't know if they're going to realize that. Right now, they have got a member up towards A, so they know at least the path to the A site itself is open. But they haven't taken it. They've left themselves in the position to do so. 2 members across towards B, attracting attention. The Blue Jays keep their options open. Of course, we know exactly where MASONIC are and that the A site would be a fantastic play. But it's up to the Blue Jays to gather that information and make that decision.
We currently have Noten with the aggression as well. As Cabby gets the first frag, the team will be a little bit dumbfounded by what's happening. Kraken also with the support necessary that Krogan has for his survival. Has Kakanito seen him? Well, I think he might have seen him now, but Noten's already fallen back, going to maybe be a strong force that they need to hold off on towards his A side. Queen extending by, spotted out by Dan, that off angle not working, but Gen.Z's already moving in with the AWP as well, hoping someone will peek him, but Scabby just going for the aggression, eventually burning out. But it's back to a 3-on-3 situation with the bomb still not planted yet. And oh no, the planter just shows his behind, leaving Gen.Z with another opportunity to get a kill. And now with 15 seconds left, the bomb still isn't planted, and Blue Jays has a lot of ground to cover.
Oh my gosh, it's time for a sniper duel! A-Kit gets the kill through. The plant is being made, and made with only microseconds to spare. Gen.Z knows they are capable of taking down the Blue Jays single-handed. Down one is waiting. Of course, being on barely any HP is not going to be such an issue when you're going up against the AWPer. The shot is blind and misses. I don't like Jensi's chances, and A-Kit hits them in the side of the head.
Yeah, but A-Kit actually tagged up via the wall as well, so they could have really played out differently if Jensi was able to change in towards his secondary quite swiftly after as well. Now, luckily, there was money to rebuy on towards the Masonic side, but the reserves have already dwindled down due to some rounds being closer than they would have liked them to be. And that means now we have Blue Jays in a chance to break the economy and also come back on towards this third and final map. Of course, the elimination match for either of this team. Who loses goes out. Who wins still has to fight for yet another victory, only to see if they will continue in this Swiss stage or not.
2 more days left of the Swiss stage. Whichever team wins will play in both of them for a chance to get through to the playoffs, only if they can go on a winning streak from here on out. Masonic, they're certainly making a solid case for themselves as a team that deserves better than their current station. The Blue Jays, though, we can see, despite everything that's happened, they still got a hell of a lot of fight in them.
Oh, we see Jensi again with the opening kill on towards Kakanito. It will be a slightly blinded one, but as Noten flies in for a smoke bang on towards Kixon, the support is there, which of course was necessary in that moment in time. Now we have Kraken maybe going up against Necrogenesis, but his opening frags have been good, especially against players reloading, because they seem to be unable to fire back in return. Back to a 4-on-3. Still player lead for Masonic, but Blue Jays is having to slowly rotate towards the B side with a lurker on towards A. So the team itself is still quite split, and if they look the wrong way, Cabby is able to get yet another frag for his team. And now you still have 2 more players still also split on towards the Blue Jays side, and the bomb will now have to maybe rotate towards A, maybe go for the save, and I think 8-Kit will go for the latter.
Oh boy. I mean, something I'm loving from Masonic side of things is so often they have got a really tight cover of each other. You know, when one person's trying to go for a play, the other they've got a buddy behind them covering the angles they could be flanked from, and it's working so damn well. We're seeing so many kills here when we don't even see the person making the kill because, you know, it looks like someone's been caught dead to rights, from Masonic side, and suddenly their buddy is there getting the shot across. I think that kind of play, that tightness of a team, is serving them incredibly well when the Blue Jays are trying to play more of a dueling one-on-one style.
Yeah, definitely. It's currently still that CTs staying alive with their economy, still not really strong due to, of course, Blue Jays being able to dish out some damage, but it's not enough to really break down the weaponry. Currently, of course, Incendiary is being blocked out, but look at the wave of util flying in on towards the Blue Jays. Damage being dealt on towards Necrogenesis, and that swift play they might have wanted to put in is already counted before it actually started. 8-Kit with the AWP looking for that first frag, as Necrogenesis with the AK will be his wingman, but currently is Kakanito also being tagged up by a nade. Kraken trying to spray through the smoke, but should be wary not to be picked off, reloading once more, as the execute is towards that B side. He'll be flanked out by Kakanito. Cabby has to really put in the work now with his teammate, but Squeenix is unable to get the spray just right. It's Necrogenesis with a beautiful angle to play with.
Blue Jays in with a chance here, and wow, Necrogenesis grabs a kill as well. Masonic may have thought this was pretty much a given round, but we finally get back to what we've seen the teams are both capable of, which is turning a pistol round into a competitive round. The Blue Jays are all over the site. They are equipped. Masonic are coming.
Oh my god, Noten and Cabby will both get a kill, but the AWP will get a frag in return. Kakanito does not know the angle where to shoot, and Jensi covers off his diffuser. It's Masonic eventually getting that round in, but it was rather sloppy. Finally, Blue Jays was able to put in some more pressure, but just putting in pressure is not enough. The bomb plant at least enables them to buy, but still they know that every round they lose, it is of course Masonic coming closer to kicking them out of this tournament.
Oh my gosh, I mean, that was a hell of a round from the Blue Jays. It felt like they were so well set up for success there, but still, Masonic maintain an absolute incredible grip on their CT half. I don't know of a world in which this could turn around, but maybe the Blue Jays have something else in mind. Kraken will pick up a kill after some nice utility for the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays are still in trouble, even if they're much better equipped this round than they were previously.
Yeah, the good thing is for MASONIC that at least Kakanito has been tagged up, but Blue Jays might have a great angle to go in towards the B side once more. MASONIC has an awkward off-angle approach where they're not able to instantly come back on towards the side, and the additional opening frags they might desire are still lacking. So Blue Jays with the bomb slowly approaching the side, also having that CT control, looking to hold off every rotate that might come in, and Queenix will go down, and now you see players Gabby and Kraken actually confused by what has happened, how they've lost this side, and already calling for that save to come in. They have some rifles, but they have little to no money, and thus of course they will have to see what they can do in the subsequent round.
I love that from the Blue Jays. That was so clean. Exactly as you said, MASONIC just ended up shaking their heads after that round and wondering just how things went so wrong so swiftly. And this is what the Blue Jays are going to need if they're going to come back here. They need to be able to throw MASONIC off of their idea of how these rounds are going to develop normally. I don't know if they'll have enough tricks, in their bag of tricks to be able to do this consistently, but just cutting down some of that momentum is worth a lot. And to win 2 out of the last 4 rounds, that's a base you can build from.
Yeah, definitely. At least a few rounds are coming in their favor. The big thing is, if they're able to still hold off a 10-round score or worse for the side of MASONIC, they'll be able to at least come back with a pistol round in subsequent rounds as well. So far, though, MASONIC still has a decent buy. They had an AWP on Gen Z, so if they are slightly less over-aggressive as they were in the previous round, they might have a good chance. But look at this bad play from MASONIC. They don't have any pressure on towards the A play, apart from Queenix now moving in as well as Noten, but they're too late as Blue Jays are already entering on towards the side. An aggro play might work out for one, but 8kit has a return frag on towards Kraken as well, as they're holding even lurk positions just to make sure MASONIC can't get in the back.
Yeah, a real misread from MASONIC there. I don't know if they figured the Blue Jays were going to be fully committing onto the B side, but yep, I'm astonished from the Blue Jays. They didn't hesitate for a second to take advantage. Necro and Down One are cleaning up here. Gen Z will get 1 kill back, but they've surely got a 4. MASONIC, they are out of cash right now, and the Blue Jays, they're back in the fight.
So unfortunate as well for Gen Z to get a lag shot on towards 8kit. Now him having the ability to pick up the AWP as well is a pretty free upgrade. And this will really change the momentum of the game. Currently we have MASONIC without any money to buy, meaning this most likely will be yet another round as well for the Blue Jays side. And if they're able to bring it to 96, as I said, winning the pistol, winning 2 more rounds after, you already have an equal score. But MASONIC will, of course, still try to do whatever's in their power. Next round, they'll have a somewhat decent buy. Not great, but at least they'll have some weapons to counter whatever's coming their way. And now we have Kakanito already trying to destroy this pistol round, but also losing his life in the process.
Losing his life and an AK into the hands of MASONIC, who've gone from being only able to function as a unit to now actually having Cabby as a deadly individual duelist. The Blue Jays, what they have been doing in recent times is they've certainly not been hesitating when it's been coming to getting those plants down early on. And MASONIC, I think at this point they may just be happy with salvaging an AK from the round and just leaving it at that.
Well, 1 AK is already a valuable pickup. Of course, it will save you quite some money and might mean you don't have a FAMAS, but rather a stronger weapon. In the meantime, Necro is moving in the back, gets 2 more kills, and now might fend off against Kraken, who throws away said AK. At least got yet another exit frag for his team. Yet those exit frags, they don't really count at this moment in time. You're going in towards the last round of this first half. There's more than enough money on towards the Blue Jays side to buy, so the impact is more in favor of Blue Jays on towards that late round trade.
At least with 3 in a row, the Blue Jays have made a compelling case for a second half comeback. Certainly, I guess the question just remains is it a problem with the T side of Ancient, or is it the Blue Jays taking a while to warm up into game number 3? First kill goes to Cabby, but they don't get to survive for much longer. Kraken defending the site, gets an untraded kill. A-Kit looking to try and get it back, but MASONIC are bringing their reinforcements to bear.
Yeah, That's 8kid having a little bit of a gap in his smoke, but it will be re-smoked as he's being naded out himself. 52 HP still remaining. And at this moment in time, it's now a 4-on-3 situation. Blue Jays is feeling the pressure again. And Gen Z might have a decent angle, but actually goes off the angle just at a wrong moment in time. Blue Jays barely scraping by to try to chase him down in towards the donut position. But he has some support as well from Queenix, who might be spotted. He will be spotted. He will be fragged out by 8kid as well. But luckily, Gen Z is there to get a double. And now the 1v1 against an Opera with Tech 9 in hand will at least fall. But still, it is a 2-on-1 situation. And 8kid really has to make the plays here. Has a flank already coming in from Kraken, but he might be able to move through towards the B side and pull the big switcheroo.
It's seeming like they're going to be able to. Masonic, they have no eyes towards her at all. They're creeping onto the A side, assuming that's where the ambush lies, but all credit to A-Kit, they've read the map correctly. Masonic have got to realize soon that this is not the play they thought was going to be there. They searched every corner. They're going to scratch their heads and now realize that they've been bamboozled.
Very unfortunate for Masonic, but Blue Jays is really playing the map and mapping the plays as well, seeing where the gap lies, and now having that AWP with an incendiary as well for 8kid to clutch out this round. There is a smoke. It goes on towards the bomb, so the incendiary is currently out of play against the AWP. Of course, Masonic knows that you can force the issue by just stepping the bomb because it's very hard to get a ninja diffuser away, but Noten goes down. Kraken luckily able to respond, but he doesn't have a diffuse kit. Luckily, I believe he has barely enough time to at least get the round in his favor, and it will be 10-5 for the Masonic side. Blue Jays lose yet another one, but their comeback, their slight comeback on towards this T side is, of course, commendable.
Alright guys, as we are getting, we could be close to the end of our last game of our first series, suddenly switching around things. We'll again remind you to check out CS Money, the skin marketplace, and of course AstroPay for your international payment needs. You can find out more about them below the stream. Again, if those hold any interest to you at all, please do go up and give them a look. By doing so, you are directly supporting this and future competitions. As Masonic back into the saddle again, grab themselves the first kill and nearly the second as well. Not the start the Blue Jays wanted.
No, it's already going a little bit south, but now we have Kakanito and Dan standing by for, of course, that A-hole. Big rotate, gamble rotate coming out from the Blue Jays side. They're all trying to go towards that A side, but they're all falling as Queenix and Cavi are just moving in with a set Glocks, and now only Necrogenesis alive in 1v5. There's going to be 5 beautiful taps to close out the round, but also a bomb already ticking away, and with the lack of diffuse, it's going to be a really hard situation with all the players of Masonic trying to get some proper angles and also playing the buddy system. One kill comes in, Necro gets a second as well. Cavi and Kraken will go down, but still there's 3 more to find. He's moving in, taps the bomb, will actually go for another peek, but will be fragged out by Noten in the end. It's 11-5, and Masonic will get another important pistol round.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I think we've got to admire how much better Necrogenesis we've been playing from before. But I mean, that take onto the site was just spectacular. You have to wonder how many times that, as a team, they've drilled that particular kind of play, because that was crisp as anything.
Yeah, beautiful as can be. The shots you want to hit, but unfortunately did not count really for the remainder of this round. But now we do see, of course, Masonic holding passive angles. Mac 10, baby, money in the bank. But it's currently also some frags being taken away. Kraken and Noten getting all of them so far. But unfortunately, only 2 were with the Mac 10 and 1 was a recovered USB. Only 2 more players for Blue Jays. And they're currently stacking towards that A side.
Still, though, those SMG kills are money in the bank for Masonic. This is the worst case scenario for the Blue Jays. They had to get a strong start. Instead, the pressure is being piled onto them. And if Masonic continue to push up their money tree with more SMG kills, I don't see a way back in for the Blue Jays.
I love the little micro as well. The Gensi, a carrier of an AK, traded with Noten saying, hey, I still have full HP. I can still hunt for that money. And being the AWP, it might be in my best interest to get a little bit of a bonus as well. It's currently going to be that B side take, and there will be another frag for Jency now with that Mac 10, so a $600 bonus for him, and there might be another one relatively soon, as Kixon is holding the angle towards the side, spotted out, and Jency will be able to almost buy an AWP, but unfortunately in the following round, he won't be just yet.
Wow. Oh, I can't even imagine what it must be like for the Blue Jays. We see our Pinnacle odds, they're reflecting the reality. The Blue Jays on the edge of elimination. Everything is going against them. Money is not their friend. These rounds are going abominably. And we're in a world where Jency is going for what could probably be one of their career best performances, with Cabby and the rest of the team backing them up from MASONIC. I'd like to believe in the Blue Jays, but they're going to have to believe in themselves a whole lot harder.
Yeah, we currently are, of course, seeing a little bit of a bonus buy from MASONIC, still keeping the brunt of the weapons they had in the previous round, meaning 1 Galil, 2 AKs, and 2 Mac 10s, going for an A execute, hoping to get close by, but Dan has the opening kill on towards Cabby, but it was just a single player on towards this slide execute, and now it's going to be Noten having some mid control, the rest of the team trying to wrap around towards the B side as well, because they have a flanker ready and set to go if they need to.
The Blue Jays are ready with the amount of bodies on the site they need. Noten should be able to stop the rest of the Blue Jays linking up as a squad. Queenix looking for the damage, but not really finding as much as they need. Noten has abandoned the mid control. The Blue Jays can link up, and they're coming in at speed.
Oh my god, Kakanito with the knife kill after both players have ammo management issues, leaving only Queenix alive in 1v3 in a very awkward position. But do the Blue Jays know where he is? I think they might have a hunch, looking at the smokes as well, popping in his direction. But this round so far has been quite chaotic, and unfortunately for MASONIC, they've not really had the greatest success. Being spotted out is Queenix, being fragged out by 8kid as well. Now 12-6 in favor of MASONIC still, and of course, being a bonus round, they'll be able to rebuy themselves still.
Another note again for our friend Necrogenesis. From being the weakest player on the squad, they are now the second strongest with 13 kills. We didn't know this, but apparently Ancient is their map, along with A-Kit leading the pack. Kakanito, of course, the knife kill is such a fantastic way to tilt the opposing team, while also getting yourselves a big wads of cash.
In the meantime, it's 8kit trying to go for the close range approach, as Jency is standing by just around the corner, waiting to pounce and strike, but a nade flies in, deals 0 damage. It might mean that Blue Jays is currently out of position on towards the mid area, as Kraken is also moving in. He'll be tagged up slightly by the player in lamps, but currently his light did not go out just yet.
Both teams exchanging a lot of utility, but not getting the big hits they were kind of hoping for. Now from the Blue Jays side, they are almost out of utility in its entirety. MASONIC, they've got the options here to make their plays. Blue Jays, they're holding back for now, and no one in mid. Kakanito is lurking. I can't see this ending well for them, 2 versus 1. What?
Oh my god, what a play from the side of Blue Jays. 3 kills coming in, both with flashes and just peeking in blind. It's currently only Noten alive with Queenix, and they're still trying to hold on, but they're already taking some damage. It's Noten losing his teammate, losing his own life. A flawless round for the Blue Jays. And it seems like the T side is difficult for either party so far, because MASONIC hasn't really been able to grasp at least what they want to on towards this side as well.
Of course, a small mention to the Pinnacle Cup Championship over in Sweden, tb.gg/Sweden, if you'd like to come and join in live. Oh my god, that last round was ridiculous. And bear in mind, we're in a game where MASONIC's, Jency is on 25 kills. They are having the game of their life, but the Blue Jays are still finding ways back in.
Yeah, it's Kakanito just standing by the nades as well, and currently holding the angle against the eco, trying to at least have another clean round, because they do need the economy going forward. Of course, expecting that MASONIC will be able to bounce back in a certain moment in time. 8 Kid now with a beautiful flash and gets the first frag. Wants to go for a second, but you can't really fend off against the Deagle of Cabby, being able to get one-on-one trades going and making sure the Blue Jays, their defense is slightly weaker than it was before.
Damwon, the only one left on the site to try and defend, has of course got a massive advantage at range, but it's not good enough to deny Cabby rushing onto the site where Kakanita will also be put down. What is going on? Where is the Blue Jays resurgence?
I'm not really sure, because currently they're having a lot of trouble holding on. Flashbang goes deep. Necrogenesis with a nade out in the open again, being caught out. And then the AK of Noten will finish things off. Only one more player alive. It is Kixon. There are unarmored targets, but they're slowly picking up more and more weapons. It's going to be, of course, a wrap around from one player. Noten wanting to go back on towards that knife kill, but unfortunately will be picked off. But still, there's 3 more players alive, and Masonic has, of course, a beautiful crossfire set up, and Kixon is not really feeling it anymore. It will be eventually the side of Masonic winning the round on a full eco.
Wow, what a kick in the teeth for the Blue Jays. They were looking so damn good, and that round of all rounds to be the time when Masonic suddenly come back, all guns blazing. They come out of the round with 3 surviving members with 3 rifles they didn't have at the start, and the Blue Jays staring down the barrel of elimination from the competition. You can see our Pinnacle odds are not in their favor. For over 18 friends, please do go check them out. Please do bet responsibly as the timeout comes in. I want to put this to you now. Tolders, do you have faith in a Blue Jays comeback?
I do. They've shown that their CT side is really strong. But if you look at the aggression in the way of speaking from the Blue Jays members so far, the chill zone is far to be found. Currently, they are feeling a lot of pressure because this might be the last map they're playing in this tournament. The loser of this match, of this map even, will go out maybe with a bang, maybe with utter destruction. It all depends on how the rest of this map will play out. Currently, it's Masonic in favor with a 13-7. Currently, they have the pressure on their opponent's economy and have their own reserves. So the moment they get an open kill, I think Blue Jays will be trembling. But currently, Aiken is able to get the first one in. Noten with a turn, however. But it is a 2-for-2 trade with Noten being low, Noten being chased. And eventually still a player advantage in favor of the Blue Jays.
I do like from Masonic, they are trying to make more of the A site than the Blue Jays were generally doing with theirs. Though I say this, and Masonic, they've made the overtures towards the A, and it doesn't look like the Blue Jays have bought it, at least not yet. They're moving back into mid to keep themselves flexible. This does open a path to B, where Masonic could just slide in there without actually even having to fire a bullet.
Yeah, it's actually insane so far that Masonic has been able to at least get some trades in. Looking at the heavy investment Blue Jays put forth, Noten, luckily for the Blue Jays side, also to be countered by Dan, his push. Luckily the positions were there, but this time around they might actually have a good call on the Masonic side to go for the right side, something Blue Jays themselves have done in the past as well. And Blue Jays, we have seen them to be prone for over-rotating, but this time they're spreading out the forces in the right direction.
And if anything, Masonic, I don't think they expected this feint to work out as well as it did, because they're going very cautiously towards the B site where they could have been rushing in. Dan is going to spot what's going on, so the rest of the Blue Jays should be here in short order. Molly's blocking up a couple of entrances, smoke down as well. Dan is ready to try and stop the plant. Can't quite do it in time and gets knocked down. Jensi and Kraken are so low. It's 2-on-2 with the Blue Jays with the advantage now 2-on-1.
It's Kraken in that awkward position, will not be able to take down Necrogenesis, and Blue Jays eventually will get an 8th round for themselves. But as said, with the bomb plant as well, Masonic will be able to buy back. Apart from Jensi not having the most money, the rest of the team is actually financially quite stable, meaning that Blue Jays will once more feel the pressure of the AKs coming in themselves. They really don't have the money just yet. But it's an interesting round. I told you that as before, Blue Jays do have a very good chance at fighting back on towards that CT side. But this retake was also maybe not the cleanest we've ever seen.
No, that was a hell of a round. This has been a hell of a way to start our midpoint of the Swiss here in the Pinnacle Cup number 4. coming in at quite some speed and getting the first kill for MASONIC. The Blue Jays, they don't have the numbers anymore, and now they really don't. Down to 3, the A site is laid bare.
Yeah, just a very aggro play from MASONIC, just using whatever flash they have, whatever smoke they have as well, just to make sure they carry enough ground and make sure to push back the Blue Jays as well. Currently, the Blue Jays will go for that quick save, something we've seen on Inferno as well, with a free-man save for the coming round. Money, terrible. Kixen at least can be able to drop a weapon to one player. Maybe even an AWP where 8kit could trade for that weapon, and make sure that the Blue Jays are well equipped for another side. But this time around, MASONIC will already go towards the 14th round, making sure that they're really close on closing out the match as well.
Oh boy, I am with you here that the Blue Jays, they've definitely got fight in them. They've definitely got more to give here on Ancient, but I just don't know if they're going to get the chance. We've been trading rounds back and forth for the last 4 rounds, and this is a situation where MASONIC, they are loving to be doing this, of course. They're so far ahead. If they can get across the line by trading rounds for the rest of the game, they're ecstatic. The Blue Jays need to find a way to be dominant if they're going to find a way to recover.
Yeah, no power play of the AWP on the Blue Jays side, but a lot of utility already flying out in close angles to be contested. MASONIC is actually saying, you know what, the A side worked out so well, we're just going for a main rush, and only Dan is standing by with an MP9 he gifted from Kixen, and now a late play from Jancy on towards mid. Unfortunately doesn't work out for him, but the rest of his team is already on towards the side. They're planting, they have the player advantage, 8kit is low. It seems as if MASONIC might be able to get on towards a series point with this round. Slowly but steadily, the time will be running out. More incendiaries are being thrown in as well, and as Necro is pushing in solo, he will actually be able to get 1 kill in return, but more fire from either party is flying in. It is still such a chaotic round where we now see Kixen getting another kill, and now the player advantage is in favor of the Blue Jay side until Motion and QueenX finish things off. It's currently 15-8. MASONIC has the chance to end this game.
What a round! That was just bonkers beyond belief. The Blue Jays, they reached down so deep to try and get that one back, but unbelievable. I think MASONIC that was such a confident play onto the A side. The Blue Jays, you know, it's hard to recover yourself and bring yourself back to a coherent strategy when things go so awry so early on. If you're a Blue Jays fan, I don't know how you could even cope with where we are right now as the timeout comes in. The last chance of the Blue Jays. This is going to need to be something absolutely transcendent, or it's all over for them.
Yeah, indeed. It's currently a very difficult situation. You're going to have to pray to Juan Diek himself to bless you with the most beautiful shots you need to have. And of course, maybe to have some decent stacks going. Crossfires as well, just to hope to block off MASONIC. But so far, their flash game has been incredible. So I'm not really sure that even a crossfire might be able to save you, unless if some players are anti-flash. An early smoke to fake out, they might be going towards that A side quickly again, but the rest of the players are already forcing their way in towards certain angles at the B side. Big map control coming out from the MASONIC side, and already some damage being dealt on towards certain players. Over aggression maybe coming in, as now Cabby will be traded out by 8kit. It's the first kill going actually in favor of Blue Jays, just because of a flashbang. But in the meantime, it's QueenX with a kill on towards Kakanito, but then 2 more kills go in favor of Blue Jays.
Come on! This is unbelievable! The Blue Jays up 4-2. They're going to get resupplied as well, courtesy of the dead MASONIC members. They could be trying to make believers out of us. Jency, this is their moment to shine. They know they deserve this. Noten is down. Jency is taking it to a 1-on-1. Dan 1, can you save your team?
It's actually unbelievable. Jancy giving his team a chance as they're looking to maybe clutch this out. Dan with a deagle against a player already tagged. 2 body shots could be enough. A headshot as well, of course, to clear things up easily. but the time is already ticking away. 30 seconds left. Either party doesn't know where the other is, but Jancy actually wins the 1v3 clutch and wins this last map with a 16-8. It's MASONIC still alive in, of course, this Swiss stage, and BLUEJAYS, unfortunately, losing out of this tournament.
That was, again, a star-making performance from Jancy, only denied from hitting the 30 kills because the game ended a little earlier than they might have otherwise liked, but that was absolutely amazing. Guys, we are running it pretty long here, and we are looking to get started on our second series of the day, so we won't spend too long discussing this one at all, in fact, because we've got the Sinners versus SKADE coming up in just a few minutes' time. So, I've been Entropiq, joined by Toll as well for this incredible way to start off the day. We'll be saying goodbye, but of course, we're barely even started today on stream, so stick around. Tons more amazing games just like this one coming up.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Welcome back, guys, to the Pinnacle Cup. We have another banger of a best of three coming in today. Probably the pick of the best of threes today as well. And it'll be me and Hayes to bring you through that one. It's going to be Sinners versus SKADE.
Looking forward to it, Trav. Two teams who are probably a little bit aggrieved that they aren't going to be competing at the major coming up, especially with stickers released today. Kind of just twist the dagger that much in their hearts.
Yeah.
But listen, two very strong outfits, right? Sinners and SKADE, fantastic teams, and they're both on the cusp of elimination, Trav.
They are. That's a surprising factor, of course. I mean, both these two teams are, very impressive. They've had some great runs in the past in these sort of events. But at the moment, this is the 1 and 2 match. It's elimination, and you can see that in front of your very eyes right now. It's going to be a tough one for either one of these two teams to take, that they will be eliminated. But to be fair, I would say, especially in SKADE's instance, they only really have themselves to blame, because their form, since winning the previous edition of the Pinnacle Cup, hasn't been great at all.
I know, they robbed us of the Vitality game, Trav, I shan't forget. And yeah, they're struggling here in the Pinnacle 4 Cup, aren't they? As you say, finding themselves at the foothold of the table. They're still alive, though, still a chance to keep themselves fighting and try and get themselves into that 2-2 bracket where they can fight tomorrow for a spot in the playoffs. So yeah, we're going to be finding out who's eliminated and falls short at this hurdle and who will progress through between these two teams. Tough to separate them, Trav.
It is, yeah, and I think the main thing about these two rosters, as I said, they've been great in the past. I mean, obviously, yep. Sinners, they took a little bit of time, as I think we'll be able to pull up Sinners' roster coming in now, and there we go, beautiful. It took a little bit of time to sort of pick up pace again since they lost Oscar, of course, but they brought Forzy in. And over the last, I would say, maybe month, maybe a couple of weeks, something like that, he has started to step up and show his true form. Because I was worried that losing Oscar might be like the end of this team as a core, but no. You've got the quality riflers in Neofrag, Shock, and Beastick and Zedko, and Forzy on the AWP has stepped up lately. There was a game the other day I think he played where he dropped 91 kills in a best of 3, I think.
No, you're bang on, Trav. Just to corroborate that, a 1.2 rating in the last month coming through from Forzy, so you're absolutely on the money for that point. He certainly stepped up and filled the void that Oscar left. It's so unfortunate that they fell short against Bad News Eagles in the major. They were up 14-11 on Inferno, one of their favorite maps, and they couldn't finish it off on the T side. So yeah, but certainly no fault from Forzy. He's been great. Let's look at their opponents, Trav. It is going to be the Bulgarian squad of SKADE. Very familiar with all the players in this team, of course, led by Bubble now. They brought him and Dreamer into the mix, joining up with Ships, Dennyslov, and Rainwaker. When this team is on, they look amazing, Trav, but they just, as you already touched on, they haven't been in the most fantastic form lately, haven't really been able to keep up with that wave of momentum they had where they won the Pinnacle Cup 3, beating the likes of Vitality, Mars, NXT. They cleaned up. They even beat Copenhagen Flames 2-0. And since then, it's been pretty rough.
Yeah, these guys had an insane run of form as of late, and I've always enjoyed watching Ships. This guy can make anything happen in any situation, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs today. But as you say, recently their form has not been great. The only best of 3 they won in this event was against 4 Glory, and they had a bit of a shock, you could say, a bit of a surprising loss to Isurus as well, the Brazilian roster. So yes. That was a great win for Brazil, but SKADE would have been expected to win that game. I think it was 16-14, map 3, if I'm not mistaken. So very close, but a rough loss for SKADE. And now we're going to get to see what the maps are in the series. And Hayes, they kind of are pretty easy to predict because both these two teams have an insta-permaban.
Yeah, they do, and I think there's a few overlapping maps as well here that both of these teams like to play. Your Infernos, they don't. Mirage is a map they both play as well. Not Sinners' favorite. So let's see how it ends up going in the veto process. As you say, they have permabans, Vertigo, and Dust, 2 of the 2 permabans for both these teams respectively, and they've been taken out in the first phase. So no surprise there. Overpass picked up by SKADE. Now, obviously, it's a great map for them, but they've lost their past 2 games they played on Overpass, so maybe a bit sketchy. Inferno, Decider. Where are we going, Trav?
This is a tough one.
No Ancients, all right.
The map, I actually like this map pool. The thing is that SKADE, if this was the SKADE from maybe a month ago, a couple of weeks ago, I'd say this is a SKADE 2-0. The fact their form's been shaky worries me a bit. Overpass should be a lock-in. Overpass has been their map ever since the organization began, basically. I mean, obviously it's not the same roster, but even at the beginning of 2021 they loved Overpass and had like an 11 map win streak on it. So this should be a lock-in. Of course, they start T-side, that could be problematic. Inferno, both teams like Inferno, and that could be interesting to see if Sinners can actually bring that one through. Decider of Ancient, who knows? I think that one could be a 50-50, but at the moment, I'm edging toward going to a map 3 decider, but I think, just my personal prediction, fancying Sinners in this one just because of SKADE's form.
Yeah, I mean, listen, even though Sinners are in the 1-2 bracket, it's not really like it's a testament to their form, right? They've been playing some very tough teams. They lost to GamerLegion and K23. We know that those are both very strong opponents, and also those were narrow losses. So it's not like they got blown out of the water and they weren't competitive. So I'm kind of there with you, actually. Like, I think if it does go to Ancients, even though Sinners haven't had the best results on the map lately, I feel like they still definitely have what it takes to, you know, make a good game of it. I also just want to touch a little bit on the overpass conversation as the game is live, and we're going to be shifting ourselves into the first pistol round. It is going to be the first round that gets underway. Of course, on the Bulgarians map pick. But like I was saying about Overpass, so in the past 3 months, SKADE had played the map 16 times, and they had lost it only once. They've actually lost it on the past 2 occasions, though. So that's a little bit sketchy.
Yes.
Might be starting to go awry. Something to keep in mind, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, a lot of teams at this sort of level doing work and sort of having a look at what SKADE like to do on this map to be so successful. And in this test round, they're going to try and get some success with a run up short. They already have the active bomb side itself. No physical, they're going to fight their way in still, and that actually works out nicely. Double second, really nice shot onto a B-stick there. Recovers it into a 4v2, and even though Neofrag gets that critical bubble, he's done his job in this round. Bombs down, and Forzi and Neofrag have a lot of work to do. Forzi at least does have the hit. But at the moment, it's looking to be okay for SKADE. Dreamer gets the next frag and does leave it all down to Neofrag, and that kit is, of course, not recoverable at this stage. You can see it on the right-hand side there. So he can't grab that. He has to walk away and save his Kevlar into the next round. Denislav, Ships, and Dreamer will manage to stay alive, and that'll be a great start for SKADE. As I said, looking forward to this match. Really, this is probably the blockbuster match of the day. I'm glad that me and Hayes get a chance to cast it. I'm very delighted about that.
Yeah,
it's a great game. I've always liked watching both of these teams. So,
especially when their tournament lives are on the line, right? Like that's the big difference. Everything to play for here right now for both SKADE and Sinners, and it is going to be SKADE who pick up the pistol round and go up 1-0 here on Overpass.
Yeah, excellent start. And getting a good start on T-side Overpass, of course, is pretty important as well, especially at this stage when, as we said, you know, you're a map away from elimination, or a series, I should say, away from elimination. And it'd be important for them to avoid the force buy as well. Forzi on the scout, already going for a tag. He'll get tagged himself, though. Neofrag has a FAMAS, of course, after getting that 1 kill and saving his Kevlar. Worth a try.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be any contest in this round coming through from Sinners. As you say, they've got a few pieces to work with here. You know, we've been talking about whether you should force in the second round as a CT if you lose a pistol, if it's better to full save in the second, go for the M4s in the third. We've seen some contrasting schools of thought in that regard. I think, for the most part, I feel like teams are starting to save, actually, in the second round on the CT side if they lose the pistol.
Yeah.
And go for that buy in the third. It's becoming a bit more of a tendency, a bit more of the meta play. Force buy still works well, though.
It does. I wouldn't say, as you say, there's not necessarily a right or wrong in this round. It's sort of, you know, a personal preference at particular stages. And unfortunately, Shock's preference is going to have to be going into the next round because he's been spammed through the smoke by Denislav. And that's no chance for him anymore. That's a Deagle eliminated already. 2 left, alongside that Scout and FAMAS for SKADE to find. And yeah, often you do see the full eco, and getting the M4s in the third can be so powerful. Question is, will this buy be powerful? Bubbles walking to the site right now.
Yeah, leading the charge with the Mac 10. Everybody's rotated from Sinners, by the way, so they've got numbers in position on the speed bomb side right now. 2 quick kills do come through for the CT side, maybe starting to turn the tide here in the round. Retake gets underway. Bubble still maintains his position on site. He's got Ships trying to alleviate the pressure. Kills continue to roll through. Ships struggling. He's gonna have to fight his way out of this. He's got 20 points of health. Finally, he buries B-Stick, but he can't tap down Forzi. 1 shot, 1 kill. It's a headshot, and Sinners up on the board.
Well then, that was a start and a half. Ships there, maybe a little bit of... you could tell he was a little bit cold there, couldn't you? I mean, sure, he still gets 2 kills, but he was struggling to get those frags in toward water. Not wanting to reveal himself too much, just going for the taps on the head. In the end, he took so many bullets to get those kills through that he only had, what, 2, I think, left for the tap on toward Forzy. He went for it. He basically had to. Can't just reload behind the pillar when your enemy is basically on the other side of it. And yeah, in the end... Forzy hits the headshot with the scout and recovers the game. Already back into an even situation. Forced by successful. SKADE with another bomb plant. They'll, of course, reforce into this one.
Yeah, I like the gamble there from Sinners in the previous round. After they lost the first pick towards the B side, they just gambled and rotated everybody down, stacked up, were able to get the kills, just sort of soften the defense after the post plant ensued, and the post plant of the bomb itself is what I'm referring to. And yeah, they make the retake happen. So great round is a forced response, as you've already touched on. Forzy's got the AK, and he's looking to do some damage, sort of emulating the same pathing he would take with the AWP, actually. He's going to have a fight here.
That's a nice frag to take. At least he gets his one. Thing is, Ships does have that Galil, so he'll be the one to trade that. Of course, as you said, as well, Bubble, he did have an AK into this round, and they haven't managed to find it yet. Ships has got that AK upgrade, but Bubble, of course, Rainwaker and Dreamer have not managed to find that AK yet. They would have 2 in this round if they could grab it. Dreamer at least takes Ships' Galil, so that's something. They could have all the rifles they want if they find them, so it would be nice. Neofrag creeping in toward long, tries to get the timing, but can't make it happen, and Denislav didn't even have a helmet, so if he was more accurate than Neofrag, that would have been an insta-kill. Now Zedkin under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. The safe bomb site's going to be feeling the heat as SKADE start to find their momentum and make their way forward. They're able to get the kills as well. The force wars ensue as B-Stick has no choice but to save. And SKADE advanced it back immediately after losing a round.
Too good.
I feel like Sinners kind of just gave them a lot of fights there, Trav. You know, you think about Forzy was playing super individualistic or like by himself there towards bathrooms in middle. You know, he peeks out, gets a 1-for-1 trade. Not great when you consider he's the AK player playing against a Force spy. Then Neofrag feels like he needs to play for information towards long. You know, a couple more shots there from him. He goes down to Denislav in the round, kind of just spirals out of control from there, it feels like.
Yeah. And, you know, when you're in a disadvantageous situation, you probably, you know, on the CT side, you need to go looking for something. And that's basically what Neofrag did. In the end, couldn't find that kill. If he did, he would have probably had a chance for a second. But Denislav hits that critical headshot. And in the end, they enter the site comfortably. ZK was the only one to face on the A-bomb site. And he was found pretty quickly. And, yeah, as you say, Force Spies will continue until someone gets that 2 round in a row streak to put the opponents on a full eco.
Okay, well, Sinners, I mean, opting to just continue Force Wars. They're going to be reinvesting coming into this round here. I mean, makes sense, right? Why wouldn't you just keep up with the pattern? Keep up with the trend? That's what everybody does in life. You do the cool thing, but everybody else is doing. Not me, I'm a hipster. I like to do the non-cool thing. So I would have saved if I was Sinners.
I mean, to be fair, if they lose this round, and then it'll give SKADE a free path to 4, that's already a very good start on T-side overpass, so we'll have to see how it goes for them. They have the significant advantage in this one. They have all the rifles, and the picked up M4 and Dreamer as well. Nice setup toward long, though. B-Stick on the MP9 up close, with Forzy playing long range with the Scout. As soon as Forzy takes 1 shot, this is when the MP9 can pounce. It looks like they're going to be given a duel early on here by Denislav.
Yeah, he's going to be swinging around the corner, actually able to get that fight.
Really nice.
That was so perfectly timed there from SKADE. They actually end up pincering their way into long, coming through from the T side. Neofrag, though, answers back with 2 fantastic shots of his own. He's turned around on his head, and he's bought Sinners away back into this.
How has that just turned around, Neofrag? He's staying alive as well right now. That was, as you said, Hayes, I really loved that long take, but Neofrag is hitting every single headshot with the Deagle right now. Is he on for a Deagle headshot ace? He's got 3 of them so far. Rainwaker and Dreamer lost 2 left. They're going to try and entry toward the site. Neofrag's looking for more. Trying just to fake it out and take some pressure off of his teammates. But Rainwaker is recovering the situation beautifully. Oh, Neofrag's heroics might not go rewarded here. Oh,
Well, that's
no
one way to
way.
finish off the round. Dreamer just absolutely destroyed him. I mean, let's just try and break down what happened. Beautiful take towards long there from SKADE, right? Coming through from bathrooms and from the party area. Because what happens is Forzy, who's got the scout on top of the flowers, he starts hearing all those footsteps in bathroom as we see those shots from Neofrag. Jesus, man. Even a third there as well. But the point is that Forcy with the scout has to refocus his attention towards bathrooms. He can't keep covering his teammate with the MP9 at Rock. And then they peek at the perfect time to the SKADE players and they get both of those kills.
Yep.
Neofrag completely changes the round's complexion with those 3 kills. But Rainwaker, he becomes the hero after that. And that was just such an enthralling and captivating round.
Oh, it was exciting, yeah. I loved everything about that one. That's what we love about Counter-Strike. Every single round is different. And that's what's so great about this esport, of course. And yeah, that was... I completely agree with everything you analysed there. I mean, the long take was perfectly done. And maybe that's a read that they've done in the past. Obviously, they have played Sinners before. They like to maybe go for a bit of a setup on the force buys. As Rainmaker looks to clean up these ecos here. But yeah, probably a little bit of a prediction that they like to go for something like that. And in the end, Neofrag almost was had himself a life round, but not to be.
Would have been sick. I mean, I was certainly believing it. It's a bit unfortunate when you think about it. When he gets first 3 kills with 3 bullets, then Zedko's got Rainwaker with his back turned dead to rights, and he can't even hit the body shots to get the kill. Rainwaker turns and burns him 180 degrees. Feels bad, man. Either way, here we find ourselves with the first full gun round coming into effect. The 6th round off the map, Travis. That just speaks volumes as to the force wars that we've had coming through back and forth from both of these teams. Let's see how this gun round plays out. No AWP on the table just yet for either of the teams, so it's going to be the rifles that do the job.
Exactly, that's a good point. Like, it's so impactful, right, to have the AWP on CT side overpass, and Forzy has not had a chance to get it yet. And that could be a big problem. There's no problems at the beginning of this round, though. It's an easy 1-for-1 trade so far. Beastic gets his 1-for-1. Dreamer will get that frag in return. But yeah, it's so important to get that AWP out on the CTS side of overpass. At the moment, it's not a possibility for either team.
Oh, such a dangerous game to play here. The spam through the plywood. AK against M4. I know which gun I would choose. 4 versus 4. Where does SKADE end up from here? Still time left on the clock in the meantime. So they're just going to be recycling their smokes into Monster. Does look like they're going to go for a late boost up here to try and get information. CeeLo is clear. What do they do with this information? There's a question. They probably start to get a little bit concerned that they're going A, right? That's not the case.
Yeah, I don't really see that at this stage. They are gravitating toward Monster now with 40 seconds to go, and look where Shock is. They need to flash him off this angle. This angle is so powerful, and you have Zedko to peek off the back of him as well as soon as he takes his duel. You see legs first from this position. Does Ships clear it properly? He does, but that's the power of that angle. Shock takes 1, and he actually sticks up there as well. Now that is ballsy. There's even a rotation coming in. He's full blind. There's the flashbang I spoke about that actually destroys that position. But Forzy is coming in from connected to take Dreamer pretty easily in the end there. And look at the health on Denislav, 12 HP. Zedko should have this kill absolutely for free. There it is. It's all down to Rainwaker. He gets taken down as well by Neofrag in the end. And Sinners win that all-important CT buy round.
Yeah, great information plays coming through there from Sinners. Zedko getting that kill while boosted up on the railing was absolutely imperative because it buys just the time for the rotations to come through from the A-bomb site. Neofrag arrives on the scene. It wasn't Zedko, or rather his teammate on the railing. Either way, Neofrag arrives on the scene. He joins up with his teammates and, yeah, Shock. And they actually end up just locking it down because they have the numbers, right? So they're able to deal with whatever SKADE throws at them. Probably would have been looking for that flashbang a little bit earlier. That completely blinded up Shock. But either way, is what it is. Sinners get back to winning ways. Look at the aggression coming through here from Bubble and Ships, though.
Straight away in toward mid, and there's a bit of a spam coming in. Bubble will be a bit confused, though. He's just taking so much damage there, considering there's a smoke up. But no problem. Still 4-2 for SKADE, and now Denislav does have that AWP available to him. Still no AWP yet for Sinners, as I said. No, they need to build up some economy first before they can get that. Forzy is saved about 1550 in the bank, so you'd hope that he'll be able to get it sooner rather than later. But I need to overcome this round first. Bubble has been given the AWP as he's low HP. The Bogdan Law.
This is actually nice though from SKADE. Notice how much pressure they put on the top side of the map towards Fountain. They even flash off long in case there's an AWPer or somebody there. They shoulder check it to make sure nobody's got that control or information. So they've at least just made sure that Sinners have had to keep 2 players towards the A side. Now the flash come over the top. Zedko not impeded at all. Himself and Shock just absolutely hold down the line. Not even a single kill comes through for SKADE. They find 3 to the side of Sinners. Bubble still trying to pick up the pieces, but the pieces are scattered everywhere and the round is near impossible.
Yeah, that double monster setup on the right-hand side as we look is so powerful. And in the end, SKADE walked right into it. Without that flashbang, it's basically impossible. I think they did attempt to flash, but obviously you've got one player playing anti as well, so it doesn't really help out. Bomb dropped in the open, in the middle of monster. And with Bubble 36 HP, with that dropped over AWP from Denislav. And with 15 seconds to go, it's a guaranteed save. There's nothing else they can do. Unfortunately, they're going to have to let Sinners survive with 5 players alive here. There might be one push toward Monster. Sinners can afford to look for 1 kill to possibly take down one of these T players over after time. It's going to be looked for by Shock. There's the information. Oh, he can't pick any more, though. 1 bullet left. And that will be the end of the round.
Okay. I mean, interesting decision that they opted to go for the save there. I suppose there was barely any chance of them winning the round. Normally, you want to go for the save when you know you can buy in the next round. And actually, you know what? That looks like they're going to be all right. I didn't realize both Rainwaker and Bubble could both drop AKs. So, you know what? All's well and ends well. Completely agree with their decision to go for the save guns in that aspect. And, well, Sinners have reduced the deficit to just 1. Not only that, but they've actually looked pretty comfortable in these past 2 rounds that they've won, I would say. Good information players coming through from them on the CT side. Not really just giving up control for free, not taking unnecessary fights either. And then just shutting SKADE down on the execute. So they can feel good about these past few rounds.
Absolutely. They need it. I mean, at this current stage of CSGO and the way the meta has evolved, I would say honestly that on CT overpass, it's minimum 10 that you should take. And already, the maximum they can take is 11. So they're going to want to limit SKADE as much as possible here.
Yeah, true. This is a good point. I mean, remember, for everybody who doesn't, have the deep knowledge or information, this is supposed to be an incredibly strong map for SKADE. We're going to see Denislav going for the boost AWP, but he seemed a bit late. There's still maybe a second play. He's going to get the leg shot essentially onto Zedko. Did Zedko actually shoulder peek that, mate? That's insane. I do love the play coming through from Neofrag as a response, though. Looking to take control towards lowest. Did Rainmaker see him? Yes. It doesn't matter, because now he's got an AK bullet in the brain. First blood goes the way of Sinners, and they're still suffocating SKADE here.
Yeah, that's the protocol you have to take. As soon as you know that 4-man boost has been attempted in T-Spawn, you know that there's no one defending the playground fountain area. And there's probably going to be no one in connector either. That's why Neofrag went aggressive. He knows that's the way the map works. And he can take so much control. And look at the angle Forzy's holding. There's 1, there's 2. Beatstick's holding toward playground. And they finish off the round beautifully. That's the problem. Even if you get a tag, sure, it's early damage in your favour. But Hayes, that just gives CTs all the information they could possibly want to push aggressively and lock SKADE out of control.
Man, oh man, I mean, that was just a symphony in motion. Beautiful response coming through there from Sinners. As soon as they realized what was going on, as you perfectly say, Trav, they employ all the perfect protocols. That setup there from Forzy as well. Check this off angle he's on, mate. He's covering B-Stick. No one can cross to B-Stick without Forzy seeing them. So Forzy can focus all his attention in towards playground, right? And the player in the forward position, B-Stick. And the best part is they've got Neofrag and lowers, so Forzy doesn't even have to be worried about lowers at that instance. Does look like B-Stick is still riding the high of momentum from the previous round, and that's going to cost him his life.
It will, yeah. Ships already gets a free AK, and if there's one guy you don't want to give a free AK, it's Ships. He's got Kevlar to work with as well. He's already made his way all the way up long through bathrooms, so Forzy needs to be careful. I agree, though, that previous round off angle that he was holding, obviously, he felt so confident in holding that angle because he had Neofrag having pushed connector, right? He got all that information that he killed that one connector player. With Beastie and Playground with that angle, as you say, played off each other perfectly. But this is a worrying round now for Sinners. They need to recover this one. Chips is a long way up, and they have no idea that he's so far up. Thankfully, Forzy, it's a dangerously close-range shot with the AWP, but he flicks off the bubble beautifully to give his team a 3v3. But he overstays his welcome a bit. Dreamer takes his head off, removes the AWP from the equation, and now it's a 2v3 retake.
Oh man, Forzy nearly salvaged the situation, but it's still looking pretty bleak here for Sinners. going to have to complete the retake with a man down. And look at Shock's position, Trav. He's still in towards water. He knows that Rainmaker was somewhere there, so he's so damn scared right now of trying to make his way forward. I don't even know if this is doable anymore. They've taken so much time just getting their way, in position to start the retake. Zedko trying to clear out the angles. He might get taken down by a Dreamer, and that's going to be spelling the end of it for sure. Shock has no chance anymore. He's going to have to settle for saving the AK. That's an eco round won by SKADE, pretty much single-handedly by Ships as well. Sure, Dreamer does a great job to get 2 kills, but it's Ships who gets, that first frag towards long on B-Stick. And I just want to highlight that right there, Trav. Shock sure going to get some exit frags here, but that's how one individual mistake can end up costing the entire team. B-Stick gets too aggressive, overplays his hand, gives up an AK. Ships sails his way so far forward there. I love that he tucks himself in the corner so early in the round. Sinners never expect him to be there, gets the second kill. Yes, Forsey does a good job afterwards, but there's too much damage done at that point.
You're absolutely right, yeah. B-Stick, as you say, you said it so right at the beginning of the round, maybe just feeling a little bit too confident knowing that SKADE are on an eco. Ships just has a Deagle and Kevlar, he hits one headshot, gets a free AK, and that changes everything, really. Makes the round very much in the favour of SKADE. Forsey, as you say, tried his best, but in the end couldn't fall back to keep a 3v3. Bit of a accidental grenade in the early portion of this round. I think Zedko got tagged there by a teammate's nade, down to 58.
Saw that too. Does look like Sinners are taking a bit more of a passive approach here to defending the top side of the map, playing from bathrooms and deep in long, not really contesting Fountain as much on this occasion. Suppose B-Stick falls back as that smoke starts to fade as well. Also rotated an extra player up here, so going for a bit of a read. Oh, and I suppose that because of Zedko's position. I was just about to highlight how Zedko's in towards water, sitting on top of the railing, but it doesn't matter. Rainmaker just sprays him down through the wall. And now there has to be a response from Sinners, but this is actually the trap that's been set up. Got Denny's up on the angle, and he's holding said angle, but Forsey somehow wins the gunfight. That's insane.
That is insane, and this is what we've seen from Forsey lately. He's been really sharp. Already 8 kills on the CT side, and of course he hasn't really had his AWP for that long. 2 in the previous round, 1 in this. Of course it was in vain in the previous round, but yeah, this has been the form that we've come to expect from him now. And Forsey versus Denislav is going to be a fascinating battle throughout this best of 3, of course, in this match for elimination. Forsey will right-click that smoke down and get some information of the players running up, but he's got B-Stick in support in truck. The perfect off angle. She'll get baited in here, but what a guess there from Rainmaker, clearing out the site beautifully. Our SKADE. B-Stick had the play, but not possible. And look at that. Jimmy even hits a headshot toward Neofrag. He could have possibly advanced toward the site a little bit further and maybe even denied a bomb plant there if he wasn't watching that one. But Dreamer is too strong. 2 for him, 2 for Rainmaker. And Hayes, I thought for sure that B-Stick had a play there, but Rainmaker says no.
I mean, how beautiful is the utility usage coming through there from SKADE as well, right? On that execute, flashes were fantastic. And it felt like it was just so beautifully organized and in terms of, who's covering what on the execute. Everybody knows what angle they need to cover. Shark. He doesn't have time. Surely not, right? He's punching in the digits. Dreamer's trying to come around the corner. AK in hand. He's gotten the kill just in time.
Oh my goodness.
Just in time. He's been able to get the headshot onto Shock and deny the defuse. That must have been in the last second, Trav.
I had to have been. Obviously, we didn't stick on the diffuser's POV, but I reckon it was close. But did he have time, do you think? I think it's...
I think he did. I think he had time. What do you think?
It's a hard one because the kill came through as the beep came in, right? Like the light on the bomb popped in. So I don't know. It would have been very close. Obviously, that's one for only Shock would know. But still, that was again a really nice attempt because he knew the bomb was planted on truck, right? Like, he knew that there's a chance that they're just running away toward bathroom and long and wouldn't be able to catch him. It's planted safe on truck. That's how safe the plant was. They didn't want to risk anything. So worth a try. I'd have loved to know how many seconds were left, but that's for the future. For now, it's SKADE up 6-4. Sinners have their bye, but Forsey only has a scout in this one.
I don't really understand the obsession with planting on trucks. Someone needs to explain to me. There has to be some reason that I don't get or that I haven't learned, because it seems like it's such a popular, plant position for teams, even when they've got control of long and bathrooms. And it's not like they've got bank or dumpster, right? So I'm not sure why that's like a go-to plant for so many teams, and you wouldn't just plant on default when you've got that control that they had. You know, it's such a risky plant because of the fact that you know they can stick the defuse. Sometimes they can even use the trucker's cup, right?
Exactly.
Either way, shifting ourselves into the preference, got themselves a great stance here on this T side right now, and it could get even better if they win this gun round, Trav. No money in the bank for Sinners, and they're creeping their way forward on the T side.
ECLOT versus Forzy again, but
Oh,
unfortunately, didn't even get the tag this time, of course, but still. But look at B-Stick. Oh my goodness, he could have a play here. They have no idea he's coming in from long bathroom so quickly. Does Denislav check it? He does. Oh, what a clear from Denislav. Second kill of the round. That could have ended all the hopes of SKADE in that one. That's such an important kill.
Yeah, vital frag. I mean, round defining pretty much just seals it. Denislav with the AWP having some great impact.
Thankfully, of course, he had a scout to face on Forzy this time, like I mentioned.
True.
Didn't even get tagged, so it was a nice entry from him. He's always
Would
had
have made
some
a
great
difference if you
performances on
think
this
about
map.
it. You see that Denny being brought down to 48. If he got tagged by the scout, he probably loses that gunfight there with B-Stick. So, yeah, good job to get that first kill so cleanly. Feels like he's been having a pretty good time of it so far against Forzy.
Yeah, it would have been interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because if that tag had come in, okay, so there's two different ways of looking at it. If that tag had come in, as you say, he would have lost his life. But also, if he didn't check bathroom, having a player who just run through there literally a second ago, that could have been, let's say, he just ran at Banana instead, right? He could have, lost his life to the flank, and probably B-Stick, I feel like probably would have got 2 or 3 kills from there, especially with the silencer, shielding that flank from being known immediately. And this buy from Sinners in this one just has to keep those M4s in play and hope for the best, really, because SKADE are pulling away.
Exactly. Neofrag, Zedko, and Shock gonna have to be the 3 players to try and make something happen here in this round if Sinners are going to be standing any chance. And that's why you can see they're looking to try and make a play right now in towards bounce. And Shock holding a nice off angle towards long. Can't hit the instant shots. He's taken damage. Denislav's going to finish off that frag there as well. Clips him through the wall. And Ships gets the perfect timing. He peeks behind the curtain. He sees the information. Can they get the kills is the question. Neofrag is still in position as well, trying to find something. Doesn't look like they're aware of it right now, though. And Neofrag's been spotted, so he has to make his way back. Okay. Round's still in the balance, though. Sinner's still trying to make plays, Trav.
Oh, Dreamer. I say if Zedko didn't go down there, there would have been a chance. But Forzy has gone aggressive, looking to try and recover that AWP as well at some point. Can he at least get the frag in the back first? There's one. Does he pick up the AWP? He does. Of course he does. He is the AWPer for a reason. So this round is still on. Forzy, of course, has no armor. But Rainmaker will realise he can just about nab the bomb before Forzy gets anywhere near that position. And the B bomb site's been taken in the meantime. So at this point, both Sinners players are a long way away. Even though Neofrag has that rifle, they're not going for this one. It's going to be a save. They need these guns into the next. I don't think, actually, that this is the bad choice at all.
I mean, the chances of winning the round are pretty much next to 0, considering how far away they are. So, yeah, I think it's definitely the better choice. You're almost certain to lose them if you do want to have a crack at the retake from where they're set up right now. Not a bad, option either. Take the AWP into the next round, but I'm just really enjoying the way that SKADE are playing Counter-Strike right now. It feels like they're not afraid to take initiative, but they're still playing within the boundaries of their game, right? They're not playing ridiculously aggressive Counter-Strike. There's still limits to their aggression, and they've got their wits about them, which is important because Sinners are trying to catch them off guard. And they've done it a few times with some of these aggressive plays, but SKADE have been punishing them when it matters the most. So that's good as well. SKADE got bait 4, doubling on their opponent's scoreline. Only a couple rounds left here in this first half. We know how strong SKADE are on the CT side, so things looking incredibly bleak right now for the Czech Republic team.
It's going to be a tough one. We said beforehand that SKADE, this has been their pocket pick map for over a year now. They've had some bad runs on it, sure, but they've had runs of 11 in a row, and I think 9 in a row as well, like at some points, and had some great wins as well. I think it was the win against Vitality comes to mind. Huge win for them. Shock. Oh my goodness, straight toward Monster. Absolutely blind. Oh my goodness, the amount of damage he does to Denislav there, considering he was the player so far back behind that smoke. You've got to feel bad for Denislav in that situation, but it's a lovely pinch. And Sinners have found a way to stop SKADE's plans.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about how Sinners have been trying, you know, some different sorts of aggression to catch SKADE off guard, and this time it works all perfectly. And I do love the fact that Sinners are still having that initiative here on the CT side. So important on the CT side of Overpass as well. You can never afford to just sit back and, you know, give away that map control. Always got to make sure that the Ts are concerned and tentative when looking for control. And it seems like SKADE are still going to try and commit in towards this B-bomb site, but there's 4 players here, so Sinners have everything that they need to deal with the hit that's coming through.
Ships at least has one back on the off, but they're going to be all they can manage. Still a 2v4. I mean, if Rainmaker can hit a couple of headshots here, then who knows? I mean, there's one, but yeah, he was always going to get insta-traded. Now it's Ships 1v3. He can pick up the bombing monster. 35 seconds to go, but there's 3 players basically here ready to swing the angle, and there we go. No problem. And that will be 8-5. Sinners get one back. 8-7, even half is still possible. Don't forget, you can scroll down and click all the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. We've got CS Money involved this time around, of course. They've got a 40% top-up bonus currently running, and they're doing a giveaway with us as well, so don't forget about that. And it looks like the Sinners aren't going to be forgetting about their CT side, because they have a chance for 8-7 here, because the money on SKADE isn't too great.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if they win this round, it's going to be it's sort of a pieced together buy in the last round of the half of SKADE. And that would just kind of leave a nice taste in Sinners' mouth at the end of the first half, right? So it would just kind of give them something to be positive about. Beastic going to take first contact, but Rainmaker was just flying across his screen. Beastic couldn't keep up with the spray. And in the end, he will fall prey. So with that, it's SKADE who draws first blood. Then he's up the next player up to the plate, and he will be able to take down Neofrag. So all the kills running through right now for the Bulgarian squad. Borsi realizes he has to make a play to try and get this round back into his team's favor, and he will find the captain of the opposing team.
A good find, and he's sticking aggressive as well, of course. He needs to stay aggressive in this 3v4. 4Z. Looking for information toward balloons. There is a player connected of Rainmaker, and he can just pounce whenever he wants. Forzy is creeping up silently. Oh, this is a bit of a standoff. Does he check con? The dumbbell's going to stick out. Oh, he actually, in the end, does go for the quick scope, but Rainmaker's better off in that position. Now ZK has to do exactly what Forzy tried to do. Go for the duel. He does find the kill at least, but at the moment, Sinners are just trying to scrape away back in, and it's looking a bit too difficult for them. Shock has a flank toward the fountain position, but B's been taken, and ZK's about to walk right into Dreamer here if he's not careful. Gun out now. Did he check the angle? He does, but Dreamer has the favoured position, and that's the B-bomb site done. They're actually going to be plotting toward A, though. That was the idea, to flank A in the end. And Shock's miles away, I'm afraid.
Damn, how good have Rainmaker and Dreamer been today on the rifles on the C side? Feels like they've been doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Lots of entry kills coming through from them as well. Accuracy has been fantastic. That first bullet accuracy, always something that Dreamer's been well known for, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, he's looked really strong today. SKADE just doing a good job to win the important gunfights. I mean, this round was kind of in their pocket once they got it into the 5 versus 3, right? It sort of felt like maybe Forcy was able to make the round interesting again, but SKADE always had a plan, made their way up long, get control, and with that, the round 9-5, dominating proceedings right now, I would say. I mean, listen, it was always going to be tough for Sinners here on Overpass, and they would know that as well, right? They're going to be having a lot of their focus on Inferno. Not to say that SKADE are any pushovers on the map. In fact, Trav, SKADE have played Inferno the most out of any of the maps. They've got 28 maps played on Inferno in the past 3 months.
Yeah, I had a little study of this one yesterday, right? And I saw that. I was like, okay, well, that's a lot of Inferno. I mean, obviously, Inferno is one of the most played maps in Counter-Strike, but even for a singular team, 28 times in 3 months, that is pretty wild. And they actually have a pretty good record on it, considering they've played it so much as well. So, sure, Sinners are slightly better statistically, but I feel like Inferno could genuinely go either way. So if SKADE can get off to a good start here and take over past their pick, I'd say Inferno might be a little bit of a struggle. Look at the damage done. Goodness me, it's round 15 and Neofrag going for that spray will be punished down to 8 HP already.
Rainmaker's done that a few times throughout the half. Oh my god,
goodness.
Shock, that's beautiful awareness coming through there. Beastic will get a second kill in the round there. Here's a bit easier as Bubbles phasing through the smoke. Ships is the next man up to try and find the trade, and he should be able to get that with ease. Yes, Beastic focused towards long as easy prey. Still can't
Okay.
really get over that kill from Shock, though. What a beautiful way to open up the round. I mean, he hard clears
Yeah.
that corner. Difficult through the fence as well. Normally, you think the advantage is given to the T player, which was Bubble in that instance, but Shock
Yeah.
bests him.
That was an
Sinners
interesting
beats
one.
round. Yeah.
Because, like, as you say, it's quite a common strategy for two CTs to walk through monster like that as the smoke fades, try and go for a duel and get some control. And Shock with that beautiful double headshot. Ships is just playing a default right now toward Bathroom, looking for any aggression because the bomb is going toward B, but unfortunately Zedko's in a very good spot for it. But he's cleared beautifully. Look at the damage he's done to Denislav, but it doesn't matter. Zedko will drop, but at least he will get information. Now, what can Ships do? We all know how cheeky he is with these plays. He's going to be watched for by Forzy. Does he check close truck? He doesn't. Ships loses his life, and that puts everything back in Sinner's favour. And look at this. They really don't know what to do right now. Do SKADE. They're sort of caught between two mines at the moment. 10 seconds to go. Have to go for a plant. Shot can try and spam Rainwaker down. Oh my god, he's sticking the plant. That is balls of steel from Rainwaker, but it's not going to matter. Denislav is now in a very difficult 1v3 with the AWP. He's smoked off towards short as well. Nearfrag is low, but doesn't even have any utility to push through this one. Last round and a half, he has to go for it. We'll jump in. Actually not being held just yet, but in comes the jumps. He's got no shot in this one, surely. How are they not got the one defuse yet? That's the question. He gets one, but unfortunately, in a different universe, Hayes, perhaps that was a three-man collateral.
Yeah, you're right. 1 bullet, 3 kills wasn't far from reality. I mean, the longer that round went out for, the more I sort of was questioning things like, is he actually going to stand a chance of winning this? Either way, guys, make sure to check out our partners, AstroPay, if you are involved in the realm of online payments, one of the best in the business. Click their banner below the Twitch channel and you can easily send and withdraw money from online, so be sure to check that out. As we shift ourselves into the second half here, Trav, it's going to be, yes, SKADE who are in a fantastic position on the CT side. If you offered them 9 at the start of the half, they absolutely would have taken that. Let's see if Sinners can begin their campaign on the T side with a pistol.
Yeah, as you say, first game of the day, first half of the day, starting T overpass, never too easy, and they managed to get 9 from it, so that's very good. Denislav going aggressive toward long. He loves doing that, does Denislav. He does that on pistol rounds, he does it on gun rounds, he does it with an AWP. Some of them his most common plays. And Sinners will counter it straight away. Here's a P250 on Forzy and Neofrag. Both with their Kevlar boosted up. Going for that boosted up play. Go for the long ranges, of course, on overpass with that P250.
Oh man, speaking of long ranges, that's exactly why Ships is holding this angle right now. Sinners still probably want to try and soften up the bomb site before they look to execute. Ships has been able to get a kill, continues to push his way forward. Actually going to cost him his life. Zedko getting a kill back maintains that man advantage. And now Sinners probably start to make their way forward, but SKADE rotated everybody, Trav. They're for the full gamble. That's probably why they're looking to get aggressive right now. Don't feel like they can comfortably just sit stacked on the bomb site. Bubble has to hit the shots. He gets the kill.
Okay, this is good. This is good control from SKADE. That's
Oh,
a
no.
good recovery. But
Oh no.
look at the
Oh,
bomb.
no.
Look at the bomb. They're just waiting. They're just staying put in bathrooms. 30 seconds to go, and the full rotation is coming from SKADE. This is going to be a free plant for Sinners. Bubble's got the idea, though. He's rotated up very quickly, but he's only going to be in bank. Spots 2 players. That's all the information he needs, especially with 20 seconds to go. They know it's A now. Shock trying to fake that bank position. They have not got that kick picked up at all for SKADE in this pistol. They're going to have to just win the duels. Beastie gets one and he flicks for the second beautifully. Looking for the last, but Rainwaker takes it. Smoke available, but not a kit. He's being swung on by that P250. He needs to just try and isolate these duels. He gets one and taps the bomb, but he's got no bullets left and has lost vision on Forzy. And Sinners will take the T-pistol. Important one as well.
Ooh, okay. I mean, everybody on Sinners probably breathes a bit of a sigh of relief after that because, you know, yeah, they got that opening pick, but things started to look a little bit bleak there after Bubble gets aggressive towards on, gets the frag. Unfortunately, he gets such a false sense of security and information, right? They think that it was just a lurk left on that side of the map. And they actually all decide to rotate towards the B side. So Sinners walk onto A almost for free. They get the plant. SKADE have to retake. And courtesy of B-Stick's instant double kill, that round was over. We did see the Force Wars kick off the first half, so let's see if that's going to be the case here in the second. The Scout, but he's been tagged down very low by the AK-4C.
Finishes off the kill in the end as well, as he tries to fall back. Thankfully, Rainwaker can recover that Scout, so it's not completely lost. No problem. Bubble. Deagle toward long. Can he repeat any of Neofrag's heroics? Well, maybe not now, because he's been dinked through the edge along there with The AK down to 7 HP. That's a rough start. Rainmaker can at least try and hold control of the A site just by jump spotting dice with the scout. He's showing presence here still. He's not doing that quietly, that's for sure.
What does SKADE do from here to try and bring this round back in contention? When you consider the weaponry deficiency that they've got right now, it's going to be difficult. Going up against the rifles in the MAC-10. And have to hit some majestic deagle shots.
Oh, unlucky.
Unfortunately, yeah. Zedko going to double down. Should be enough. Oh, yeah, is it going to be enough? Oh my god! Third shot in the sequence. All of a sudden, it's back into a 2 versus 2. And he's going to be falling back in towards Banks to keep himself alive. Gorgeous shot there from Neofrag to tear Rainmaker's head off. He fears no man. Ships alone. 1 versus 2. Resides in the smoke right now. B-Stick is watching it, though.
Yeah, it's an important one to watch as well. That's a perfect hold. So the bomb planter doesn't get taken down. Legs should be spotted by ships. I think he's just seen them. I think he realizes that Neofrag has crossed to the right. Still being watched. He goes for the player that he knows he's seen. But B-Stick is too strong. And that's interesting, isn't it, Hayes? We've seen 2 rounds on the Force Buy where we've thought to ourselves, okay, there's a chance here. We saw Neofrag's 3k Deagle, and now we've seen Rainmaker's beautiful 3k with the Scouts. But both of them haven't come away with the round win off the back of it.
Yeah, that's true. The heroics seem to be in vain at the moment. I mean, listen, they've given our video editor some cool clips to add to the highlight reel, but that's all they're going to be. Certainly not remembered for very long. And it's going to be a full eco coming through for SKADE. Just going to touch on it again. You know, we've spoken about how Overpass is a fortress of sorts for SKADE, has been for a super long time, taking some of their best results on the map. But lately, they lost their... they lost their past 2 performances on the map, right? It was Isurus who beat them, and Eternal Fire. That was where they lost 16-2 and 16-8. So fairly one-sided results, both of those games.
They were surprising.
And, I mean, I'm not saying that they're going to be losing the game here. Sure, I'm just contextualizing the fact that they've been a bit shaky on the map lately. It's going to be 9-9 here at the end of this round. Going to have to pick up their performance on the CT side.
Yeah, SKADE, of course. They were the last champions of the Pinnacle Cup, the 3rd edition of the Pinnacle Cup. That was a great win for them, beating some quality teams in the invite stage as well, including Vitality. And now the 4th edition of the Pinnacle Cup is in. They're going to look to try and repeat their performance, but if they lose this best of 3 today, they're eliminated in the Swiss stage. So there's a lot of work to do still to get anywhere near that form again. Forzy's about to clear up the A-bomb site, so they realise that SKADE have stacked B with these USPs. Ships has 1 grenade, but he might get caught in the back here anyway. There's one. There's a player rotating in from heaven as well, but Neofrag should be fine. And it's going to be a free equalising round for Sinners.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault SKADE going for the gamble stack, considering it's the full eco. Really nice for Forsey there to find 3 kills with the MAC-10. Extra cash.
Money.
Going to be able to afford the AWP in the next round. Exactly, everybody loves money.
Moolah.
You know, just to be back to that, what you're mentioning about the fact that one of these teams are going to be eliminated here. You know, 1 and 3 is an ugly look, especially when you consider you've got the likes of MASONIC, Isurus, AGO, you know, teams that both of these squads would fancy themselves against are already further in the bracket than they are. So there's definitely going to be a rough result here for either of these teams. Whoever goes out 1-3, it's going to be a bit of an eye turner, perhaps. An eye turner? A head turner?
Head turner, I think it is, yeah.
That's the one. You don't turn your eyes, Trav. That's...
No. I mean...
That would be crazy.
You can, but it would hurt.
You move them.
Yeah. Look at this
Kind
duel.
of turning, I guess. Yeah, first gun round underway.
Yeah, that's the most fascinating part, isn't it? Been these 2 duels between the AWPers, the counterparts, Stanislav and Forsey, are looking to try and go for that duel toward mid there, but they just fall back off a bit for a split second. 1 more second of holding there from Forsey or Stanislav, and they probably would have had a shot at each other. And yeah, as you say, the form of SKADE has not been the best as of late, overall, not just on this map. And yeah, breath of fresh air, really. The wins of MASONIC and Isurus. Isurus have been fantastic, and MASONIC have shown some particularly interesting things, especially on maps like Nuke. They've been very impressive. But SKADE are also impressive on this round, coming in here. Rainmaker with a nice off angle will get the first, and Denislav's AWP can then be activated. 5v3. Shock, Zedko and Neofrag left. wondering what to do.
Yeah, notice Dignitas covering 2 angles at once here. You can see if they cross from in the bathrooms or if they cross from Banana Neofrag. Well, he just crosses an X on Dignitas' head. Beautiful shot coming through there. Maybe a way back into the round for Sinners. I mean, it was a 5 versus 3 courtesy of the Bulgarian sniper and Rainwaker, getting a bit aggressive in towards bathrooms to start the round off. Love that initiative that comes through from them, contesting SKADE in that part of the map before they defend the bomb site. But now we see Sinners looking to gain some traction on the execute. Util raining in. Ships has got some support here. In fact, there's 3 players on the A side right now for SKADE, and barely any time for Sinners to navigate the situation. Kills just continue to roll through. It's only Neofrag left, but he will end up falling as well, and SKADE pick up their first round of the second half.
Yeah, it's a double truck setup, right? There's nothing you can do about that one in the end. It's just one player already showed his hand, got the 1 kill, and then they bait you into him and the second of bubble. Too much to deal with. It's an easy 10th round, first team to double digits. Don't forget, you can order tickets for the Pinnacle Cup Championship that's going to be going on in Sweden in June. There's a couple of tasty invited teams already to that one. We've got Heroic, Fnatic, and Imperial. And, of course, Imperial, that's going to be their probably second ever LAN event, I believe, after the major. So, as a group, that's going to be a fun one to see how they do after the big boy event in Antwerp.
Yeah, that's true. Looking forward to the major so damn much. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Stickers released today. Got our pickers going out today.
Yeah.
We'll talk about who we have as 0-3s when we got another eco round coming through, because this one's actually quite a pivotal round right now. Sinners have no cash in the bank, Trav. So if they lose this round right here, right now, it's 11-9, probably 12-9. At that point, SKADE are in a position of comfort once again, right, being on the CT side. So if Sinners do want to keep this game up, you know, and maintain the pressure on SKADE, winning this round here is vital.
It is. And again, we have that double setup towards the left side of Monster, but the MAC-10, the flashes, actually work out for a good frag there for Zedco. Going 1-for-1 with the MAC-10 from what feels like mid-range there is actually really good. So, it's okay. It's a good, decent start for the T side here, whittling down that CT economy and their presence on the map. Their money isn't too good either. As you say, I mean, swing round coming in, really. You'd expect SKADE probably need to eco if they don't save a number of guns in this one. Same can be said of Sinners, though.
Yeah, true. 4 versus 4. Sinners look like they're going to be shifting themselves towards long here. Beastic's been able to get a huge kill, and now he's going back down low as he's trying to fake out the B bomb side, and it's working perfectly, Trav. Oh no, they pulled Dignitas off the angle with the AWP. He's committing all the way. In the meantime, 3 players from Sinners are making their way towards the A bomb side completely undetected. Dignitas now gets on the site, but he can't do anything about Sinners gaining full control. SKADE have to save. This is the end of it. There's no way they commit to the retake here, not with the cash they've got left in the bank. What a beautiful round coming through from Beastic. Not only does he get the kill, but he has that heads-up play to immediately make his way down towards lowers and fake B. Because think about the death cam from the kill that he gets on the player in Banana, right?
Yeah, that's a big deal. SKADE absolutely fooled there. He's running toward B, guys. He's running toward B.
Exactly.
Orpa
and then you
B.
see all the util as well afterwards as well. You can't even fault SKADE.
Yep. They just did what they saw. But sometimes your eyes can deceive you.
Yes, it was a ruse. And it's 10-all. Massive round for Sinners to win.
Indeed. That does force SKADE into the situation now where they can buy, but they'll be using all their money basically to get all the full utility and drop their 2 teammates as well. So, rough spot. The Pinnacle odds, as you can see, do favour SKADE, even though it's an even game, but that's just because of the map pool sort of favouring them in this one. Sinners are certainly a good call still in this series, especially with SKADE's current form. But they can step up at any time, and especially on CT overpass, you'd expect them to. But
yeah,
it's hard to doubt anyone's.
I mean, the really nice thing for Sinners is the fact that they keep 4 players alive in that gun round that they win. Look at what that's done for their money. If they win this, all of a sudden, the pressure shifts. And for probably the first time in the map, it's going to be SKADE who really start to feel like they're actually behind. Not just like equal or, 50-50 right now. Pressure on the B bomb side does come through. Shock looking for the entry. Actually does have a shot at getting the kill, but it's Sea of Blue in the kill feed. It's Beastic who finds the entry, but that's the only frag Sinners are capable of finding up to this point. Forsey completely blinded up will be eaten up by Dreamer. And SKADE win a key round.
That was not what I expected after seeing the opening kill come through. Literally, in the space of 2 seconds, 4 kills coming through for SKADE. That was a really nice hold in the end. And as you saw, the player on bridge, right? He was going for that duel toward the player on ABC, but just couldn't get the final few bullets required, and that just activates other teammates to help out on the other players, right? As soon as that threat's dealt with, they don't have to worry about that anymore. Flanking water can be so powerful as a T. That's why you have a player toward the back of CT or ABC to stop that from being a possibility. Sorry. And yeah, now we put Sinners in a bit of a tough spot. They have a full eco coming in. B6's got a lot of money saved to drop 4Z that AWP in the next round. But Denislav kind of needs to get out of there.
Yeah, but we saw what happened when Sinners got a bit ahead of themselves in their anti-eco, right? And B-Stick thought he could go cowboy mode towards Fountain with the AK. And yeah, well, Ships probably made him think better of that the next time he'll be in that position. But yeah, SKADE don't want to emulate that mistake. They need to win this round. There's no two ways about it. Need to build up economy as well. Not just about winning it. They need to win this cleanly.
Indeed. That's important, but it should be okay. It's just 2 Kevlars, but I've seen easier in speech marks, easier rounds lost and won.
That's
in
true.
That position again. Valve nerfed this a long time ago, and they've just found new pixels to stand on. Gets himself one.
Nice double
until
peek.
Neofrag. Yeah.
I feel like the double peek is a good response to that setup. You know, if they had anything but pistols, you know, they'd probably win that gunfight. But in the end, it is going to be a nice, easy cleanup coming through here for SKADE. Just finding frags left, right, and center. Only 4C left remaining. He's the top frag, I think, the server right now with 18 kills. Just narrowly trailed by Dreamer, who has 17. Rainmaker... Ships can't be too far behind either. But I mean, 4C, he's been so good. You know, you highlighted the void Oscar would have left, you know, when he departed the team, which is an interesting case on its own, right? Because when he left Sinners, it was like he's got another project coming up, and it was touted to be the Gorillas project with the Finnish guys, Sunny and Sergey, but that hasn't materialized. Either way, I think Oscar still had a great impact on Sinners, teaching them how to compete at a high level consistently and not just being an upset team. So he still would have like left them far greater than they were when he joined, right?
Yeah, for sure. Forzy's most certainly improved and grown into this role very impressively. And yeah, there was that one game, as I said, I think it was, I'm not sure which map it was, maybe it was Overpass, but it was early on in this event where he dropped like 35-11 to win out the series 2-1, 91 kills in the BO3. Absolutely nutty performance. I didn't get a chance to cast that one, but I most certainly kept an eye on the scoreboard after seeing how many kills he was getting. B-Stick gets a lovely entry towards long, and Ships tries to swing to trade that one. But Forzy, even while a little bit blind there, if the kill feed is to be believed, will get that kill. So 5v3 for the T side, but there is a bit of a flank coming in here from the CT side. They need to worry about Denislav still. There's one. They can't swing around in time, though. Neofrag was aware of that possibility. So now 2v4. B-Stick is close to the smoke. Spotted by Dreamer. The legs tell the tale. The bomb will be planted on the truck again.
Oh man, Dreamer trying to put the pressure. 4C misses a shot. That's going to cost him his life. And Dreamer actually gets out untraded. That's a really big deal. Oh, Neofrag trying to put some pressure. That gives Dreamer an opportunity to come out from the dumpster. Bubble's going to get a kill on Shock as well. What's just happened? Sinners have given up the round on a silver platter to SKADE, taking way too many individual fights, trying to get way too cute and fancy in the round as well. And again, they opt for the truck plant instead of the default plant. What do they know that I don't know, Travis?
The thing that's confusing about that truck plant is that Denislav, the AWPer, is going for a little bit of a flank. Neofrag's already found him. In what world is there going to be another player flanking? In what world is the AWP still going to be alive? You've just killed it. It's not like you can get the, you can wallbang through the dice and bank, right, and deny the plant. But that's still unlikely, even if the Denislav was in that position, which he wasn't. So none of that round made any sense as to why Sinners decided to plant truck. It's as simple as that.
And then you think about the post-plant positions they take afterwards are forced because of that plant. B-Stick, he crosses that smoker dumpster trying to get in the corner instead of going back to like bathrooms or long because he's got that plant that he has to cover, so that costs him his life. Neofrag doesn't want to fall back to bathrooms. You noticed he stays there to take the fight with Dreamer because if he falls back, he gives up that control. So he's left in the open to take a fight, and it feels like the player towards long is forced into a similar situation. So like, just like not understanding the school of thought in this one. I'm not like doubting their decision making. It's just I'm not seeing it right now. And what I am seeing is that SKADE are absolutely cleaning up this anti-eco with ease. Seems like Dennyslov even spotted Shock creeping into the corner. There's a flashbang that comes through it. Shups is mad. Shups is so mad right now. Denny, how can you rob him like that, dude? Oh, Shups had that kill dead to right.
He even got the left click karambit animation in the back, right? A little stab, stab upwards. That was going to be a guaranteed knife killer. We know that Ships loves his knife kills. Just stares at Denislav as if to say, how dare you? How dare you? But honestly, it's how dare Sinners at this stage. They're going to be, obviously like, Hayes, we have to call it as we see it. We don't know what their thought processes are, but from the outsider's POV, we have to look at it and say, planting truck could have lost them a critical round in this game. It was a 2v4, I believe, that they couldn't manage to translate into a round victory. They need a break.
It does look like, just trying to recenter themselves. Has been a couple frustrating rounds for Sinners, Trav. I mean, they got themselves, it was 9-9 and then 10-all as well. So they were contesting at the start of this half. Unfortunately for them, it's just kind of lost its momentum.
Very true. 14-10, huge round now. Big Byron coming in from Sinners. It's a must-win.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like how we always say this. We always like agree on what we're saying, but we just say it in two different ways.
Yeah, we're like on the same ball, man. We're meant to
I like being on the same ball.
Match made in heaven, Trav.
Bouncy ball.
Could be a cricket ball, rugby ball.
That would hurt.
Marble.
Rainmaker coming in with the frag, and people will get one as well. And look at this. Absolutely impossible. What are you supposed to do about that? Rainmaker's just completely taking control of Connector and even swung for a second. And that's the Orpagon as well. That is incredibly aggressive, and it's paid off for them.
Listen, if you're going to be a good team on Overpass, you have to be able to take initiative on the CT side, and you have to have individuals who are comfortable at taking gunfights single-handedly. Like, Rainmaker has no support at all in towards lowers right now. He plays lowers T-side defaults, and he plays it on the CT side, and he's just so damn good at this position. Oh, he's even aware that his 6 needs to be covered, going to drop the smoke, refocus his attention towards Neofrag. Oh, unfortunate not to get the kill, but does a lot of damage in the process. Neofrag, such a goddamn valuable player, or rather, Rainmaker is such a valuable player to have in your arsenal. Someone who you can just send in towards lowers and, expect to be more often than not. Neofrag, left to his own devices. It's going to have to be an ace clutch coming through from him. But this just seems impossible.
Yeah, he's been superb, up to 20 kills in this game, but I'm afraid this is too much to ask on 16 points of health. That smoke that's somehow in the position there toward the back of Monster that he's just had a go with is not going to work out for him. Dreamer takes him easily. And, yeah, it's 15-10 SKADE on the favoured side with Sinners on a bit of a rough buy coming in here. They're going to have MAC 10s. They're going to have a couple of AKs, but it's not going to be perfect. Shock had a bit of a rough game as well. Hasn't even reached the 10 kill mark yet. And we're on round 26. So it's we need to step up in map 2 when and if we get there.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be difficult for Sinners here on Overpass. They're probably just going to be aggrieved that they haven't been able to do themselves justice considering the position they were in at one point. Now they're going to just try and break down the wall with brute force in towards the B-bomb side. Good smoke in towards Heaven as Force Bubble back. And SKADE are going to have to play for the retake.
Bubble can play super aggressively. And look at that. Just peeking so deep in toward the left side of pillar there. It was a defensive and an aggressive angle all at once there. That was what was smart about that one. He gets the kill and significant damage to Neofrag, but the bomb is down and Forzie's in a decent spot. He's got Zedko to play off the back of him as well. Bubble and Dream are working their way in from CT and 2 toward Heaven as well. In comes the utility. Bubble looks like he wants to clear that position cleanly, but Zedko still gets one. Dreamer does get that trade, but in come the trade frags. So many of them as well. Suddenly out of nowhere, it's 2v2. Denislav will get caught by Forzie too, and Sinners are recovering this one beautifully. Ships 1v2. No kit picked up. Look, finds the first kill, but without that kit on his back, can't get anyone near the bomb. And I think he's just about going to survive, but no. Look where Bisik is. Mac 10.
I mean, that was Caster's curse. I'm going to put that on you, Trav. I mean, Bisik should be in your DMs after that one because you put that one
I don't want
dead to
Bisik
rights.
in my DMs. I want to close my DMs quickly. One second.
Listen, guys, at Travis CS. What is it? At Trav CS?
Trav CS, yeah.
At Trav CS.
Follow us both,
follow
by the
them.
way. ! Casters. Come on.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. I actually hit 1,500 today, Trav.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm close to
trying to
2,000
catch
now.
up with you.
Yeah,
Damn,
close
you
to
haven't done
2,000.
any giveaways, have you?
No, I haven't. Not
That's good.
for like 3 years, probably.
I feel like that's not... Okay, wait, look at this trap. They're doing it again. Sinners are going straight through it to Mac 10s. This time, Dream is ready. He's able to get one. Bubble gets a frag as well. It's not going to be stopping Sinners just yet, though. They still continue to break that wall down. Ships gets a frag. Should get traded, though. Flashes are great, and it's another 2v2.
This is hilarious. This is an incredible end to this game. Sinners just don't care. Going for the 2v2 in this situation, but that's the bomb plant denied just as Neofrag came off the plant animation as well. That's so huge. And Denistad finishes off the game. Fantastic map for SKADE to recover a little bit of form on Overpass. It's their best map statistically, but having lost their last two, they will be delighted with that one. And they'll be going into Inferno feeling pretty confident as well, as a map they've played incredibly in this season so far. Last 3 months they've played it 28 times, so they're going to be feeling comfortable, that's for sure. And we'll see how that map of Inferno pans out after the break.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Welcome back to SKADE versus Sinners, the elimination match in the Pinnacle Cup. Whoever loses this best of three is out of the chance of getting into playoffs, out of the Swiss stage with a 1-3 record. It's map 2, Hayes. How will Sinners get on? Can they recover?
Well, I mean, as you just mentioned, if Sinners lose this match, it means they'll be eliminated. It means if they lose this map, because they're down 1-0, right? They lost on overpass, and it was pretty competitive for the most part until the end. SKADE pulled ahead at 10-10 to win 16-10. And 16-11, I suppose, but either way, was fairly comfortable towards the end. Can Sinners keep themselves alive in the Cup IV? We're going to find out. They're on the T side right now. And I think that Inferno, they might still have some PTSD on this map, Trav. Obviously, they were ahead 14-11 against Bad News Eagles in the RMR event, and they weren't able to finish that game off. They lost 16-14, with that went their chance to qualify for the major.
And do you remember also in IEM Fall toward the end of last year as well? I think they lost nearly all of their maps in that RMR qualifier, like 16-14 or something. Like there were so many close games. They were going to be feeling hard done by that they don't have stickers yet. I feel bad for them, but they need to concentrate on this game first. And Sinners are actually taking this one really slowly. Got a player toward the apartments here, and they are taking the bomb there with 3 players. It will be a fake toward B, and it's be down to the pit player to get some damage done.
Nor Zedko going to be the man on point. The flashbang comes through, but he decides to go ahead of the flash, and that cost him his life. Dreamer still got his focus fixated towards apartments, and rightfully so. Denny's love tapping away. He's done damage, but he can't find the kill. In fact, he's now down to 6 points of health. He just has to stay alive for rotations to come through. Beastic with the Glock at range, not going to be able to get the kill. Finally, Denny's love goes down, but oh man, he's already bought enough time for his teammates to rotate through, and with that, SKADE will draw first blood.
No one could hit a headshot in that situation. They were just destined to hit all the body shots. In the end, it was incredibly clean from Dreamer and incredibly clean from Ships on the opening frag, of course, with the dualies after that fake toward B. But, yeah, in the end, just couldn't get the trade frag quickly toward Dreamer. And then Denislav, as you say, I mean, he wasted so much time. Sure, he didn't get the kill, but just the amount of time that duel took was another main factor in winning out that round. And that's going to put Sinners onto a full eco. They're going for the AKs in the third. No bomb plant, no reason to force here. Only a chicken to get in the way.
Yeah. And, well, SKADE are going to be looking for their SMG players to do most of the damage here in this round. Farm up a bit of extra cash. Going to be Rainwaker to open up his account in the round. Don't expect too much here from Sinners, considering the lack of weaponry. So, yeah, if they could find a kill too, that would be nice. Neofrag doesn't have a gun, though. He's looking for the pistol. He's looking for Forcey's gun. Where has Forcey's gun? Where hath it disappeared? Neofrag is as confused as anybody right now. And he's just got a toothpick, Trav.
He does.
That's all. Neofrag has got a toothpick, and he's gonna have to go back for his original. Oh, there we go. He's found the Desert Eagle finally. Oh god! We saw him do some clean work with this gun and overpass.
Absolutely, but it looks like he's going to die instantly after finding it. Another setup. There we go.
There we go.
Easily taking him out. That can always be awkward. I'm sure that toothpick would hurt, but not when you have a player on the opposing team firing bullets at you. So it's not gonna work out. In the end, the Eagle is found, but he'll also be found by Bubble. He'll pick it up and take it for himself. And that'll be SKADE taking a clean 2-0 start. Now it's down for Sinners. Down 2 Sinners, I should say, to get a good start on their first buy round coming in here. Utility, of course, is good. As they did go for that full eco. Only Forzy is the one to get a couple of kills so far. 4 players on the team, 2 rounds in without a kill, but very early days. Sinners, they love this map. They've got a very good record on it. And they do play it a lot as well. Sinners Inferno is a good map.
Absolutely, but the one thing I want to touch on is they've lost the map 3 out of the 4 times they've played it most recently. One of those losses is to NIP, so, that's fair enough. Tier 1 opposition, important to put a little asterisk there. But Inferno is their go-to, it's their bread and butter. So, it's a bit rough that they've been losing it to the likes of Bad News Eagles and K23. And Trav, we know that K23 are actually not fantastic at Inferno, so I think that's a bit of a statement as well. Anyway, first gun round is in full effect here. AKs across the board. Certainly an advantage here for Sinners in this round, considering the favorable weaponry they have at their disposal. Couple MP9s in play, and the FAMAS on Denny's Love as well. So let's see if this is where Sinners can find their first point.
Yeah, it'd be huge for SKADE if they could find a way to win this round with the bonus weaponry. The MP9s and FAMAS carried over. Go for a flash toward long, but he can't hit a single bullet, I'm afraid, with the FAMAS. That's the FAMAS for you. It's horrible.
Yeah, I never use that gun. MP9 ahead of a FAMAS. It's just how it is, man.
It is.
Either way, it's going to be Sinners who get that first pick. It looks like they're going to just keep trying to work towards the safe bomb site. SKADE have rotated though, Trav. They've gone for gamble, and I like this call.
Yeah, I don't mind this. There are a couple of players in pit as well for Sinners to worry about. Double pit setup could be very powerful, and Jim already gets the first, but Neofrag, good find. Do they expect Rainmaker here as well? Ships has gone down, in comes Bubble. Does that mean that Rainmaker will swing? Not till very late, and that's going to cost him. Oh, Bubble tried to take so much attention away from Rainmaker there with that push with the MP9, but in the end, the MP9 of his own didn't do enough damage, couldn't hit the shot, and will go down.
I mean, I think Trigger Discipline probably was the better option there, considering he wasn't actually able to take a fight when Bubble comes flying through with his MP9. If Rainwaker and Minipit was able to fight immediately, that was the best option, but he takes too long to get the kill on Shock. He doesn't even get the frag on Shock. He just does damage and gets turned and burned. I think, waiting for the bomb plant maybe would have been a better option. At least you guarantee to kill at that point anyway. SKADE will be buying back in response. It's a better looking buy, but they're light on utility, and there's going to be an early skirmisher towards middle.
There's the FAMAS. It's a bit of a better angle for it in that position. Dreamer gets one, and now the M4 can come and support as well. Look how many players are here for SKADE. If Sinners swing the angle, they're swinging into a stack of 3, and it's just too much to deal with. Ships takes the initiative instead and takes Forzy out. It's now all down to Neofrag and B-Stick, and in this position, they're basically done for. Sinners, toward the beginning of the year, in February and March, they had a run of 8 maps in a row, won on this map. But as you so rightly say, Hayes, they have lost 3 of their last 4, including that kind of surprising loss to K23. They did manage to beat Wisla Krakow in overtime, but another 2 matches lost were in the RMR against Big Bad News Eagles in an IP. Before that, they'd had 4 in a row against One Shot, Fanbit, Sampy, and Tricked, but just not the same level of opposition as SKADE or those RMR teams. Rainmaker will swing, but B-Stick takes a dink, 90-1, but he hits the dink first. AK bests M4.
Yeah, B-Stick is so good at finding space on Inferno. There's not much to be found for the T side. It's really difficult to try and work your way through gaps, but B-Stick does it really well in the timings. In that opening there, Neofrag to try and clutch the south though. Nice off angle taken by Ships. Just using that pillar as cover. As Neofrag steps out, he kind of clears in that direction, doesn't see anybody and thinks he's safe, but Ships is there. Nicely tucked in. So it's going to be 3-1. SKADE get back to winning ways. I mean, that was the important round, right? It was a bonus round in the third for SKADE, so they could kind of afford to drop the ball there, but they had to come back firing in the fourth, and that's exactly what they do. In fact, they've even gone so far as to reset Sinners' economy.
Indeed. That puts Sinners onto basically a full eco. They have Neofrag on the Deagle, the famed Deagle, again, but he's the only man with Kevlar. So you'd expect SKADE to take a 4-1 here. Hayes, who do you have as your 3-0 in the pick'em?
That's a good question. Like, I kind of want to go IHC because, I mean, it just feels like they have to be the choice. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say. I think
that's like
for
the
me,
safe option, but it never goes that way.
It never goes that way, but I feel like IHC, maybe 9Z, because toward the end of their qualification, you could just sort of tell how nervous they are, and of course they played sort of regional opposition rather than EU opposition, which they're about to do. I feel like there's a chance they might not perform as well. Love their sticker, but I'm afraid I don't have too much hope for them other than that. Yeah, it's gonna be a curious one. For my 3-0, I'm probably gonna put someone like G2 or something, because obviously there's a chance G2 can just randomly lose a game they should win, but also there's a chance they just sweep it. So I feel like 3-0 might be a good gamble for them. I don't know about you.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the challenger stage on paper, he's the best team in that stage of the competition, right? It's just a matter of like, are they going to live up to that title? Feels like whenever G2 is the underdog, you can expect like the sickest games out of them, but when they're the favorites, that's when like they just fumble the ball, right? So I'm a little bit skeptical. I always think, what is the most obvious choice when doing the pick'ems, and then I don't go with that choice because things just never go according to the script. I'm really liking Spirit, mate. I'm thinking Spirit might be actually a gamble for like a 3-0. I think that they're in great form right now. I think that's like a far-fetched one, but I think that they're definitely a strong contender. Imperial and MIBR are 2 teams I'm watching fairly closely. Keen to see how they're going to perform as well.
Yep, true. Bubble cleans up 4.
Exciting. 9th of May, next Monday. Yeah, Bubble made that round easy.
It actually is very close, yeah. But yeah, as we said, Bubble just cleans up 4 of those eco frags, very easy. Nothing too much to write home about there. Just frags that he would expect to take every day of the week on the eco. And yeah, I think you're right. I think Spirit could be a little bit of a cheeky bet to go through. It's the last 2 teams that I'm not really sure of, right? Because obviously you just want to get 5 to get through to the next stage. Yeah. You don't want to make a mistake with that one. But nor does Sinners. They're going for an apps pop here, and no mistakes need to be made here. There's a crossfire though for SKADE, and it's working out absolutely perfectly. Dreamer gets 1, Rainmaker gets 2, and he's helping out his teammate in pit beautifully right here. Forzy will manage to swing and at least take him out, but Dennislav's now here to freehold that angle, and he's got to re-volley that position as well. I'm expecting Neofrag to be on the site itself. He knows there's a player locked in pit, but at the moment there's no other problem because Ships will comfortably find Neofrag. He's the second man over just to make absolutely sure that Neofrag doesn't get any more damage done, and Forzy probably has to save his AWP with 40 seconds to go.
I did like Neofrag's approach there, coming up lane. At least he gets a kill onto Denislav, and he continues to aggress after the CTs drop that forward smoke. I thought that was actually a nice cheeky play there, but then he drops off the box, and that gives the audio cue away. Ships can just stay tucked into useless in that little cubby there, and as soon as Neofrag walks into his crosshair, it's a free frag, right? So nice patience and discipline from Ships not to try and like push through the smoke and keep up the fights. Yeah, good discipline came through there, and that was absolutely the correct play in the end. And as you rightfully mentioned, the crossfire was sick, man. Dreamer and Rainwaker doing a fantastic job on that A-bomb site. I mean, you could see that it was the apps burst by the util usage that came through, and I'm so glad Dreamer didn't immediately just swing and try to take the fight. Notice how he puts the emphasis on staying alive, because he knows the players coming out of pits are going to be focused on his position, and that means Rainwaker, who's just tucked behind the default boxes, he's just got free reign there, excuse the pun, as he just dominates them coming into the site, and SKADE continue on their merry way.
The perfect way to hold the A-bomb site, having that one player on site just to play off the back of you to help out that pit player, keep him from getting overwhelmed. And now Forzy has that saved up, but only has the Eagles to surround him. Sinners have won rounds with less, but on the T side, if there's a CT side buy, I'd be pretty confident, honestly, in this because of Forzy's form. But T side, it can be so hard to get the AWP into a position to make an impact.
Yeah, I mean, I would almost argue that Inferno T side is like the most difficult side to have the impact with the AWP. Nuke comes close, but I feel like with Nuke, you've almost got more options. Like you can go outside if you have a bit of support, you can do quite a lot there. You can make the squeaky door play, you know, have the squeaky door blown open for you, hold that angle. You can go towards ramp as well. So I don't know, like, yeah, as you say, the hero AWP on T side Inferno can be very difficult to make something happen with.
It's the only really option that, well, not the only option, but like you need to have at least some deals surrounding a saved AWP, don't you? Like you need to have a, you need to give it some support, especially if you want to try and save it again into the next round. It would be probably not the best option as you want to try and get some loss bonus built up, but still, having an AWP is better than not having one, I'd say. Denislav will swing right wide toward long and take shock out. Forzy just holding right now, you know, waiting to get baited in to get a close range trade, perhaps, with the AWP. Bubble on the elevated angle. We'll take one, and now this is where it's really hard for the AWP to get into the action. Bubbles just playing with the angles carefully. Pulls out the pistol. We'll get spammed down in the end, but even though there's a free AK for Neofrag, Ships is still here.
Look at the time. Only 7 seconds left remaining. Absolute dead men walking right now are sinners. I suppose Neofrag could look to save to keep the AK in play. Ships is going to kill him after the timer. Oh, you hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Neofrag saves the AK there, by the way. He's able to afford armor and utility coming into this next round. I think he should have just committed to that. Tries to get the bomb plants as well, and Ship steps up and gets the kill. And SKADE go up 6-1 off the back of that as well. So
yeah, that's a bit of poor. That's a bit of poor decision making for me there from Sinners. They just took way too long to make that call. Sure, Forzy does manage to keep his AWP, which is what they wanted into this next round, and still, I mean, look, they have enough money to get him a gun, despite the fact he dies after time. We only had 2.5, and that's not going to help for the future. It's it's the buy's okay in this round. Like it's not a huge deal, but the way they went about it wasn't for me. And almost got caught out even more. Say Forzy went actually in with that play with Neofrag, right? Maybe he gets taken down after time as well, and only has $100 to spare. Oof. But thankfully they're okay. Nade damage is significant in the early stages of this round, but SKADE in the ascendancy at the moment.
Oh, Denislav in the perfect position, but the flash is good. He's looking to try and navigate his way, and he does get around the corner. Good muscle memory coming through there from Denislav to get himself to safety. And now the focus is going to be shifting towards archways. Rainwaker is here, and he's actually in the open, trying to shift himself towards arches. What's the timing going to be like? He gets ahead of the smoke. Flashbang is good, though. Doesn't want to compromise his position, standing in the open. Takes the gunfight. The flash is good, but he spots it before the flash. But what a rebuttal there from Ships. He gets 2 kills seen through the smoke. Now he's focused towards arches as well. Could be the perfect timing on the rotate. Oh, SKADE, are they doing it again?
Thing is, though, Zedko's heard Ships run away. He knows his position has not been occupied now. Is the AWP going to be looking for it? Dream is in graveyard, and the AWP of Denislav is on the back of the site. Zedko's got the play here. He's managed to get behind the enemy lines. There's one. Actually looks for Dreamer's position immediately, but FaZe still takes it. Even though Dreamer gets his 1 kill, that's an excellent trade frag. And look how far Ships was away in the end after that rotation. Just made a little bit too much noise going toward B. And now it's a 2v2. Both have kits, but this is tough.
Played to absolute perfection there by Zedko to weave his way through that gap. FaZe and B-Stick 2 versus 2. Both of the players for SKADE going to be coming through from apartments here, Trav. But B-Stick is already watching this. He's hard focused towards apps right now. There's no utility for the CT side either. So it's going to have to come down to the gunfights. Bubble creeping his way forward, but he goes straight into B-Stick's crosshair. Free frag there, and the AWP will take Ships down as well. Oh, what a good round there for Sinners to win, and they needed that so badly as well. If they went down 7-1 here on the T side of their map pick, on the cusp of being eliminated, that would have just been dramatic. But they are able to stay in it, largely thanks to Zedko's play. And by the way, that's his first kill of the map. Just speaks about how important impact frags are, Trav.
Yeah, like, again, he only gets that 1, but it just clears the AWP out of the equation immediately. And the round completely hinges on that moment there. Ships. That brilliant spray through the smoke to get 2, but just too quick on the rotation. He was wary of Arch, wasn't he? I mean, you saw him looking for it. You mentioned it. He was waiting for Zedko, but in the end just runs away a split second too soon. Zedko realizes it, manages to slip through, and that was a really good find from him. Basically won the round. That 1 kill on its own. Of course, the AWP FaZe can easily wallbang through Graveyard to take that kill as well on Dreamer. There is Dreamer. SKADE looking calm. Still got a good lead on this half. 62.
Yeah.
Money was good. So then comes the buy again.
It feels like SKADE are one of those teams who play fantastic Counter-Strike when they're ahead. They can get a little bit shaky when they're struggling. As we see Shock get super aggressive, my god. I mean, he was kind of forced forward there because of the mod towards top of Banana, but unfortunately it cost him his life. First blood goes the way of SKADE. They continue to keep the ball rolling in their favor. Look at Zedko. We saw him make a similar play much later in the previous round. This time he's still trying to find the gap towards Archers, but unfortunately, Rainwaker gets a free frag as a result. Yeah, Lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice, Trav.
That was a good guess from Rainwaker to hold that tight angle, but unfortunately, as you say, Zedko just doesn't even consider that a possibility so early on in the round. Nearfrag will get spammed down by Bubble as well, and that could be just a little bit of a flash in the pan there for Sinners winning that previous round. SKADE have recovered again immediately here. Denislav has the angle towards short. FaZe's looking for him now, but 2v5 probably beyond their capabilities at this stage. Look at the angles being held. They're all perfect to cover each other. FaZe might have a line. There will be a bit of a shadow advantage perhaps, but in the end, Denislav gets both of them. With the arm being spotted for FaZe, and the big swing coming in from B-Stick is dealt with nicely. And you were right to point out Zedko's 1 frag, Hayes, because it's made me look at the rest of the scoreboard. B-Stick 2 and 8, Shock 2 and 8. Only player with a good amount of frags on the board right now is FaZe. That is not a good look.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bleak right now. If you are the side of Sinners, not only are they fighting to try and win on your Inferno, to keep themselves in the series, they keep themselves alive in the tournaments as well. So they need to find some sort of momentum. They have to have a platform here on the T side to keep themselves in the competition. And it felt like winning that gun round in the 8th, that was maybe the catalyst to kickstart things, but it's back to square one. That's a great shot there from Neofrag. Man, oh man, this guy with the Desert Eagle is just a spectacle to behold. That's an AK to retrieve as well. Oh, and he doesn't get the kill. Ships is even going to double down onto 4C as well. How does he's just like heat-seeking missiles through the smoke from Ships, man.
Yeah, I can't stop getting those right now, can he? That was unbelievable. And he even picks up the AWP as well as he's low HP off the back of that. Might give him a chance to even get a couple more. Sinners have that AK recovered, but all they really have to work with in this one is that recovered gun and this smoke double flash. Ships has a line. He's up to 12 and 3. Ships on this half. Ships on Inferno is always a sight to behold. Whether he's got an AWP, a rifle, or a shotgun, jumping around that half wall. And Slav will swing toward B-Stick. There's one. That drops the bomb as well. And Shock and Zedko are basically Just need to work off the back of the flash. It does work for one,
Oh,
but
man.
Dignitas still being alive. Dancing on the back of the site. Does get a lot of damage. Shot down to 30. But with 25 seconds to go and Rainwaker's position, look at him, just hiding in pool. That's dirty. Very smart position. That probably will be spell the end of this one. As soon as the plant gets tapped, Peak will come in. There it is. Easy shot on the side. 8-2. This is a fantastic half.
I mean, you know, still in a normal situation, we would, you know, say great round there for Sinners. It's an eco. They get 3 kills. I mean, there's actually maybe even a chance for, you know, them to snowball out of control in that round when we saw Neofrag find that entry, and he nearly got chips as well. If he finds that second kill, it's almost certainly their round, right? 3 kills good on the eco, but the problem is they're down 8-2. They need to start winning rounds back. That damage, though, does sort of have an impact on SKADE's economy. It's not like the scoreline looks like they're ahead 8-2, right? I mean, rather, their economy doesn't look like they're ahead 8-2. They haven't got too much cash in the bank. Dignitas, can he find the opening pick? Yeah, once again, surely a flash. I mean, this is a very stock standard angle for the AWP to take. In fact, it looks like Beastic wants to maybe step it from the middle side instead of second mid and maybe catch the AWP off guard. But Dignitas's not going to hang around to find out.
Oh, flash coming in, close range AWPing, battle AWPing from Dignitas. Oh, that was so close to a second. I felt like he probably should have hit that one. Beastic gets the trade, but in comes the flash. It's a little bit too late. Look, you saw how long Rainwaker was waiting for Dreamer's flash. He couldn't get it done quick enough, but will it matter? Dreamer steps up after that slight error and gets 3 in the pit, all down to 4Z. He's helped out by ships. Fantastic hold from SKADE. A miscommunication on that flash toward long doesn't matter one jot for Dreamer. He gets all the kills anyway for himself. Look at the odds. 9,
yeah,
reaching 10 now.
That was the round where it was still in contention, and now it's really starting to spiral. You know, I feel like Sinners were forced into playing a bit of a fast-paced round there because of what happened in towards middle, where Denny gets that kill. Then they want to try and chase him down, so they're, you know, forced to push in towards Archers. They get the second kill onto Rainwaker. It's actually Dreamer who salvages the situation and robs that round from Sinners. I would just like to see Sinners maybe slowing it down a bit more and giving Forsey more time to have an impact with that AWP. I mean, it's tough to have an impact with the AWP on the T side. You need time. You need to be patient. And it feels like a lot of these rounds have been quite fast-paced and hasn't really given him that time to, you know, have the impact with the AWP. Going to be an eco here and a prime opportunity for SKADE to get to 10.
Up short with the pistol rush. It's a good start. Rainwaker gets taken out. Dreamer's not being checked though. It's hard to get more than 1 though with the players dancing around the boxes on the site. Does well to get 3. Oh goodness, that's real good work from Dreamer. He's again the hero. And this one, to 12 kills. Ships is on a fast rotation through short. This incendiary from Bubble will do a lot of damage as well to Shock. Should burn him out. Always a lucky boy. In the end, it's the grenade that finds him. And Beastic will get caught looking toward the site. Ships, good retake. That was dangerous, but you know you're on form when you could even recover those rounds. Not losing to any risk, SKADE, in this game so far. Sinners fall by the wayside with those pistols. And it's 10-2.
I mean, Sinners were super unfortunate there, Trav. They get the kills to get onto the sites, and then again, Dreamer just destroys them with another triple kill, dealing in triple kills. I mean, 3 in the name, apparently 3 in the game as well from Dreamer. But what was unfortunate for Sinners was that they even though they got that 2v2 post plant, they weren't actually able to pick up any of the weapons. They weren't able to salvage any rifles. So they still just had pistols in the post plant, which gave SKADE a big advantage in the gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely. And Slav going to get run boosted a little bit. Oh, it's a little bit of a slow one.
This is nice. I mean, I like the deep smoke so that they don't spot him run boosting, but the problem is he's not able to make his play. I think the run boost is to try and get into Boiler undetected and then maybe peek second middle, but there was a molly there either way.
Yeah, it was countered. I like the plan though, you're right. The run boost wasn't perfect either way either. Like it was a bit too far. Too slow, sorry. Didn't get the correct movement on it. But it's okay. No problemo.
No harm, no foul. What can Forsey do with the Zorb? As I was mentioning, I want to see them take more time in these rounds to give Forsey more opportunity to get the picks. And you can see right now, he's sort of just playing the back role. He's covering everybody's back, you know, watching towards middle. It's going to be a quick play off the back of a flashbang coming through here from Sinners. A change of pace in towards B-bomb side ships. Looking for the man who knocks it down again. It's another triple kill from one of the riflers on SKADE. Oh my god. The M4A1S just sings silently, and The song is lethal, Travis. It's getting kills. Dignitas adds another to his tally. It's only Shock left remaining, but Sinners have been devastated in this round.
Again, they just can't manage to go 1-for-1 against a rifler. Ships with 3 this time, helped out by the flash, of course, as well. Bubble was playing that tiny crack angle to spot for the information and immediately chucked that smoke down and his incendiary and his flash. It's just a brilliant setup. And it's too much for Sinners to handle. Shock is going to try and clear out Banana here, but he's only got 20 seconds to go. He's got no shot in this one with how close SKADE are. Smoke will be fading towards CT, and as he tries to recross, Dignitas has the line. 11-2. They have completely rolled over Sinners in this second map. Don't forget, you can scroll down and click the panels below the stream to get involved with our partners. We have AstroPay, we have CS Money, of course, who are running a giveaway with us at the moment. Get yourself involved with that one. We've also got a 40% top-up bonus currently in play. So if you want to trade some skins, get yourself done over there. And SKADE, they want to get this game done. They have a chance at a 13-2 half here, and I would not bet against them.
Oh my god, I mean, not by the way that they've just been able to win these rounds. I mean, just individual heroes coming through time and time again. Shock just stopped caring. Wide swings Denny and destroys him. And they're just going to keep up with this aggressive approach right now, flying themselves in towards Archers. There's only one person on the same side right now, so it's primed and ready to be taken by Sinners. Shock with the AWP will add a second to his tally. Zedko's got the perfect flam coming through onto ships, and finally, Sinners have been able to make a round work.
Not done just yet. Dreamer's still alive, and he's been insane so far. They're just playing information right now, and that's the right thing to do. And Zedko hits a critical headshot. Really nicely done. Bubble should get the kill. Does, but has to fall away. And he'll be swarmed anyway. It's funny that Zedko's 4 kills in this game, Hayes. 2 of them, 2 of the most impactful ones as well, are coming in on an arch slash library flank.
Yeah, that's true. He has indeed been having a lot of impact with those kills. Unfortunately, just haven't found enough frags. Hasn't found enough frags. 11-3. A chance to make it the 11-4 half here for Sinners, which is still, you know, you would probably say the bare minimum for the T side of Inferno. The problem is, this is supposed to be their strength. This is supposed to be their go-to. You know, we normally see them winning 6 or 7 rounds would be the average for Sinners on the T side. So they just haven't done themselves justice or lived up to their normal standard on this occasion. And I also want to add on, it doesn't even feel like SKADE have done anything particularly special, by the way. It doesn't feel like SKADE have been winning banana control every single round. Great shot there from Shock to open up, but he's by himself. So that 1-for-1, not bad for the T side, but he's been traded out. Like I said, though, SKADE not doing anything like crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, like that was a nice shot from Shock, but that's just your bog standard mid setup, right? With 3 players, they're doing things correctly. They're playing smart Counter Strike, but really, other than that, it's just, that's the thing. It's the solid aspect of it that is locking Sinners out. Might not be locked out of this round though. How many can Bubble get? That's the question. Trying to shoot toward. Oh my goodness! As that smoke blooms towards CT. So much damage done to Neofrag, and Dignitas is staying aggressive toward mid as well, recovering the man advantage now for SKADE, and Bubble's just being an absolute nuisance. Bomb will be planted. Neofrag has the AWP as he's low HP. It's Forty to try and help him out. Last round of the half coming in. Sinners need this one. We all know how hard it is to retake. SKADE are going to look to try and attempt it. Bubble has the only kit in this situation. Molotov will force a player away, and that's a lovely clear toward Forty. Now Neofrag is in a rough spot. Looking for the first. Can't make it happen. Dignitas absolutely wide swings him. And that's a 12-round CT half for SKADE. That is very impressive indeed.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that. What a fantastic performance coming through from SKADE on the CT side there to win 12 rounds. I mean, you've got Ships who's on 17 frags, man. 17 kills on the B anchor. What a end up with 13 on the A anchor. And that just really says it all if you think about it, right? Like, regardless of where Sinners tried to go, you know, either Ships or Dreamer was just the immovable object on each of those bomb sites. And in the end, it proved too much for Sinners to handle. It's going to be pretty much a must-win pistol round, but it doesn't just start and end there for Sinners. It's pistol round, it's the conversion, it's the gun round, and only then can we start to have a conversation about them getting back in the game.
Oh, Mo. Pistol to Sinners. And this is going to be a fast play toward B as well. Ships is going to go through the smoke. Oh my goodness, timing. Oh, it only just goes in Neofrag's favour. As Ships pushes through that smoke is when Neofrag pulls out that grenade, but Ships can't readjust his crosshair to see him immediately. Neofrag's gotten away with murder there, quite literally. Bubble toward Banana, looking for his duel, but he's one of the players without Kevlar. So now he just has to waste the clock and try and fake out Shock. Not going to happen. Now it's the 3 players on the site to try and defend this one. 3 towards Ruins. Dreamer is here. Looking for the first. He gets jumped on by Zedco, and that's a really nice clear from him. Taking Dennis out as well. Rainmaker will expose himself from the smoke. Oh my god, they're spinning on the bomb. He gets 3 kills. How much time is there on the clock? I think they're going to be okay. Yes, they are. Oh my goodness. That was scary.
That was insane, tapping away with the Glock there, Rainmaker. They good, right? Right. Oh my god, that got so incredibly close. Jesus, Ray.
My heart.
Say 1 versus 5. A 1v5 post plant. He gets 3 quick kills. Thankfully for Sinners, there's just enough time to complete the defuse. Rainmaker doesn't waste any time. AK head armor straight away going into the next round. And why wouldn't he? They've got so much room to play with. They get the bomb plants as well. They're going to have 5 rifles to play with. And Sinners, well, there's no easy round just yet.
That was very close. Very close. Player spinning on the bomb, of course. You can't really spin on the defuse like you used to. Of course, they put an update in to stop, players from just altering their DPI and going full spin mode on a defuse. Otherwise, you just get ripped off it now these days.
That was crazy when you used to be able to do that. You would have the DPI changer on your mouse, and then when you were diffusing, you would just change the DPI to 4,000 and then just start spinning like a madman. So yeah, I'm glad they changed
so hard
that.
To hit.
Yeah. Exactly. Either way, Sinners are still feeling the pressure in heaps and bounds. Shock got a setup here with 40 towards the top of middle. Going to go pretty well for the CT side up first. Now the other layers need to come into effect. It's looking pretty good, but there is a response from the T side, and that's when Neofrag comes into the act and he shuts the round down.
Yeah, immediate on the flank there for Banana. He knows what was coming. He heard so many footsteps, of course. Relayed, that information relayed from his teammates as they worked their way up toward mid, and nothing you can do about that. Especially when you're flanked by the Silent 4. Hard to hear when I'm sure there are a lot of comms coming in. Don't even know where you're getting shot from necessarily. In some aspects of that. And SKADE with that force buy. Obviously can't afford to buy in this one. So they're going to go for an eco. Only Ships with the Tech 9. And the Kevlar looking to try and make something happen. He can make anything happen on this map with whatever gun. He's a very cheeky player, of course. Whether it's a knife kill, whether it's a mag 7 kill. He can certainly do work, and look what he's doing.
Oh,
what
no.
did I say? What did I just say? He's pushed Banana on his own and got both kills and taken the site for his own. What's happening here?
Listen, very rarely do we say something as casters and then, what we say actually proves to be true or work out. It barely ever happens where that works out immediately as you say it, Trav. So you don't have a caster's curse. You've got the caster's magical touch, my good friend. Forcia and Shock. No chance but to sort of set to save these guns. I mean, they can gamble and go for it, but I don't think there's a kit in play. So at this point, they're just looking for X frags to try and inflict maximum damage. But Ships, well, I mean, that's just Ships in a nutshell, right? That's why you want a player like him on your team. Someone who doesn't play Counter-Strike by the normal rules.
Yeah, that is, it's one of my few perfect calls in commentary, I guess I could say, for that one. That was happened at exactly the right time. And that's the value of just him buying a little bit more, right? He bought the Kevlar on the Tech 9 a little bit more than the rest of his teammates. He tries to make a play of his own, and Sinners, that is just obviously it's not what it's like, but it just felt like that was a bit like a matchmaking round, one pistol thumbs up Banana on its own, just somehow gets 2 headshots and rounds over because it's Inferno of all maps. Impossible.
The thing is, if anyone's going to do that on the side of SKADE, it's Ships. He's the enforcer. He's the guy who's not afraid. And it's wonderful to see him, playing with his shackles cut loose, and the proverbial shackles I'm referring to are that of the IGL. They kept him chained down. They kept his focus elsewhere. Couldn't just, play his crazy natural game. B-Stick, he's going to have to maintain this forward position because of the molly. That's why he's calling for the support to come through, and he'll be able to maintain his position courtesy of that smoke grenade. But 13-5, SKADE in such a good position right now. If they win this round, they're probably going to win the map, and with that, the series.
That's the round that might knock the stuffing finally out of Sinners. They had a chance to build a bit of a run there, and of course, 12-6 it would have been. Would have been a bit of a difference than 13-5. SKADE get free round, free guns, free money. Bubbles even kept the MP9 onto this T round. It's going to be tough. They've got banana control already as well.
Yeah, the one thing Sinners have going for them is the fact they've actually gotten ahead of the game in terms of the rotate here, Trav. 2 people have rotated from the say bomb side. There's going to be a boost up coming through. So they've actually got 3 players over towards the B side of the map right now. A man in the surplus. And an extra molly to keep SKADE at bay for that much longer. All their util raining in smokes, mollies, flashes, all with, you can name it all, they've got it. And it is going to be signing the beginning of the XG. Bubble gets the first kill. Neofrag's position compromised on the boost. Now it's on Forcey through the smoke to try and do some damage. Rainmaker, I think, is just trying to retrieve the bomb, but that cost him his life. And Sinners have the man advantage in play.
Yeah, that smoke towards CT is about to fade as well, and Denislav, just as it does, looks away from it, and that makes the retake very easy. Forzy takes down the bomb planter in Gma just as he comes off of it, and that's going to be an easy take in the end. Yeah, that was a bit of a rough one there from SKADE. Sure, they managed to get a 2v2, but the way the bomb got sort of thrust into the CT smoke, Forzy had to commit. Denislav had to commit to try and take it. And in the end, it was impossible. Forzy just guessed it and got it right as he pushed through the smoke. And yeah, SKADE will call a timeout off the back of that one, trying to make sure they don't have that happen again. But in the end, the bomb dropping into CT like it did, you could say it was a little bit unlucky. If I'm not mistaken, Hayes, the way you're looking is where the bomb tumbles.
The physics, yeah. Exactly. That's what the worst is when you're like you're coming up from short on Dust 2 and then like you're trying to get towards A and the AWP kills you on the cross and then you just like vomit the bomb into CT and everyone wants to die. But yeah, you know, it's a bit unfortunate. I do want to make a point that Forcey and Neofrag have been so sick for Sinners today. Both of them have just been in great form on Overpass and Inferno. Certainly not the players you would look at and say they've been the ones who have been struggling, right? I'd say Forcey's had a lot of impact on both of the maps. Probably slowed down a little bit here on Inferno, but you know, it's certainly not his fault that they're struggling. I think from a fragging department, there's going to be another gun round that comes through. He doesn't have his AWP. There is one for Denislav. But yeah, it feels like the rest of the players need to stand up for Sinners. Shock is doing pretty well, but we need more out of them.
Yes, as you say, like it's not necessarily for me Sinners playing really badly. It's just SKADE being basically impenetrable on the CT side, right? And on this particular map, they were just solid. They played off the back of each other with teamwork perfectly so far. And on T side already, sure, they've only won that one round off the back of Ships' insane play, but they're already off to a good start in this one. Denislav's AWP, of course, will take down his counterpart AWPer in Forzy. Of course, Forzy did not have that AWP in that round, so that's he went for a little bit of an information peak, did Forzy, and will get punished by Denislav. And they're working their way toward A now. Two toward the apartments. Good thing for Sinners is they do have 2 players in pit. Can they defend this one?
They have to, Trav. And they're going to be really struggling as well with the pressure that's mounting, coming through from all the different angles. Archers, lane, and apartments for SKADE. Dreamer looks to try and take the heat. Denislav will get the kill. Zedco still has a teammate alive in mid, but finally Bubble's going to be able to displace one of them, but there's still work to be done here for SKADE. Zedco just looking to try and stay alive for as long as he possibly can. I mean, they know that he's definitely in pit because he got a kill, and the longer he stays alive, the better chance that Neofrag can have an impact, but no, Shift is hyper aware of his position to get the kill. And Bubble's patience pays off as he's able to decapitate Zedco, and with that it goes 14-6.
Hayes, that was so smart from SKADE. They just freeze. They have a 3v2. They know they've locked a player in pit. The reason they freeze is because Rainwaker has the bomb in apartments. You can't risk just jumping across from apartments to the site if there's still a player in pit. They find the player coming up short immediately, and as soon as that kill comes in, that's when Rainwaker commits. Sure, the bomb is then dropped from that player in pit, but then Bubble can swing as he's trying to get that kill and take that pit player out. Very well done from SKADE. Patience is the name of the game in that situation, and they played it very well indeed. And now look at the buy Sinners have. It's a full investment, but it's 3 pistols and 2 FAMASs. That is not great.
I mean, especially waiting for your lives in the competition, Trav. That's not the set of weaponry that you want to work with to try and keep yourselves alive. It's going to be Danny's Love with the AWP edging his way forward, not able to hit the shot down to the player jiggle peeking in CT. That would have been the end of the round, by the way, if he gets that kill on B-Stick. So thankfully, B-Stick's able to evade that initial shot. And it actually looks like that might be enough to just slow down SKADE for the time being. Seems like they're still going to try and end up towards the B side here, though. We have seen this being their fallback in the past, right? Just put all their eggs in this one basket. And I think it did work out for them. I can't remember when they did it in the last time of the BAQ. But
it's been a while.
Wait, that was the round when Forsey gets the kills through the smoke when they had that third player here, right? The problem is they don't have the M4s this time.
That's what I was going to say. Like, this is not the full gun round, really, for Sinners in this situation. Sinners, I mean, as you said, again, 3 players here, but a lot more utility for SKADE to play with. It's going to be a full execute. They're modeling everything. Shock's burning in the corner. That'll be heard by Bubble. He gets an easy frag off the back of it. One Deagle kill comes in for B-Stick, though, and he's looking for more, but in the end, SKADE take it well. They take it perfectly, and they could be about to take this entire series. Dennis Evans holding Banana as well, waiting for Veto to swing. Faked out by the pistol, and actually gets jumped on by the 5-7. He does have the up picked up, but Ships is holding the angle. Still hits the flick, though. That could be a way back in. This is the sort of round that Sinners might have to go for because they're so far behind. But look, it's a double quad setup for SKADE. There's going to be no Molotov available for Sinners for this one, so this makes a whole lot of sense to play the situation. This was a full buy. There's no way that SKADE would be playing a double quad setup, knowing that Sinners might have some utility. They throw a smoke on the bomb to try and lure them out, but Zedko's out of there. No one's peeking. He wants to keep the up for the next round. SKADE are going to reach 15.
Okay, and unfortunately, Force is going to die to the bomb explosion as well. At least he takes Rainwaker to the grave with him. Forsey did have Kevlar and head armor, by the way. So, yeah. Good idea that he's not able to keep that in play. At least Zedko drops him the AWP, so they will have the big green gun to work with. But it's 15-6, Travis. And Sinners are down 1-0 in the series. I mean, really, the best we've seen from Sinners was that first half overpass, right? Was their... what was it, their CT side? They would have started on the CT side, right? And they did show some signs of competition, but really ever since the T side on overpass and since we've moved to Inferno, it's been peak. And SKADE are looking to try and finish this off with pace, but actually they've run into B-Stick. He gets himself a double kill, and maybe Sinners live to see another day.
That was beautiful. Neofrag with that flash assist, of course. The aerial flash, the fallen flash. So common, but can be so effective. Now Neofrag toward the back of the site. Can he get another kill? Shock will surely spam the smoke at some point with that Deagle. Bubble knows he's around that position. Neofrag is yet to show himself, and he hits the headshot toward Dreamer. Didn't even need the headshot. One shot anywhere. The toe would have been enough. Looking for a second, but Bubble runs him down with that SMG. Rainwaker is here. Looking to hold the angle, but his teammate's been taken out with Forsey going on that little boost towards CT. Now Rainwaker's in a tough clutch. 1v3. 3 players to find. Does have the ball on his back and a whole minute to play with, though.
We did see Yensi from MASONIC win that series with the 1 versus 3 clutch to conclude proceedings. So let's see if that's going to be the same case here as well. Rainwaker's just slowed things down. Sinners will know that they have to have him boxed in here on the A bomb site. So they don't have to force the issue. They don't have to play information. Thought Rainwaker might try force the issue in towards Church and see if he can get a kill to alleviate the pressure before he commits to the plant. Sinner's not even offering him up an inch right now, so Rainwaker soon enough going to have to commit to the bomb plant here. Time is ticking away. Does he commit to the plant is the question, and yes is the answer. So
nice.
At least he's going to be able to secure the plant at the bare minimum.
Yeah, and there's no kit here. And they have an AWP on a retake, so that could easily be a frag that goes awry. Rainwaker's put himself in a really smart spot here. He can see all 3 positions where they're coming from, but unfortunately, he's going to get dinked immediately. So I really like that positioning. He gives himself a chance to win a duel on all 3 angles, but unfortunately, Zedko will hit the headshot first, and that's the one that is most important. Puts him low and finishes him off. So Rainwaker did everything right in that clutch, but at the end of the day, just too many players to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, had they come through from CT first and then he hits that instant headshot, who knows what happens. I do think it was smart for Sinners to take contact from Banana, try and allow Zedko, not necessarily to win the gunfight, but just get the information. They're just trying to locate where Rainwaker's playing the post plant from. It's going to be 15-7. Sinners keep themselves in the hunt. The question is, how long can they maintain their position in this game? How much do they have in the tank?
Let's find out. Sinners need a run of 8 in a row to pull it back to overtime. Force your Molotov mid at the right time. And fall back towards the side. But SKADE are all together here. They could just take mid here and now, and they will do just that. 1 minute 20 to go. Forsey holding the angle toward Library instead. Gets the first and spots more players advancing toward his position. So that is a very good piece of information for him. Now gone through Arch though. Need to be careful. And in the end they are. Neofrag finds him nicely. Drops the bomb as well. Denislav last alive. Sinners are staying strong here. This will put SKADE onto an eco. So a few rounds left in this one yet.
Yeah, I mean, a very convincing round coming through there from Sinners. In fact, I mean, SKADE, they've tried to, bring a couple aggressive plays to the table here to finish off this map. We saw them rushing up Banana in the previous round. This time they try to get aggressive towards Archers, but they're going to have to give a bit more respect to that, to Sinners than that if they're going to want to try and close off this game. Sinners are still a very strong outfit. They've just been unfortunate in a few of these rounds, I would say. But yeah, they're still a strong team, and SKADE are going to have to play a little bit better than that. Oh, we've got a game of noughts and crosses here. There's no way. There's no way Denny loses. If you've got the corners, you should win every single time. Denny, he's won, right? This is it? No, it's a stalemate.
Unlucky. Just like every single game ever.
I do respect the Observer,
What's
though,
happened
for
here?
catching that action instead of the kills, because I wanted to watch that game of noughts and crosses. I thought this would be a dead rubber round. Dreamer, has he fought a way back into it? No armor meant no chance, right? That aim punches too much, so I'm right there with the Observer. We were catching the action that mattered, Trav.
We were. Exactly. Sinners dealing with this one nicely. SKADE just using this round to waste the clock down and make Sinners deploy their utility, of course. Bit of fun in T-spawn. Yeah, even though that one kill did come in for the Glock against one player, I think, without a helmet. It's a bit unfortunate, but still.
Yeah, it's rough.
Goodness me. Denislav's body just got smacked into the wall there. That was an interesting ragdoll. We saw one the other day when it was me and Tom casting on Dust 2 where Sticko was holding top mid. Player jumps up on Xbox and Sticko headshots him and he literally flies into the air like a space shuttle.
Did he take off like
literally.
SpaceX style on one of Musk's rockets? First man to Mars. Love that. Did you ever do the freestyle fly on Dust 2 where you could fly to like that snowy map?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Like free fly. Either way, I don't know what made me think of that, but 15-9. Sinners are fighting, Trav. The question is, where was this fight a little bit earlier? They needed to do this from the beginning of the CT side, and then maybe we would have been having a different conversation right now, but it still feels like this is a matter of time. The boost up actually not going to get rewarded with the kill. In fact, they get chipped away for their troubles.
That's a good start though. Here Frag's taken Bubble out. Bubble's the one trying to advance toward top of mid there. Trying to make something happen, but Denislav might make something happen here. He's already taken the head off of Shock. And at this point... Oh goodness, the banana battle, I was about to say, it looked like it would go in SKADE's favour, but look at the damage done. Sure, Forsey is low, but he's the AWPer. Rainwaker and Dreamer left, and now it's only Rainwaker, and he's one bullet from death. Can he win out a very difficult 1v2 to win this map and series for his team?
Oh my god, the 5-7's crosshair was perfectly placed on Rainmaker through the smoke.
Hello?
Forsey, what's going on, Forsey? He's just shoved
Hello?
walked straight through the smoke. He's given his life up on a silver platter. It's Zedko left remaining. 1 versus 1. He
4
has
bullets.
to win this, otherwise Sinners are eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup altogether. 4 bullets is all that Rainwaker has in the magazine. Zedko desperately trying to identify his position. Rainwaker now knows where Zedko is. Time's ticking away. Zedko's got the kit. He's got a molly as well, but he's dropped it towards CT. Smoke on the bomb. He's sticking the defuse.
4
Rainwaker's
bullets.
not taking the bait. Comes around the corner, has to hit the shot, but he can't. And Zedko will complete the defuse in the smoke. Sinners continue to fight on Inferno. It's 15-10.
I don't know, man. At that point, if I'm Rainwaker and I hear the smoke come onto the bomb, just get a reload off as quickly as possible. Like, it doesn't matter at that point. You're going to have to shoot at least 1 bullet at some point to try and get a shot through the smoke to deny the defuse and win the game for your team. Why not reload at that stage? You just have to. It reveals your position and you're low. That's what you have in your wheelhouse, right? You don't want to reveal your position because you're that low HP. That's completely understandable. But please, I feel like you just have to reload your gun in that scenario. And
I think once the smoke's been dropped on the bomb, like, at that point, either you're peeking and fighting or you're going for the trigger discipline. So it doesn't actually matter if you compromise your position, because if you reload, you can still stay tucked behind the corner. But yeah, he decides against it, and the diffuser's stuck in the smoke, and that's the end of it. So 15-10. 5 more rounds for overtime. Quick shout out to our observer, Trav. We are graced by the presence of a man who's going to be taking part in the major.
Of course.
It is Chef. He is going to be observing at the major. So shout out to Albrate, one of our observers here from Relog Media.
I hope he gets some noughts and crosses at the major as well. He deserves it.
I hope he gets some decent casters like he has here, Trav.
Of course. 4G will get the first as they go toward B. Lovely shot from Dreamer. B-stick. We'll get one more, and he can fall back toward Ruins as well. He won't lead off, but he can peek behind it. That's a good view down that angle as well. Dreamer will be spotted jumping over in toward Pool. Smartly tries to avoid those bullets. And now they have an afterplant again to SKADE.
Yeah, this is scary.
So many chances they've had, haven't they, to close this game out. Rainmaker's got the AK again. Let's see.
Oh, that smoke is perfect. Oh, there's a huge flank coming through from Ships right now. The problem is that the bomb's planted in towards Coffins. Ships going to be coming through. Should be able to get a frag for free here. That's an M4 as well. Rainmaker boosted up above the smoke. Gets a kill. There's no defuse being stuck. Neofrag's going to try to do that now in the smoke again. He's lost his teammate Rainmaker. And through the smoke, Dreamer will finish off the round as well. You can see Rainmaker. Well, he's relieved that they're able to win that round and get across the line. Not necessarily ecstatic. Business as usual. SKADE win the map. And with that, the series 2-0.
Only just in the end. That was a little bit of a comeback being brought back there by Sinners, but in the end, SKADE too strong. They were the better team today, and they deserved that 2-0 victory. You could just tell. I was actually very impressed with how they played. I think the CT half on Inferno especially, they just got too many rounds for Sinners to deal with. I mean, 12-3 is just too much. It's incredibly impressive. And they'll be delighted with that win, of course. That means yes, I said that twice. Sinners are eliminated from the Swiss stage of the Pinnacle Cup, so they have no more games to play. SKADE go through to the 2-2 bracket. You can see it right there, right in the middle of your screen. There's going to be plenty of 2-2 teams, which are going to be hard battles for them to face. You got some, new boys in there as well. MASONIC are at 2-2 at the moment. So it's going to be a tough one. We already have 2 teams confirmed to the playoffs. That is Spirit and GamerLegion. And we've got obviously some more matches coming up tonight as well. One more best of 3, I believe. So stick around.
Yeah, exactly. Dynamo, ECLOT, and Ecstatic. I think it's the last game of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, it is certainly going to be coming up next. What a game we had between SKADE and Sinners. I would say the entertainment value came through from SKADE playing great Counter-Strike and seeing their individuals looking strong. I'd like to highlight probably Dreamer and Ships, the 2 players who stood out the most. Denny with a lot of impact as well. But the team just looked good, right? They were on top of their game from the word go, and they were playing their brand of Counter-Strike. As for Sinners, there were glimpses, but there certainly weren't passages for them to be considered competitive. So it was unfortunate. We hope they're going to come back stronger after their major failure to qualify and now losing out here in the Pinnacle Cup. Maybe a bit bleak for them at the moment, but we all know what they're capable of, so I'm sure they'll come back fighting.
Absolutely, and yeah, they deserve to come back more on these, because what I've seen, as we said, Forzy, he's been stepping up recently. He's been playing quite well, so I want to see them continue to improve with this roster. But for now, Hayes, that is going to be it from us. We've got a couple of matches left, of course, for this Swiss stage, and one more left today, and we're going to hand over to some colleagues for that one. We'll be back for finals day on playoffs day, and that should be very exciting. That'll be later on in the month, so make sure you come back and cover this, come and have a watch of this tournament with us. But for now, we're going to take a break and see you guys soon.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay's withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
You got Hey guys, and welcome back. We're actually going straight into the game now, and I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Freddy Ogumi Runner, and I'm joined once again by Sneaky, and we are right into pistol round. Ancient will be first map, and it is the map pick of ECSTATIC, so ECLOT will be starting the CT side, and Valencia off to a banging start. Valencia off to more than a good start with a three-piece there. He's looking for some more, and he will survive here, Tom, getting support from his teammate, and that's going to be a very quick pistol round, and right like that, ECLOT, they're on a round up, and Tom, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. We've gone straight into the game. A little bit late in starting. Apologies for the delay, ladies and gents. But as we get into the action, as you can see, ECLOT, they're coming out the starting gate swinging. Now, both of these teams are fighting to stave off elimination. We are still in the Swiss stage of this tournament. And honestly, ECSTATIC have been incredibly disappointing throughout. I mean, looking at their past results, they lost versus Wisla, they lost versus Finest. The only win they were able to bag was against SKADE, which is weird because they're arguably the other best team in this tournament. It's a sort of mix-up between Apeks, ECSTATIC, and SKADE, the original favourites going into this. But, I mean, all three of them, except for Apeks, have looked relatively underwhelming. But coming into Ancient here, it's a fairly decent map for this ECSTATIC side. They've played it 7 times. On the flip side, it's been played 8 times by ECLOT. They've only won it twice to the, I believe, 4 times of this ECSTATIC side. But ECSTATIC now, they're looking to come in with a force buy victory in the second round of play, lining up this B utility, and cheeky Manx already up the B ramp. See the first buy killer, but they'll get cut down by Detour. It's a great crossfire. Dafu catches one, but Detour trades. Valencia another. Little bit messy with Basher. Basher is still alive somehow on 6 HP. And that's going to be a bomb plant. That's a very good round for ECSTATIC. 3 kills and a plant, Freddy.
I mean, they have invested fully into this, so their minimal aim would have definitely been this. They really would have wanted to win that round. However, very good for them either way, but ECLOT's still good. They do keep 2 players alive, both wielding their A1Ss, and it's nice to see Daitor get some kills on the board early on. He's a player, definitely, if anyone does not know these rosters, it's kind of the Daitor, or wait, is it Daitor or Detour?
Detour.
Detour, yeah, sorry, I did think that, and I just started saying Daitor. I have no idea why, but it's the Detour versus Fasher. These two will be batting out, both riflers, both kind of the star players of this roster. And the problem I have with Detour is that he is very inconsistent. He goes from being the best player on the server to the worst, and you kind of don't know which one you're getting in the day. And the reason for that, I feel like, is because he relies so heavily on his aim. And a lot of his plays are just so timing based and so individual, and it's like, you know, he gets there's been so many times where I've watched and I've gone, yeah, there's no way anyone else would have got that kill just because his aim's unreal. But then there's a lot of times where I'm like, you know, he's relied too heavily on his aim, and his aim wasn't there and it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, he's not always supported by the rest of the team, and that does come back to bite him. Like, when you have the star player, it's not to say that he's not supported, but there are times when this team just looks completely flat as a unit.
Yes, I agree.
And another thing that we need to look out for as well is Capson actually going to hit his shots? A lot of times recently, Capson has just been missing some of the easiest ult shots of his career. And it's been hard to watch because he's a guy I've been casting since literally the first HLTV game of my career. But just quickly a shot from that Kafida. He gets a lovely 2K, but Basher's straight on him with the entries. And into the 3v3 we go with 40 seconds remaining. Dafu, that's another great frag onto the kill hill. And now in a 3v2, ECSTATIC have a chance to claw things back on their T side in the early doors. Detour, he's got Fasher playing close right. I'm not sure if he's aware of this, and from the way he's positioning himself, it doesn't look likely, but he will catch the frag regardless. 1v2 now for Detour on the retake. And as that bomb ticks away, he's got no utility left. No idea where these two players are. No idea that they're going to crossfire. Doesn't catch the first, and that's a big round from ECSTATIC. That's going to mess up the CT economy pretty badly. And ECLOT, despite a double opener, they let that one slip away, Freddy.
That was such a good start by Kafida into Donut, and it's so powerful, that position. I see it's hard to play, but when you play it successfully, oh my god, is it a glory to watch. And he gets those 2 kills there, but then everything just falls around him, and especially Capson at the very end there, just walking out on sight. He seems completely unaware that Dafu could already be there. He kind of gets that timing where he has about 2-3 seconds where he's not looking towards a main in that cross, and that's the time where Daffy walks out. He neglects it, and it's going to be ECSTATIC picking up their first round. They've also broken the economy of ECLOT, so we only see a rifle on MBQ, an SMG on Capsum, and then 3 Deagles. This is looking quite dire for them, and ECSTATIC, this is definitely a good start for a on their map pick, but as you said, very ropey tournament being for them. Let's see if they can have any success here, and Daffy not going to find anything. The Deagles are going to reign supreme, and Capsule on 13 HP is going to win this cave battle for now. However, look on Bird from Sky. He could be changing the tides here, Tom.
Well, Bird from Sky is in my Detour here. That's not a
what?
bait. That's Detour landing a double dink with the Deagle. That's insane. My goodness, this man's counter-strafing is on point. And yeah, that's a frag that should never be going the way of Detour. ECSTATIC with the heavy investment, everything going in their favor here, other than the opening kills, it seems. They're just being run over. Max now, though, looking to recover things, has to check this box angle, otherwise it falls apart again. Captain goes down. Oh, but the swing comes in from Detour. My God, the man of the round. 3 insane kills to his name. And ECSTATIC, that was their buy round. That was their easy equalizer. They just get flattened by Desert Eagles.
That was really impressive, and it all stems down to that just kind of 1 kill from Detour. I really want to see that back, but Detour, what a lovely game piece of play there. And I don't think we can emphasize, and I was talking to Tom about this earlier before, is that like Detour, you don't know which one you're getting, and I will drive this home because it just seems so. It's crazy. I've never seen a player go from being the best player potentially in Tier 2, which he's showing today. I was talking about the Fascia versus Detour battle, and he's been winning it quite a lot so far in this early game. This is the mapping of ECSTATIC, so if ECLOT are able to get onto Inferno, I'm really excited to see if they have the advantage and if they can close it out 2-0.
Actually, just quickly, we haven't talked about the map picks yet, because obviously we came in quite hurriedly. So it's Ancient, which is the pick for ECSTATIC, and then Overpass, I believe?
Inferno, then Overpass.
Inferno, then Overpass.
Should we talk about after this round, just so we can get this round out of the way, because Detour's he's got 10 kills already, Tom.
That's absolutely insane. As you say, you never know which Detour you're going to get, and I'm pleased to see that, at least so far today, we've got the spicier version. He hit a disgusting upward flick as he's running down B ramp to start off this round. He's picked up 2 more kills. I believe that's his 3rd multi-kill of the game already, and we're in round number 5. And ECSTATIC...
Yeah, oh my God, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. ECSTATIC is getting bullied. That's a nice kill from Cello, though. It does bring things back a little into contention for them. But MBQQ on the middle flank, well, if he catches a timing here again, ECSTATIC can... I'll get ruled out quite safely from this round. They do have utility left. That's a good flashbang. Forces Capson off the angle. There's another one on Zello to allow them to get onto this site. The bomb will be going down. He can provide cover. That's a great kill for Feeder. Almost a follow-up, though. Almost isn't good enough. That's a 4th on the board for ECLOT as they're storming away on their opponent's map pick early doors.
The one dangerous thing, and I'll link... I'll come back to the maps in a second, but I think this round really shows it is really important. That I'll link it back to teams like Cova as well, where you have potentially one player, Yuli for Cova, and for ECLOT you have Detour, and you have these players who are making the plays, but then around him, when he dies, there isn't as much sustainability. Like, he gets a 3k there, and then it ends at 2... Like, you keep 2 players alive. That's not great for the economy going forward in the this game. But Tom, do you want to run us through the maps real quick, just while we have a few seconds?
Yeah, sure. So looking over at ECSTATIC, Inferno is their best map pick by far. It's a 64% win rate map for them, and they played it 14 times. It's been played 15 times by ECLOT with a 60% win rate, so very evenly matched there. It'll be a grueling second map, I'm sure. And for our 3rd map of Overpass, well, that's not great for either team. It's not been played much by ECLOT. As Valencio tries a cheeky bit of wall spam there, forced off by the utility. And it's even worse for ECSTATIC, but my goodness, that's a brutal dink onto Zello. That is not what ECSTATIC need at all for their confidence. And guess who it is? It's Detour to land that dink. And now with 27 HP, a Galil and 2 flashbangs, I can't imagine this squad is looking particularly confident, especially Zello. Max is low 2. they've run out of util. To be fair, the CTs have as well, but I don't know. This whole start of the games seems so messy from teams we're normally complimenting, especially on the ecstatic side for the just prowess of their IGLs.
Yeah.
You think things would be going a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, especially on Ancients, one of Ecstatic's best maps alongside Nuke and Vertigo. But Kafida here, talking about IGLs, IGL of ECLOT, someone that does impress me quite a bit, is going to get tested here, and he only goes 1-for-1, but does even more damage to these Ecstatic players. MBQ following in pursuit, 1-for-1 across the board, and the retakes will be coming in now. 3 versus 3, but ECLOT, they definitely have the advantage here.
Yeah, health far greater on their side, but they don't have a smoke for that bomb, Freddy, and that could come back to hurt them. Not that they wouldn't be able to be spammed down through it regardless, but now with all of these players playing incredibly passive towards both Hall and Donut, I think this retake might be called off, potentially. Yeah, they've got to get moving, but look at this. Perfect from Bird from Sky. Almost perfect from Bird from Sky. But now with the time ticking so damn low, I think Max has done it. That's a gorgeous 3k from him. Last alive is Detour. He can't catch anything. And I want to say that's well done by Ecstatic, but did they really have to lose 2 players in that engagement?
That is really, really impressive from Manx there. Very nicely done in towards Donut. And yeah, as you said, that's a very strange play from ECLOT. The time was ticking down, and I just see Detour crouching behind Big Box there on side. And I was like, what are you doing, man? So probably not a round they should be losing. But the irony of it is, look at the economy. 4 MAC-10s from this Danish side and 1 AK. We saw an AWP being pulled out from Caps, and we see the replay here. Very nice done from Manx. And I'm pretty sure when we come back to this one, it could be them already on the B bomb site, because they were very fast. Yeah, look how close they are to Detour. He's going to get tested once again, potentially. And ECLOT, just not a great round overall.
No, and they're using the very little utility they have very early on. And actually, a reply grenade from Ecstatic this time puts Valencia onto 64, giving him a taste of his own medicine from the previous. But with that menacing-looking auto shotgun waiting patiently in caves, he might be forced off by this Molotov. His feet just not quite tickled yet. He's been slow-cooked, it seems, Freddy. The Molotov is not effective enough.
Oh!
The Dafu certainly is. A lovely running headshot with the MAC-10. Putting us into a man advantage for this T side. And Ecstatic, they do look to be picking themselves back up after a rocky start on their own map pick. But they aren't going to aggress towards B, despite the fact only Detour is here to defend. But in fairness, Detour's been putting up the numbers of all 3 B site players in the one package. MBQQ instead, this could be a very big flank, but I believe he's not being watched. He's been allowed to sneak through. That's 1 headshot, almost the second kill, but MBQQ and Kavita find 1 apiece.
Wait, no, Detour didn't even get a kill on that bomb site, so he lets them go straight away. It's going to be a Deagle and AWP on the retake. Not the 2 weapons that you would want. There's no kit as well, no utility.
Look at the health.
This is looking... The health is really low, but it's one of those things where ECLOT, they don't even realize. They'll probably know 1 or 2 players are not on 100 HP, but how are they going to know that all 3 of them are? They're going to go for this retake. It's kind of all down to Kafida, pretty much, with this Deagle, as the AWP won't be able to capitalize on that low HP player. Kafida up goes on personal. He spots the first. Here's that very nice headshot. Overkill, potentially. And he doesn't spot out Manx. No, I mean, not Manx. Dafu. Dafu is still 1 HP alive on ramp, and he's going to come alive, the MAC-10. All he needs is a single point of HP, and he's going to win the round alongside Manx. 4 for 3, ECLOT, they still have the advantage, but those 2 last rounds, Ecstatic had no right in winning.
I mean, it was incredibly well played from them in the post-plant, though. They don't give up any unnecessary fights. They just tuck in safely. They realize their HP is low. And also, it's quite unfortunate for the CT side. They had the worst weapons for the job, really. An AWP and a Deagle for a full sight retake, and only a flashbang between the pair of them. Ecstatic, they get a little bit lucky there, but otherwise it is well played from them. They wouldn't have gotten to that point in the first place without some stunning entry frags, and denying Detour on the B side a single frag. Things are starting to look up for them now, and hopefully that hasn't knocked Detour's confidence too much. I want to see this man playing at his full potential the entire game through. As we said, he's a very exciting player to watch, but incredibly inconsistent. And he is looking for a deke here onto none other than Burn from Sky, who's floating over the box, it seems, at the bottom of B ramp. Oh, but goodness me, it's like Clay pitch and shoot for Detour. Down goes the Bird, but Fasher in with a trade. Nice kill onto the MAC-10. and only, I believe, that's one upgraded pistol left for ECLOT to try and get anything done with. And it looks as if he's about to get removed as Manx now in the backlines wants to cause even more carnage. The feeder on this rotate. A nice bit of lead pumped straight into his skull as Fasher sprays down Capson at range. This is an easy equalizer for Ecstatic unless they somehow let Valencia win a 1v4 on a USP, which I don't quite think is within the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I think you could be on something, Tom. But on the topic of Detour and just kind of his confidence and his ability to frag out, what I found really interesting is that I was taking a look at the Blue Jays versus ECLOT game, and one thing I was noticing was that he had a really lackluster T side. I think he had 7 kills on the half, and then at around round 20 he had 9 kills or so, and I was writing him off. I was watching the demo and I was like, this is another Detour game where he's going to pretty much not get a single kill. And then in the last 10 rounds he got signed like 13 kills or something like that. Not too bad. He steps up and, like, he didn't win the round, but fair enough, like, he can still perform even if he doesn't have a good start. But speaking of a good start, that's a 2k on the B bomb side. Oh, actually, no. A team? Wait, he team killed Valencia, did he?
Yep, that's a pretty awkward start to the round for ECLOT, and I think that may have just ruled them out a bit as well in this 2v4.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's great. Okay, unlucky that he does team kill Valencia, but by and large, Capson and Valencia have not been able to support him at all, really, on these rounds.
Nice flash, but again, they're only getting away with kills here rather than CT side rounds, which are so valuable on Ancient more than any other map in the pool right now. I think it was something ridiculous like a 60% CT side win rate on Ancient in top 30. And
not even top 30.
Yeah, it
like
just
HLTV.
In general, man, I think everyone wins more rounds on CT side Ancient, and I think I heard you and Brandon saying it's not uncommon at all for a team to go 14-1, 12-3 on their CT side, and it's still being a competitive game at the half switch.
Yeah, which is... I remember we were talking about that, because we literally saw a 14-1 half, and then the game... I'm pretty sure the game went silent, like 16-12, 16-13, and it was one of those rounds where it's like, of course, it was... I think the last round they won was a force fight, like Tech 9 Rush B type thing, and it was like, of course, that's how it ends, but honestly, it really isn't. It's not unusual, which is... I think the reason why there should be some changes implemented into Ancient to have that not the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the major, we'll see some changes to Ancient. It would be unfair to do it beforehand, especially with a week to go at this point. And, that's a grenade that's going to do less damage than I thought onto Gafida, but again, the economy's just in tatters for ECLOT here. They've not been taking... they've not been taking very intelligent fights, it seems. And also their lackluster investment into utility constantly is starting to get a bit jarring. I reckon a couple of SMG rounds, especially towards that B site, where you go util heavy and just play off the back of each other, they're often so much more effective than rifles with no util, especially as Ecstatic burst through on you, or any T side for that matter. Oh, and Valencia, that has to be a kill.
Yeah, well, like at least one there onto. It's the one player that is low, he doesn't get the kill on. But one thing I did see about ECLOT is that their utility usage isn't that great by large. I feel like they do rely on their individual prowess more than they should, especially when they coming up against teams like Ecstatic. They don't have that individual prowess, and what did impress me is their use of flashbangs, and I feel like they had a really nice ability to flash each other into angles and support each other like that. It seemed very set play-esque, especially on defaults on their T side of like, okay, we flash this, then we flash this, then we flash this. So it would be, I think, especially going into Inferno, I'm interested to see how if Ecstatic are able to combat that. But right away here, Bird from Sky finally getting some kills, and they've got a 2-round advantage on their T side.
Also, going back to your point on the flashbangs, it's something we have seen, but it's always been utilized at the worst possible moment, or a moment where the kill just isn't really relevant.
Oh, look at the map, Tom.
Oh, that's brilliant there from Ecstatic. That's going to be an open A bomb site. The only man to deny is the Temple player in NBQQ, and he's AWPing into the caption here.
Oh.
who will have to rotate on in from the other side of the map. He does have the big green in show, but honestly, there's no point even attempting this retake. I think ECLOT have already realized this, but they've been completely cut out in terms of presence. Brilliant post-plant utility from ECSTATIC, and this is Oh, it's a round for a start, yeah. But this is the ECSTATIC that we wanted to see. 7 rounds on a T-side on the map of Ancient. It's really well done. Makes us another great kill. He's getting a bit cheeky with it, but no, he goes down to Fasher as well. Constant overextensions. I already called that this should have been a save, but look at this. They could have had 4 left alive going into the next round. Now they've got no money. They've got 1 player alive, and the 1 player who's alive is Capson on the AWP, who has not hit a single shot for the past 6 rounds.
There's not really much to say about that round apart from exactly what you've just mentioned. MPQQ, it's a bit unfortunate because I don't know if that was necessarily his call. We can never know who called that round, what happened, but he was plunged into a really unfortunate position. He could have potentially got 2 there, and like if he'd got 2, the round would have definitely been contestable. But before we get into this round, you could head over to our partners over at Pinnacle. You saw the odds on screen, definitely in favor of ECSTATIC, and they slowly have been just getting more and more in favor, because understandably so. And if you do want to go over, you can find all the latest in-play offerings for this game and any other, but make sure you bet in a safe and fun environment when you can afford and when you're over 18.
Yeah. A bird from Sky, known to be a fragger. Will get mullered by the MP9, and that's a 2K for Valencio. That's exactly what ECLOT need to get back into this series. Big fragging from the man in Cave, and notice how he's actually switched positions with Detour. Detour's been thrown onto a scout, and Valencio immediately has more success in towards his own position. As Zello, well, he tries to bring things back as he creeps up mid with a big green of his own. It's amazing how similar these positions are for these 2 teams, and it's amazing that I thought Zello hit that shot for a second. I realised now that he did not. Instead, he takes the damage. But they're going to bait and switch. This is beautiful. The Deagle on the left-hand side of Kafida catches 1, but Zello's faster. Into the 2v3 we go, and the weapon's not great on some of these CT players, and Max capitalizes fully. Detour runs in with a scout, gets absolutely shut down, and as the numbers are evened up, Zello gets another freebie. Valencio, he shift walks through the smoke, not even challenging his Capson, the man who's still not hit anything for 6 odd rounds, is left in a 1v2. It's a free A-site bomb plant. They got 25 seconds. Time isn't the issue here. They just need to make sure Capson isn't allowed this kill onto the bomb carrier, because if he does, that's where the round collapses. But Bello makes some noise. Will go down to the AWP. Capson spots the last player alive. 10 seconds to go, and the plant has to be stuck. He's pushing on out.
What a shot.
And Capson will have a great round here, exactly when needed. 5 on the board for ECLOT, and it took them a damn long time to do it on their CT side. But they stave off allowing ECSTATIC winning the first half, at least for the time being. And that would have been catastrophic.
Very, very impressive from Capson. Got a little bit close there. That 4v2 turned into a 1v2. But Capson, you were bashing him down, but he does show up when his team needs him. Excello, very impressive, though, with those 3 kills. He's a player that I've been very critical of, and I feel like the whole of this scene has been critical of. But finally, he does step up in this round. Unfortunately, it doesn't accumulate or anything.
I mean, Zello does have big boots to fill. Wolfie was a pretty prominent player on this ECSTATIC lineup, and it was very unfortunate for them when he decided he wanted to take some leave, because, as you can see, their performance has dropped off a cliff for the most part. They are recovering things slowly, but I reckon it's going to take them at least another month before they can fully integrate Zello into this lineup. And for Fina, that's a nice entry. Dafu goes straight it back. It's a game of smoke spamming here. Very lucky for both sides to get away with something there. I think they might have actually walked into each other.
I think they did, yeah. I mean that's something we brought up at the beginning of the aggression from Kafida, and how it's nice to see IGLs, especially like Bird from Sky. They both like to take charge, and it's not lead by what I say, it's lead by what I do.
Yeah, and I've actually got it written down here. The roles for this team almost like exactly collide. 2 IGLs who like entering. We've got 2 lurkers who are, you know, very, very prominent in their lurk roles. They will, I guess, lurk into oblivion. I mean, even as their team is getting mowed to pieces, they just stand their ground, which is both a good and a bad thing, because it keeps the element of surprise quite consistent. But Capson surprises Dafu there with a nice AWP shot to the cranium. Valencio, he's got the perfect angle here. Can't quite kill the bomb carrier, though, so this round is still in contention. Zello with very low HP. Basher will have to do a lot here. and he's playing quite risky. There is at least a smoke towards cave for the time being. A bit of space. Fasher does big damage, but again, no kills coming through for either side. That's a wonderful one to find for Fasher as we head into the 2v2 and everyone's HP is low. Zello, nice frag onto Detour, leaving Capson again in a 1v2 clutch. Can't quite see the head of the first, but we'll get a freebie onto Zello unless... Oh, Zello, he's moving away from the angle and Capson's just a moment too slow. This is so unfortunate. Look at these timings, Freddy does find the first. A lovely shot to find, but he's not going to accept the player on his right-hand side. That's a headshot from Fasher. And again, despite the low HP on everyone, it will be ecstatic to pull things out of the bag. 8-5 now on T-side Ancient, and it's looking pretty rough for ECLOT on this ecstatic map pick.
Somebody who I do think has very nice skins is a player like Daitor, and if you want to go get something similar to him, you can head over to CS Money, click in our banner below, and you can get some very tasty discounts as well when you add some money, because, yeah, Xelo's got the same gloves, I think, as Daitor. They're very, very nice. A lot of these players have some very good skins, and you know what they say, skins do equal skills.
And, yeah, as you said, a 40% top-up bonus when you pay with cash. You can trade them on the site. Escafida will get traded out by Dafu. It's a nice entry, but what can they really do with just these upgraded pistols again? Valencio, he has the MP9, Capson, and it's a big risk. It's good to see that Capson has slowly worked his way into this game, but it was already too little too late on that CT side. Their economy was constantly in tatters, and yeah, it was too slow before he was able to get out the big green. The double-up setup really screws them over. Their economy is just shattered, and they don't win that round they invest into it anyway. And ecstatic, this is a free night for them. Capson just needs to save the ult for the final round here. They've got no real money, and they've got very little chance of actually being able to pull this map over the line. Capson might get a free. Yes, I saved that. Looks the wrong way. Very unfortunate. And down he goes to Fasher. Lovely headshot.
That's huge.
Rough round there for ECLOT, and there's not much else we need to say.
Well, I'm looking out for the T-side masterclass from ECLOT here. This could be a 10th round on the board for ecstatic going into their CT side. Definitely one for the confidence booster. In the end, this is the map pick of ecstatic. I think they were most definitely the favorites coming into this series, and most definitely the favorites going into a map like Ancient. Something they are super, super comfortable on, and, you know, like, they proved themselves on LAN, online, against some of the top teams in Europe, where ECLOT, they have struggled on both LAN and online on a map like this. So I did expect something like this to happen, not to maybe the extent, but Inferno I feel would be the true test of what ECLOT can do.
Yeah, I think that's definitely...
Oh, what is this aggression?
MBQQ, okay, gets challenged. Manx somehow swings him down, Kafida to trade, and it's a little bit messy from ecstatic there. And ECLOT, they have their first man advantage in quite some time. In fact, that's something I've not really touched up upon. ECLOT always seem to lose their opening fights. They're always playing from 4v5 or 3v5, which is obviously tragic to start off with. And ecstatic, they're playing with such confidence. The fact that they've denied Detour anything since round number 5, realistically. He was on 10 kills in round number 5. He now sits on 13, which is, you know, 3 in 10 rounds. This man's consistency is constantly wavering as Bird from SKADE decapitates Valencio. We do go into the 3v3 again. That's the man advantage squandered for ECLOT. They're not playing off of each other very well, especially towards this B site. And yeah, their A-hole has just been quite lackluster. This is great from ecstatic. They're constantly changing where they apply the pressure, and it's constantly working. So what isn't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, especially with some of those kills. I think they had 0-0 impacts, like that 4v4 retake we saw coming. Just no impact whatsoever on those kills. They will be heading on to the B-bomb site now. Detour, he can step up now. Capson pushed off the angles. It's all down to Detour. He swings out, get that first. Will be traded out. Capson, no, he misses that shot. He had to hit that. Hits the second. Misses the no-scope, and Bird from Sky will plunge himself into a 1v1. He gets spotted out, but the bomb will be planted. That nade not doing as much damage as I think it was hoped for. And give Veto the IGL. He started off the round, was out the round. ECLOT, at least they pushed themselves to 6, and ecstatic, a very nice T-side indeed.
But finally, the battle of the IGLs is won out by that CT side. I reckon it's far too little too late, though, yeah. Ecstatic, this is an impeccable T-side. We talk about Danish teams having interestingly good T-sides on Ancient. I think you know who I'm indicating at there. Astralis. more recently picking up some fantastic dominant wins across
Yeah.
Tier 1 tournaments with
Masonic
their
this
ancient
morning.
sides. And what was that, sorry?
Masonic this morning.
Yeah,
Like,
Masonic.
Masonic are just unbelievable. So much love for that team. That like their ancient this morning, just good. There's not really much to say about it.
Is Masonic actually signed now?
What do you mean by that?
As in, is Masonic their organization?
They've been Masonic for like 2 years now, I think.
Because originally they weren't playing under an order. Masonic. Okay, it doesn't matter. The pistol round is in. The Etor is in as well. Keeping towards Temple, in fact. He's on for a third, but it's Skafida to catch it. Fasher doubles up in terms of trading, but he's now left in a 1 versus 3. 8 HP on him, and he will find the head of Capson. ECLOT can't afford to let this one slip away, and Fasher, well, if he can bag this pistol, that would be astronomical, but I'm assuming he wants to save his armor here. Doesn't want to give up anything else unnecessarily, and he's doing in this round what ECLOT should have done so many times on their CT, of just going to save when you know the retake is out of the question. They lost so much of their economy to stupid retake attempts that were never going to go anywhere, especially in that 4v5 towards the A-bomb site in the double AWP round, where they lose everyone except Capson, and they only managed to get 1 kill for themselves. Like, it's crazy some of these financial decisions that ECLOT have made. And ECSTATIC on the flip side, they've done pretty well in managing their economy all throughout this series so far.
Yeah, this is very good from ECLOT so far. Just going back to Masonic, they've actually been a core of 3 since like 2019. I remember watching them in Inters way back when. And then so it was Black, Kraken, and Brazza who was the main 3 core who got signed in 2020. Brazza got dropped at the end of last year. Black went to he's now the CEO of Masonic starting from this year. And Kraken is obviously still in that roster. So Masonic's been around for quite a while. And, you know, they're doing just unreal right now. So much love to all of them. So good for them. But Dafu is going to get tested on this A-bomb site. There's so many defenders here, and they are just destroying ECLOT one by one.
Brutal. The bomb's down as well.
Manx.
Is trapped in that smoke, and Manx is above position. It's doing so much damage. Even Capson's been sprayed down. It's just like what we saw in the first half. This is the rifle round getting mowed down by pistols, by the force fight. Another smoke has been deployed. And look how scared Capson is to shift through and grab that bomb. The MP9 are causing carnage. Valencio looks to do the same. Does get tagged down by the scout. And now in this 4v2, Valencio and Capson are in very hot water. If ECLOT don't win this round, I think the ecstatic spiral is well underway, and already it's looking highly unlikely.
I think hot water is definitely an understatement.
Oh, look at
Valencio, there's no way he's going to realize 2 to 3 players are right behind him. Captain, a inconsistent AWPer by nature, is going to have a rifle just walking with his knife out, and that's one thing I will say I really dislike about players, that you barely walk any faster with your knife out when you're shifting than your gun. So sometimes, you know, you're thinking in your head you're going faster, but you're not, and because of that, he will lose his life. Double digits already secured from ECSTATIC, and it's really nice from Exelo there as well. You can see he instantly checks his flank. He presses tab, sees Valencia's alive, and just flicks around. Like, they just know he's going to be flanking. And we were talking about, you know, on City's side, it's not normally as much of a, it's not as present because it's not as possible. As soon as you go on the T side, you expect it. And obviously, 2 rounds in, we've already seen it.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rounds into the second half, I'm already starting to worry again for ECLOT. At this 3-round deficit, yeah, it's just not good enough to be only putting up 6 on the CT side, and that is, I mean, that's a lovely opening pick. That's already going to dampen their spirits with just the pistols, and the sprays continue. Capson's tagged, and Fasher, that's a nice shot to land.
What a shot!
Yeah, Bird from Sky finds another, and these pistols are just getting brutalized. And bearing in mind this was a 4-spy round from ECLOT, I mean, that just makes it even worse. This was a completely worthless investment. Yafida trapped underneath the boxes. He's about to get pincered by 2 people. In fact, no, not 2 people. Bird from Sky walks away from it. Doesn't want anything to do with the deal. Onto an unexpected Manx, but no, Manx is just ready for the headshot. And that is a flawless round. 100 HP left on every single one of these CT-sided players. And ECLOT have no money. Again, terrible economic management. Can someone please buy this team an accountant?
Yeah, I mean, speaking about fashion now, obviously it's so prevalent, his performance right now on the server, but he's been someone that's been so consistent throughout his whole time in Ecstatic, but understatably in this tournament against SKADE, even though it went to 3 maps, man was over. He had a 1.5 rating on one of the maps, 1.2 across the series, plus, and then he's been so good during this whole tournament, and he's continuing it yet again against ECLOT. Detour just hasn't been able to put the same consistent performances as the ECLOT star player, and it's showing in the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, that 4-round deficit is telling, especially as we head into the depths of the second half. This is going to be a free 12 for Ecstatic unless something goes horrendously wrong. It's just the Glocks. They've already made noise, and Fascia will be alerted to their position. He's actually playing anti-flash as well, but he doesn't need to. There's no flashbang on this T side. They have managed to keep 3 towards middle and B. That could come and help this situation. Dafu is getting run down by the Glocks. He has been dinked in the process, but he's still alive. Zello's there to chime on in. And, oh, Manx, that's a lovely shot to find. Keeps Dafu alive. Valencio can't do anything, and that's 2 flawless rounds in a row. Beautiful money management from Ecstatic there. And, well, talking about money management, why not try out AstroPay, another one of our partners? I mean, whilst Valencio is walking into his demise, you can check out an online payment brand accepted on over 1,000 sites that allows you to pay in your local currency easily and securely, and you get very fast deposits and withdrawals when using our friends over at AstroPay. And also, whilst we're here, don't forget to check out our partners at Pinnacle and bag yourself some tickets for their Swedish LAN. It looks to be incredibly exciting. Heroic and
wait,
Imperial. I mean, that's a couple of names that you don't get to see this side of the pond very often. I mean, Heroic, yes.
I was going to say Heroic, Imperial, yes,
Imperial,
but Heroic,
yeah.
not so much. But what a
my
nice
God,
start from
Detour.
Detour. Going back into this round now, very nice opening from ECLOT. The Czech Republic side finally gets something on the board on their T-side, the gun rounds. But as I'm talking about that, Fascia, the god himself, evens it up to a 4v4.
Fascia. I mean, he's been great throughout this whole series. 23-9, I've only just realised.
Yeah, man, he's been playing so well, and it's just getting better and better and better. Whereas Detour has been so inconsistent.
It's hard to watch Detour sometimes, especially with some of the plays he's tried to pull off. But Valencia, that's a nice entry. They might finally have themselves around here if they can deal with the Lil on the back of Manx. And yes, they can. Mazzello's chiming on in.
Surely not.
He's been toyed around this column by MBQQ, and that's a lovely wide swing from the man. Orpa can't quite readjust in time, and that will be weaponry saved over and a round 1 for this T-side. At long last, they can put a decent round on the board outside of the pistol. And, well, I was talking about how good the CT side economic management was. They can just buy straight back up into this. It's another challenging round for this T-side, who have to bring a Galil in on Valencio and limited utility. So it's not going to be an easy ride for them by any means. If they win this one, that's when the Ecstatic economy starts to crumble a little bit. Detour somehow managed to run through 2 Molotovs all the way up to close cave, and if he gets double swung here, I think he's going to have the advantage. Max has no idea. They don't hear the tick damage from the Molotovs, and that's because their Molotov on the CT side actually misses the mark. So that's a huge mistake from Ecstatic, and a free opening frag for ECLOT. There is potential in this round again, as long as they don't lose Detour and Valencio onto Fascia. It's a CT set just throwing away man advantages left, right, and centre. This is worrying now for Ecstatic.
We were praising utility usage from the Danish teams before, mentioning teams like Astralis and Ecstatic following in their pursuit. But as we do that, a utility miss like that actually causes somewhat of a round loss. But Burton Sky, he's going to have to be the hero of this round. But all he's going to find is an AWP shot to the chest. Captain finally pick up the piece a little bit. And Valencio, it's nice to see him realizing lurking's not working in this type of scenario and actually going and joining up his teammate, entering twice in a row now, and it's all down to Xello and Dafu. We were praising their economic stability. This is definitely a round they should save, and I really hope they don't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think just looking to see which shite ECLOT are going for so they can be on the other side of the map. They don't want anything to do with this aggression. Dafu and Xello, it is vital that they save over these 2 weapons, because if they do, Dafu can drop one of their teammates. Xello, obviously, hold on to the expensive big green and can buy a bit of util. The only person who won't be able to buy if these 2 guys save over their weaponry is Manx, but he can go Deagle Armor instead. So yeah, it's imperative they hold on to their weaponry. And ECLOT, their economy's not great on their side of the affair. They're not going to push this on the hunt. I mean, they'll join up with their teammates in middle and T-spawn. They don't want to risk CT, and that's pretty good for them, as they'll be watching them the entire time. That does mean ECLOT find a 9th on their T side, though, and already 3 rounds is more than a lot of teams are able to put up on their T side in the entire series. We will be heading to a quick tech pause, and whilst that ensues, why not head over to our partners at CS.money. Check their banner below in our stream description and get a 40% top-up bonus when paying with cash. You can either buy or sell or trade your skins through CS Money. And bag yourself something fancy like the Gunganir we've been seeing on the server today.
Oh, Captain's timed out. I was just about to talk about Captain and how his... I was mentioning before, Tom, to you, and I'm not even sure if I was actually had time to mention it before the game started, as we were plunged straight into it. But this AWPer, in my opinion, is one of the few AWPers within this circuit that I really do think struggles to find impact. And it's become more and more and more apparent as we have progressed further in this game. He's had a very lackluster performance, and he's had the AWP a lot, especially on the CT side. I felt like I saw him have it pretty much every single round, as he was. We will criticize the economical usage and how they really didn't have a lot of money, but he seemed to always have that AWP saved over, which was good. I think I've seen him get 1 kill on this T side of it so far, where he's had it in a couple of rounds. So I definitely am looking at him going into the later stages of this game to find more impact, and especially on Inferno as well. I saw him AWPing so much on the T side, which is very difficult, especially on Inferno T side. So I hope he does find success. But we are going into round 22 right now. There's 3 rounds between these two teams. And ECLOT, I was asking for a T side masterclass, and so far I've been given it. Can we see more?
I think Masterclass is a little strong, but
okay, a little bit strong.
Yeah, it's looked
okay.
promising, a lot better than what we normally see from this team. And Veto, my goodness, he's replicating the Astralis aggression, but Manx, that's a stunner of a kill, full blinded through the edge of a smoke as well. Valencio will be looking to make this happen. No catch bird from Sky facing the wrong way. And no, I do not want a Windows update right now, thank you. As into the 4v4, we are plunged. Zello looking to trade out his IGL, but no presence is shown towards middle. Valencio still dancing cautiously towards the outside of cave. He's got 3 players watching his angle now, and Zello will be the man to complete the kill. Very limited utility here for ECLOT. 1 smoke, 1 molly, 1 flash spread over 2 players. If they're looking to burst, they'll have to do it quickly. Defeater does actually see another smoke, and he will drop 1 more over to his teammate. I like this from the IGL, and they will now be going for a B execute as they have enough to cut off both lanes. But it's still going to be a 3v3 on this B bomb site. ECLOT better be prepared for an onslaught, and Defeater certainly is, but Fasher, that's a big double to find. This is looking like a 13th on the board for Ecstatic. 29 seconds left. Capson, I think he just needs to be out first more with this AWP. He's a good player. He's one of the highest rated on the team. But Fasher shuts him down. And Fasher, well, a higher rating and a higher kill count. As he goes 26 in 11. He's been playing like a monster on both halves. And a very enjoyable player to watch here, as ECLOT will call a timeout.
To be fair, saying you're the highest rated player on ECLOT, I don't think is that hard, especially when, apart from Detour, everyone does seem quite lackluster in their performance. Captain, he has the odd few games where he does impress me, but honestly, I would say Excello is very similar to him, where AWPers that do struggle to find impact, and that's why I was really surprised when I saw a team like Ecstatic replace Wolfie, a player that really impressed me on the AWP, with someone like Zello, who was really good in Nexus because he was the star player. He was the AWPer, but he also had a lot of opportunity with the rifle, and he was putting up very, very, very impressive numbers against both regional and international teams. And when he's come to Ecstatic, he just hasn't been able to replicate that success. He's been playing a little bit better in the recent days, as he is going to be warming back into the structure of Bird from Sky's team. However, I do want to see more from him. And ECLOT, I don't know why on that round Kafida had the bomb when he was the furthest player away from site.
Well, just going back to that point, though, Ecstatic is a much more structured playstyle than his former team. And
course.
so Zello is actually doing fairly well fitting into a completely different system, especially into one where he's not the star player. I think it's safe to say Fasha is the star player for this ecstatic lineup. And, I mean, he's owning that title. He's owned that title. It's just sometimes his team doesn't rise up to the occasion around him. Heard from Sky, often criticized in the same way Karrigan is for not really getting those kills. And also, like Karrigan, he puts his life on the line for a lot of these entry rounds. When they're not traded, rounds can crumble around it. His posthumous calling is good, but it's nowhere near like frying glaives. But enough about my ramblings. Azella will pick up Valencia running onto this A site. MBQQ though, it's a trade onto Dafu. That's very unlucky for the smoke spam. Gets Detour the Planter down to 22. But now as Couch and bags one onto the opposition Orpha, it's up to Flasher to do things from CT. He starts off strong. Flash is raining down from both sides. And these ECLOT players, they are trapped with the exception of Kafida, who is on a full rear flank. This is big from him, and Detour hanging around as smoke. Means ecstatic will probably be giving up this round, especially now. Kafida onto the first, up the second. How the hell is Bert from Sky still alive? Not for much longer, though. It's Detour. He springs his trap. Basher, 1v3, no time left. And he does catch Detour on the exit. That's good economic damage, but it's not going to be the round as ECLOT. They put themselves onto double digits here on their T side of Ancient. And this is starting to look a little bit scary.
Oh, just an AK. I thought Fasher was going to try to get an AWP there. And the odds, to be honest, still very firmly in place as we've seen in the past couple of rounds. Ecstatic definitely in favor. And if you want to go find the latest in-play offerings, head over to Pinnacle for both this game and every other single one in the tournament. Make sure to bet when you're over 18, when you have enough money, and especially in a fun and safe environment. But Ecstatic, taking a timeout, definitely very crucial. They've got the advantage. They just don't want to squander that now. Looking over at their economy, and I'm struggling. I'm trying to figure out their loss, because I think they're only going to be on 19. Oh, I know. Did they only get 1,400 that round? I think they did. Yeah, they only got 1,400 this round. So they're on double eco. They're going to have to buy into this, where they'll have 1,900 next round. And ECLOT could be on the road to evening it up to 12 or 13 rounds very, very quickly. And if they do that in a clean manner, their economy as well will be bolstering. So this game all of a sudden is very much in contention. Timeout, I think, will be coming to a close soon. You can see everyone, all these faces. I do love the player cams on the whole of Pinnacle. And just everyone looking a little bit concentrated. Very nice little bright pink mouse there from the Ecstatic players. I wanted to get, if I'm not mistaken, that's the EC2B wireless. I don't know what the wireless one's called.
No idea.
I'm a nerd, and I wanted to get the pink one as well, but I got the black one. However, look at this aggression from the CT side. A round where they didn't have the economy to work with. They're going to go for 3 for 3 right away, and Max through the smoke tags the AWP down to 20 HP. And what a start to this round.
The round's almost over within 10 seconds of it starting. It's an absolute bloodbath towards the bottom of B ramp there. And with Capson on such low health, despite having all of the utility for this side, it could be pretty dangerous as they try and hedge their bets to the opposite side of the map. Bomb dropped in towards sewers for the time being, and Manx has now gained a lot of space. He will be hedging towards middle, and this is going to be awful for Kafida. His head's been spotted, he's jumping around, it all goes down to this fight, leaving just Capson now in the 1v2. But Capson, well, he can still head over towards his B site. Manx has left it completely open, but look at the caution Capson is displaying. Not anymore. He picks up the pace, he will get the bomb down. He realizes now if nobody swings from cave, it's a completely clear sight. And Ecstatic, they might have let this one slip a little here. Zello's just on the Deagle and Manx on the A1S. He does have the utility for it. One thing that Capson might struggle with is the fact he has an AWP to spam through the wood with rather than a rifle in this retake. And he's not actually going to hear the bomb being tapped. He will just be running away. He's got the money his team needs to buy into the next round. Just about. It's going to be messy, but they can force it. As Ecstatic stick a defuse. And yeah, all the ifs you were talking about during that timeout, they're falling apart pretty quickly here. And ECLOT realizes, so they will be calling another timeout.
I think that was their opportunity they just have lost. I think they had to win that round. Captain will save over the AWP it's in the hands of Detour right now. I'm not sure what that's going to be. Is he going to keep that? I'll be very interested if he does. But very good start in this series from ECSTATIC. Surprisingly enough, I feel like the roles have been reversed, with ECLOT playing better on their T side than they did on their C side. Potentially just had to warm into this game a little bit. But in the end, this is the map pick of the Danes, and I'm very interested to see if Inferno will be a little bit closer, and potentially we see Overpass on the cards. But only time will tell. And Tom, the timeout will be ceased. Do you think there's any chance ECLOT can even get one more round in this game?
I think it's definitely possible, especially with the way that if you run at people on their CT side with crazy pistol buys, it often comes out in your favor. It's not going to be a crazy pistol buy here. They have gone for the full force investment, despite Valencia not having any util. But they've slowed down the pace immediately, and I think the only way they would have won this round is if they surprised ECSTATIC on that B site with their pace and smoked off both lanes, because there was nobody in cave there. That was their perfect opportunity. Obviously, they don't have X-ray, they wouldn't have known this, but as they run on, they walk straight into a crossfire, and Detour needs to do so much more. Dancing around that pillar, drops a smoke towards cave. Manx already catches. Detour catches the planter. Look at this. That's beautiful from Manx. A 3k collection of, well, just carnage, really, as MBQQ's in a 1v4. He's got the AK, but he's about to have a bullet in the side of the head, and Zello seals the deal. 15 to ECSTATIC, an underwhelming finish to that round for ECLOT. As I believe now they won't be winning another round in this game. It was looking pretty good. 4 rounds on their T side, spread quite evenly. They weren't allowing a lot of threaded rounds in a row for this ECSTATIC side. But yeah, with that, it's probably over. And a very good performance across the board from ECSTATIC here on Ancient.
We've talked so much about Fasher, but we haven't mentioned Manx at all so far in this game. A player you don't normally see doing very well for ECSTATIC, being on the lower ends of the scoreboard. But oh my god, has he been a difference maker on Ancient so far? 25 to 13 in that last round, I feel like sums it up perfectly. A 3k on the site, doesn't get tested whatsoever, and that is beautiful. This could be a 16-10 victory for the Davis side, and I think Bird from Sky is going to make that so. Very nice flashbang from Manx. Force him to get, he gets easy just 1v1s. Finally will be brought down, but it's all down to Detour. 24 kills, but I feel like a lot of those last kills just haven't been impactful whatsoever. And yeah, again, he gets a very nice kill onto Fasher, but it's like, it looks good on his stats at the end of the game. Oh, wait, what? Hold on a second. He's just got the most unreal 2-piece I've just seen on Manx and Dafu. 3 kills, this was a 1v4. He's now in a 1v1 against the AWPer. The AWPer won't be able to take advantage of his low HP, and surely not do we see Detour win a just unwinnable 1v4 with the most unreal 2 kills he got very in quick succession. Tom, Exello, he has to win this.
He's tapped the bomb, and Detour's heard this. He's going back on through, and if he spams the wood,
no way.
It will be over, but no, Detour, he's waiting for Zello to tap it again, and, well, those don't fake, it seems. No. It's the mentality Detour goes for, but Zello, it is the fake. He taps the bomb, he jiggles, finds the frag, and that's beautifully done by the AWPer to seal the deal. It's a 16-10 scoreline. Things looked a little bit dicey towards the middle of that CT half for ECSTATIC, but look at them. They needed this win. They're in the 1-2 bracket, despite being the second highest rated team here. And they're up against ECLOT. It's number 37 versus 73. That's a pretty big differentiation in HLTV rankings. And they are just a better team. And as I said, they need these sort of lower level opponents to give them their confidence back, especially with Zello coming in for Wolfie. It's still a very fresh transition. He is slightly higher rated overall because he was, of course, a star player over on that previous team. But as he slowly assimilates into a more structured playstyle, I think he's doing a pretty good job, especially since they've only been together for about a month now. I do look forward to Zello's future with this lineup. I do still think he's an interesting pickup, but I think there's good potential here. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of map 1. We'll be right back in about 5 to 10 minutes with our second map of Inferno. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a second.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
He got
Welcome back, guys. We are on to Inferno now. My name is Freddy or Grimmy Runner, and I'm joined by the marvelous Mr. Tom or Sneaky Beaky, whatever you want to refer to him as. We did see the map pick of ECSTATIC on Ancient definitely go their way. We're on to Inferno now. ECLOT starting on the team side, and I can't wait to see what they have in offer. Detour is going to start off with a little bit of peeking over towards that B-bomb site. He's going to be met by 3 players. Don't think he expected that, so it's going to be an early advantage going the way of the Danes, and it's a very good start for them. Yeah, Capson running in alone. There was no one really behind him there.
I've not seen that stack in the pistol towards B for a very long time. And my God, look at the just incredible pistol prowess of Manx towards middle here. Poor old Valencio. He's last alive in a 1v4 here, Freddy. And yeah, it's not looking fantastic for him. I mean, yeah, he's completely trapped in Graveyard at this point with no bomb down.
Very happy to see Manx playing well. As we were talking about on Ancient, you know, normally the player that, if anything, is actually the worst on the team, and he was unreal on Ancient, and he's doing really good here. But so far, Valencio, very nice one tap, very nice second one tap. Oh no, that got so close. He was trying to do his best D-tier impression from last game. He's gonna get a 3K. But it's going to be the round going towards ECLOT. And one thing I do want to say, towards ECSTATIC, no, not towards ECLOT, but one thing I do want to say is ECLOT, I feel like they have a very lackluster T side by large, and the CD side definitely does save them. So I'm interested to see what will happen in this game.
Yeah, well, just back to that pistol. The poor fella, he was completely overwhelmed as he swings in the 1v4 to try and grab that bomb back, but Valencio is now on a Tech 9, so hopefully he's able to continue some of that pistol prowess into this one. And you know what I forgot to mention, Freddy?
What did you forget?
May the 4th be with you.
Oh my God, it is, isn't it?
It's Star Wars Day, baby.
Like, my whole sense of what day it is, what time it is, has completely gone. The only reason I think I know what day it is because I know I have an exam on the 7th, and I know I have Pinnacle today. That's really all I know of what day is what.
I thought today was a Thursday. I woke up very confused when
I thought, yeah.
I was a day early to a meeting I'm meant to be having.
I thought yesterday was Monday.
Yeah, Bird from Sky is early to middle. Okay, you're miles off, Garfield, but Zello. Peeking up from Graveyard, he will get double picked by a Glock, and this is starting to get a tiny bit dangerous. No. Okay, Zello, he got some back on down. And, yeah, lovely start for him. Bit of a confidence builder, some money farmed from the FAMAS. And, wow, those odds are not looking fantastic for the ECLOT side. If you do want to catch those odds, then why not head on down to the website displayed on the screen or our Pinnacle banner in the description. 1.11 to the 6.87 here. So, yeah, if you have confidence in an ECLOT comeback, why not test that theory? But please do remember to gamble responsibly. And do not bet more than you can afford to lose. My goodness me, Bird from Sky goes down to a Molotov. I thought that would be MPQQ receiving that bait. Instead, the IGL stuck on top sandbags. I don't know if he's blinded or something, Freddy, but he's just ragdolled over the top of Top Banana.
It's interesting to see MBQQ actually towards this B-bomb side. Not normally a player you see here. It would just be Kafida supporting them with flashbangs, but he doesn't even need... The flashbang comes in when they're all dead. Kafida, wake up, because your teammate are doing all the work for you. It's going to be an early 5v2 for ECLOT, and what a B performance from them. I was looking at that, and I was like, MBQ doesn't play towards B, normally on the T side, but it's going to work, and I don't really mind if it works. We see Valencio and Capson plunge into this lurking role. Obviously, no wonder Valencio is lurking towards A. He does love apps. You see him so many times later on in the game, lurking over towards apps or lurking towards top brackets. So I'm interested to see as we go further into this map, will ECSTATIC be able to realize that, and will they start catching him off guard?
I reckon he thinks if he sits there long enough, he'll get squatters' rights, so he'll own the whole apartment for free.
I mean, he does, honestly, he probably spends more times in apartments than the CT does, and he could get a kill here. He's got an ability here to get 2 1v1s. So if he does choose to go for the peak, Max will have no support, but he won't. They're going to keep 5 players alive, and that's not a bad round for ECLOT.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he had no aggressive utility there. He couldn't like nade or Molotov and then go for a swing. In fairness, it's probably for the best, because that keeps Manx on a FAMAS, which is not the best gun. They'll easily be able to outgun him there on the rifles. Or the upgraded rifles of the AK, sorry. And with this full utility belt on every player, ECLOT looked pretty good for a second round on the board here. I don't want to jinx things. We've seen them fumble the bag a few times over on Ancient. Good presence early on. Grenade.
What a grenade!
God, that grenade does huge damage to Kafida. That's far more than I expected. And he's forced away down bottom of Banana. He is now a walking vulnerability. And unfortunately for ECLOT, their double nade stack towards Boiler won't catch anybody off guard. Valencio, he's just prodding again towards the apartments. As he said, he really is more often than the CTs themselves. But Zello, he waits patiently behind them mid-smoke as Manx replies with some util of their own. And ECLOT They grind to a little bit of a halt for the time being towards mid, but it looks as if they desperately want to burst through it. This is a bubble waiting to be popped towards brackets.
I mean, there's no utility whatsoever. It's like 2 flashes on Exelo. Exelo's actually, he's not going to use any utility. Well, neither team uses utility because ECLOT, they just run dry into a 3-man top bracket stack. It's just down to Valencia lurking out of Apps here. You were talking about Squatter Riots, and he's living in these apartments right now. 1v5, the bomb is down on short, and everyone is pretty much sitting on it. If he even gets 1 kill here, I'll be impressed. He does hit the spray on Bird from Sky, but he doesn't realise there's a player coming from absolutely nothing. Xelo does just give up his life, but Fasher will put an end to his chaos. And ECSTATIC back on winning raids. ECLOT unable to sustain anything after their victory.
I thought for a second there things were going to get a lot worse. He looked pretty spicy on the snaps across there from the side of Valencia, but he does wait way too long to help out his teammates. And yeah, that will cost them pretty dearly. Also, the fact that everyone had a full utility belt at the start of that round and they use 1 flashbang to burst brackets? Really? You're not going to throw a Molotov towards under? You're not going to smoke long? So much more ECLOT could have done there, especially if they saved a little bit more of their full utility belts from the early round. Oh my goodness, Capson, where's that come from? Xelo down to 35 as well. I believe that was an exchange of fire, as, well, further fire is exchanged, but this time in a literal sense towards Top Banana. Detour down to 66. The tick damage has alerted the CTs to his position. As the clock only just reaches 1 minute 20. A fair bit of damage done to a couple of these players on both sides. And Valencio again sits patiently towards Boiler.
Ooh, this is very nice from ECSTATIC here. They don't have control of top brackets as we see from the mini-map, as because the 2 long players are smoked out. So, well, they like this is what I love on Banana. An old push and pull technique. If you lose one side of the map, you take the other. And they've taken top Banana. Dito jumping off at the worst time. There was also one thing that he threw a nade towards corner where 2 players were positioning. He doesn't actually get a single bit of damage. He must have missed it. So that's very unfortunate from him. And the IGL Kafida will be lurking a little bit towards top Banana. But that lurk is going to turn into somewhat of an entry as both Bird from Sky and Fasher are sitting here. They've got no utility really, so they're going to have to stand strong. They're going to peek into him and they're going to start very nicely. Kafida loses his life. The trade is not there. The trades are really not there. And it's 2 kills for either of them. Valencio lurking in towards long, as he loves to do, and Xelo will catch him off. That is tragic trading from ECLOT. And honestly, it's not even that unexpected. Their trading is consistently really, really poor, and it's shown throughout this series and many others.
Right, so Freddy, let's wind things back there. Capson is on about 10 HP. Capson has almost a full belt of utility, including flashbangs. Why does he not drop that utility over to one of his full HP teammates, flash over half wall, because they're not playing anti-flash on top of the sandbags. They've already assessed this. They're both holding the angle. One right-click throw pop flash over the top would have forced at least one of them to look away. And as much as the sprays might have come on through, they would have been able to delay their swing, send the low HP player in first, and then get the double trade. That is not that hard to do, admittedly. Things might have gone wrong, but at least they wouldn't have lost all 4 players without trading in a matter of about 2 seconds. ECLOT's decision-making on this T side has been all over the place, and that round was just disappointing through and through. And Dafu now, I mean, he's ready to just farm kills. They run up short. Zello, it's a bit messy, but he does get the long-running Tech 9. And already ECLOT, they're sprinting to an open B bomb site. Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
And they're gonna get the bomb down for free. Bird from Sky is rotating in. They're gonna kind of get there at the exact same time, but the bomb will cross just in the last seconds. Detour is not actually gonna elect to plant. If he gets his kill onto Bird from Sky, but he's not, oh, that is so unfortunate. Bird from Sky backs off at the last second. But also, because Valencio, I was going to say, maybe they do rotate back towards the A bomb site, but no, that's not going to be the case. It's going to be very, very unfortunate for Detour here. He's got 3 players right in front of him, finds that first kill, will upgrade to an A1S, but the trade is there. Something maybe that ECLOT can learn from, and going back to that last round as well, it all stems down to the fact, I think, that Kafida was just so far ahead of his other teammates. The trades were so late, and when the trades did come in, no one swung, really. Everyone stood on top of each other, and both players just held mouse 1 and got 4 kills. Very nicely done, and Valencia, he's left into this 1v3. Excited they have the bomb down in their grasp. It's a very nice position they have, and Xelo, 2 kills on the round. He's playing very well right now, Tom.
I mean, shout out to Valencio as well. I mean, the poor guy is as much as he is the lurk player, as much as he has been last alive a couple of these times, with just the Tech 9 there, he takes down 2 heads, I believe, and in a pretty dazzling fashion. Unfortunately, unable to save over any weapons in that instance, but he's putting up some good frags, some really impressive ones. And then his team are completely flat. There's still a couple of players on 0 kills. Caps has not been able to break out an AWP just yet. And Zero, like you said, he's been playing for... okay, he might not be able to break out an AWP, but he can certainly break the face of one. Jesus Christ, Capson. What a lovely frag. And Basher looking to even up the numbers as the spam comes in through the smoke. Capson taking even more damage himself, and eventually third from Sky to deal a killing blow. Back to the 4v4, I think things have recovered for at least a moment, but calming down for a second as Valencia wide swing straight into Dafu. And yeah, MBQ doesn't realise there's a crossbar here. Does now, falls back away into the apartments, and this cheeky man, he's going for the kill onto Manx. And unfortunately, not enough of him was showing for the kill to come on in. 2 low HP players up against a Deagles. Oh my goodness, no. Oh my god, he actually lands one onto Dafu as well.
That is so...
He clips him through the wall, Freddy.
That could have got so close. So unfortunate for them there. And it's going to be a very early lead for ECSTATIC. 5 rounds to the good. They will be up against the fullest buy we've had so far of ECLOT. We see the AWP coming out from Capson, and I'm not sure how much impact it's going to have with his AWP. You do see him struggle a lot across the board, but especially on T-side Inferno, I know he doesn't do very well. And as I say that he's going to go aces round, I guarantee. But this 3B defense is going to prove very good. Kafida yet to frag, already dropped to 31 HP. Does run in before the nades have been dropped. But this Molotov, oh my god, very nice Molotov on towards Sandbag. Is going to force him out. And Kafida playing with fire, literally onto 17 HP. And because of that late smoke, Detour's going to lose his life. So ECLOT, very lackluster start. They've already lost a man advantage on towards this B bomb site. Make it 2 now because Valencia has been spotted out. And Tom, what was I saying about them potentially expecting a lurk?
Well, they expect a lurk. And Valencia, if he doesn't change his strategy soon, it is going to come back to bite the ECLOT side. They're not diversifying at all. Like you can tell from Kafida, he's been taken down to sub 30 by just utility on top banana. 3 rounds out of 8. And yeah, he's not learning from his mistakes. MBQQ playing out in front of the utility, not having anyone to trade from either. There's just a conglomeration of errors from this ECLOT side. And as much as it's all well and good that they could get a kill onto Bird from the Sky here, they're still so far behind that it's nightmarish watching a lot of these plays, Freddie.
Yeah, I really couldn't have put it any better myself. This is very, very unfortunate. It's quite hard to watch sometimes. It still is a very winnable round. If they get this first kill very quickly onto the player back site, this could be in contention, but look at the rotation. And the kills are going to come in anyway. It does eventually, but the trades are perfect from Dafu. He peeks out the smoke at the best time. ECSTATIC 7-1 right now, and the odds, yep, understandably very much in favor of the Danish side. And Tom, this is really looking bad to worse for the Czech Republic team.
Yeah, I mean, off the back of a lovely Dafu double there, ECLOT will be calling a timeout. There's just nothing working for them right now. Yeah, their IGL, the calls have been off. His own individual plays have been off. I think, honestly, the play for them is give up early banana control, because look how much utility is being expended towards banana. And the reason they keep expending that much utility is because it pays off for them every round. They're bagging a kill for their impeccable B-site utility usage consistently. I think it's 4 out of 5 times now. Even if it's not the utility itself, they've been able to swing on in after their utilities force players back and get them as they retreat down banana when their accuracy isn't at its peak. And when it is the utility, it's almost always Kafida going down. I mean, I want to see them just play a bit slower. Let the utility rain on him.
Yeah.
Save all of your own, and then go for a later push that isn't going to leave you completely dry peeking, dry swinging.
I mean, what I would like to see as well is not even necessarily give up banana early on, it's just wait for the grenades. The grenades get exposed so early on, and it does do a lot of damage. A missed shot and a very nice jiggle peek there onto top mid, but look at this utility. Stray away from ECSTATIC, they absolutely bombard down, and Dafu's so aware. Tito trying to maybe do a Valencia-esque lurk, is just going to find a bullet to the head. man advantage already in a round where ECLOT have the advantage from the guns, and ECLOT, they're going to try going towards this B bomb site now. Bird from Sky all alone will drop that smoke, so they're going to have to run through it. They don't have a flash to support them, and this could be absolute farming season. Fasher rotating in is actually going to steal every single one of those kills. He's got 3k, and it's now just down to the IGL of Kafida.
Yeah, well, Fasher's having fun farming a couple of eco frags there. In fact, I say eco frags, there's a Mac 10 drone in that mix as well. If that was any other gun than a Tech 9, that's a lineup kill. That's an open B bomb site. But ECLOT, as we talked about already, their economy management a little bit shaky. And in fact, we can't even blame their economy management here on Inferno. They're just not winning rounds. They're not getting kills. Even with the loss bonus giving them so much maneuverability in terms of what they can bring to the table, they're not capitalizing at all. It's ECSTATIC again with a full buy. They've got an AK, they got the AWP, picked up T-side weaponry even. Just, it's not looking good through and through. Max hasn't even bought a helmet despite being on 7.6k, and even then I don't think that'll come back to hurt them at all.
Yeah, I really doubt it all as well. Bird from Sky just walking down Banana. They've already got so much control. Yet again, they have expressed a lot of utility, and on the duality of it, ECLOT haven't taken damage or used much of their own. Detour is the only player that's looking low with only a single nade. But they're actually going to completely ignore the B bomb site right now and just focus their attention towards A, taking top brackets control. Valencio baiting out that shot in towards Apeks is going to spot out the AWP there. So they have info of where Exelo is. And I'm interested to see what ECLOT do now then. They have control, not ECLOT, what ECLOT do now, because they have got top brackets control. Are they going to go back B and put pressure there? Or are they just going to allow Fasher and Bird from Sky to walk down and do what they please? Oh, Capson.
He's got the rear angle on lockdown, and MBQQ and Detour. That's a massive double entry towards A. Bird from Sky, though, he's keeping the bomb carrier in his place when, realistically, all he needs to do is waltz over towards the apartments and then push out onto A. I think Dafu might go down here. It's a 1v3. And as much as ECLOT are taking their sweet time, they've now realized that Bird from Sky's done a full B wrap. Dafu's position, if it goes unchecked, it will win them the round. 29 seconds left. There's not much time for this play. And Bird from Sky, he's doing another round the world here, but Dafu, yeah. He's going to get cut down. Bird from Sky, not there in time. He could try and go for this. They've got plenty of money on the CT side. But as he waltzes on in, he's not going to see anybody just yet. And that graveyard position is a nightmare to clear. So, honestly, I respect that decision. Grab the AWP, fall away. ECLOT, they've got 2 rounds. That's no trouble at all for ECSTATIC right now. They're still going to be brimming with confidence. And you could see on their player cams earlier that they were looking a lot happier than when we've previously seen them there. And as Bird from Sky saves over this big green, it is a convincing round win from ECLOT, Freddy.
Oh, I was going to say, I think ECLOT got a little bit lucky there, because 9.5 out of 10 times you don't see players push down Banana, especially at this level. Fasher giving away his life like that is very, very unfortunate, and it's really good for ECLOT that you have a player holding, but the majority of times they would just be running onto a bomb site with 4 players.
Well, I would have to disagree with that. I think, especially more recently with the utility dropping update, you do start to get more aggressive plays down Banana. They can throw their initial utility to stop a play, and then pick up stuff that the A side players have dropped over to them towards CT is a pretty common drop spot.
Yeah, and they play sites.
But, look again, Kafida doesn't wait for the utility, gets taken down to about 10 HP, and then Bird from Sky takes 1 bullet, a single shot from his A1S, find the IGL, who's now going 1 in 10. He's not leading by example. He's just running to his death time and time again, and Freddy, he needs to stop it at this point. It's getting a bit ridiculous.
I was praising Kafida at the start of this series, where he's very much an IGL, similar to Bird from Sky, Adam 9130, whereas do as I do, not do as I say. And the problem is, if they're going to follow him in a fashion of do as I do, it's following in the success of a player that's going 1 in 10. Very unfortunate, but they will be still committing to this a bomb site, I feel like, and a little bit lucky, where exactly they only have 3 players here. Bird from Sky will rotate over, and a missed shot from Capson. I think that was mandatory for him to hit that there.
Yeah, they needed a trade frag, and MBQQ, he does bring one in. and Dafu brings in a double kill, but I think that an opener was too little too late. Dafu's now toying with the Orpha, allows his teammate to swing on it, and that's excellent team play again from ECSTATIC. This is the version of ECSTATIC you expect to see when you tune into a stream like this. They're looking a bit like their former selves at this point. The squad that came 3rd, 4th in Pinnacle Winter. You know, that's a great result for them as a team, and they're looking to continue that trend. With only 2 rounds, incredibly dispersed, picked up by ECLOT on their T side right now, with their economy looking consistently dire. Valencio back on a Mac 10. They might try another fast play, and if they do, it'll come back and bite them, most likely because of the impeccable utility usage of the CT side. Good grenade. Detour takes a random HE to the back, takes him down to 83. And, I mean, it looks like we're playing a game of dodgeball at this point with the util.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can overstate how crucial that kill actually was. If Captain had landed a shot to Dafu, because Dafu was the supporting player that won ECSTATIC that round there. Very unfortunate for ECLOT there. They will, it looks like an apps. Yeah, they've got all the set utility. You can see the 2 players in second mid just holding utility in their hand. The smokes, everything's going to be raining in. There's 4 players here, though. It's going to be very hard to find success, especially with Valencia leading the charge of a Mac 10. But they're going to bound out now. These smokes, oh, I love it. This is very old school Counter-Strike of just having a wall of smokes on pitch. You can see 3 players in towards this area, but Dafu, through the smoke, will find the huge scum of Nitor, and Valencia, he's going to finally come into action, but to no avail. Dafu just holding down strong, and it's actually one after another. ECLOT falling like flies.
Oh no.
And it's double digits for ECSTATIC.
Freddie, I've not seen the Fnatic smokes utilized on the A-bomb site in a competitive setting in a very, very long time. And I think that's exactly why. Because it works to get you out into pit, but especially if you're on a round like that, you don't have enough flashbangs to clear yourselves through it, and you also don't have any A-long control, so you can't pin to the players that are on the site in the first place. There was no moto smoke there, and even if there was 4 players on the A-bomb site due to fast rotation for ECSTATIC, and I think there was 1 frag for ECLOT in that round. They're just, as in they've got fancy util plays they can pull out the bag if they want to, but they're just not able to capitalize off of them with their fragging, with their individual plays. And now another 2K starting off the round for ECSTATIC. ECLOT are in a dire spot. You said their T-side's pretty miserable, and it's been very openly reflected in the start and almost finish of this Inferno game now. We are 13 rounds in, and ECSTATIC, they're looking to lead 11-2 by the end of this pistol play.
Yeah, it's their T sides are miserable, but it's also just down to their inconsistency. I see them having great CT sides sometimes and awful CT sides, great T sides and awful CT sides, and it just seems so like we were talking about Detour, like what Detour we're going to find today, and ECLOT is sometimes like which ECLOT we're going to see today, and the ECLOT we are seeing today is one that's about to get knocked out in the MASONIC Cup IV. ECSTATIC, they are looking, yeah, okay, that round got a little bit close for a second. Fasher will get those final 2 kills. He dropped a 30 bomb in map 1, and now he's going 13-4. He is padding those stats very nicely. And Manx, he was also a player that went nuclear in map 1, but ECLOT, it's just like, we haven't seen anything from them today. It's been so lackluster. It got a little bit close on Ancient, but I feel like it was never at the stage where I was like, oh, this actually might be winnable. It was always like, oh, I hope this is winnable because it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, getting only 6 rounds on your CT side of Ancient is already a death sentence to yourselves. Their economy mismanagement is the word I'm trying to spit out. It was so bad on Ancient that they realistically ruined their chances from the start. And now looking here, it is very upsetting to see the collapse of this ECLOT side as Bertrand Sky gets another freebie onto Detail, just walking in with no utility backup. Because they are one of... Well, they are in my probably top 10 most exciting games ever up against Wisla Krakow when they took it to an incredibly entertaining 2-1 series with 4 overtimes on Mirage. And the fact that they have been denied their most prominent map of Mirage probably isn't helping the situation for them here. That is the insta-ban of ECSTATIC. But even so, Inferno is statistically a great map for them, a 60% win rate over 15 maps. And to only pick up 2 on your T side with stats like that, it's so upsetting to see. I know this side can do a lot more. And as I was getting sentimental earlier, I said, I've been casting Cap since it's my first ever HLTV map. And he grew a lot, especially at the start of the support lineup. But he has dropped off a cliff completely, and I had to recognise that in the casting. Fasher picking up even more frivolous frags on this B bomb site. It's not even worth talking about these pushes from ECLOT, though, even on their rifle rounds, because you just know they're going to get bodied.
Yeah, and the odds perfectly sum it up. And just looking at the Veto as we were on that topic, they had the opportunity to pick into Dust 2, a map which is definitely not as strong for Ecstatic. They've only literally 2 or 3 times, and on the duality of it, it's well, Detour as well is unbelievable on Dust 2. He's consistently really consistently putting up stats. Like his most consistent map, and it's very good for ECLOT. They've played it already in this tournament, playing it Savage and winning on it. So I just don't quite understand why potentially that wasn't something that they did choose into, and instead they went for Inferno, a map, yes, they're good at, but a map also Ecstatic are good at. And we see Detour starting off with a PP Visor. Not sure if that was a misbuy or not, but he will find the AK off his fallen body, take it from the cold hands of his IGL, and ooh, very nice frag though. He will upgrade it, and it's going to show very, very well. He's got a 2K here, going for the third, but Valencio will find out finally some success for ECLOT. And just as I was talking about success, the bomb is now in the grasp of Bird on the side. I don't think he's seen it, but okay. Fasher dying there has finally put it into some sort of normality. I was very scared there. If Fasher had claimed that frag, it would have been a 2v2 and so winnable. Bird from Sky still hasn't spotted this bomb. What is this round?
Valencio doesn't full extend there,
Yeah.
and it almost gets dangerous, but Detour eventually puts Bird from Sky in his place. And it's a 3k for him for them to win a single round. You know, he needs a triple entry to put ECLOT onto their third round of the first half, and we're already going into the second. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to do a little bit of international online shopping, then why not check out our partners of AstroPay? They're an online payment brand accepted on over 1,000 sites that allows you to pay in your local currency easily and securely. As we get into the second half now, again, money management is going to be a huge problem for ECLOT, especially on the CT side, especially because they only have 3 rounds. And obviously, this pistol round is of great importance. The second pistol round always is, and if they lose this one, the game is over before it really started. And my God, Fasher, that is just brutal. What a way to start a double dink, and you can't even see the player, Freddy.
Yeah, not looking good for this ECLOT side, and Fida's going to get flashed off the angle. He's trying to get at least more than 2 kills, but oh, that's a huge kill from Valencio. He's actually dropped the bomb in towards CT, and Valencio, we saw him step up on the pistol round before, on T side, unable to actually win it for them, but that's a huge 2k for him. He's all of a sudden put this into loaded congestion, and Gafida, he didn't get a frag early on in towards CT, but he could deny the bomb here. Oh, that was so close. This is a must-win round for ECLOT. They have to win pistol and probably the next 2 or 3 in a row. MBQ though, a bit of whiffs going on. He doesn't manage to land anything. Kafida all by himself. If he dies here, ooh, could be a little bit contested. If he dies, that will be round over because it's a 1v1. Wait, how did Capson just die there? I have no idea what's happened. Kafida will lose his life, and Dafu with a 1v2. He's got 1 HP.
Oh my God.
What a scrappy, messy, disjointed, and just genuinely tragic pistol round for ECLOT. Everything was going their way, and all of a sudden it went awful. ECLOT, a team that I have consistently seen to be very bad at pistol round, genuinely one of the worst in the circuit right now at their statistics, and it's showing.
I don't think there's a thesaurus large enough for the amount of adjectives that you can use to describe how badly that pistol round went for ECLOT, especially with the, I believe, 2-man advantage at one point, 2v4. But yeah, you said, how the hell does Capson die? Dafu actually gets him as he tries to double swing with his teammate from Coffins, and then manages to land the final blow, winning the round on 1 singular point of health. And if that's not triggered ECLOT into oblivion already, I don't know what will. 10-round lead for Ecstatic, 2-man advantage in round number 17. Vida forced away, and the grenades, they're gonna force away with him. That is just unruly. 3 MP9s, no utility, almost no hope in winning this game, let alone taking us to a 3rd map. And yeah, I think Ecstatic has woken up a little bit, facing elimination. Kafida, it's a nice frag onto Fasher. They know exactly where he is. It's a great boost. And now actually a little bit of contention again until Dafu does that. 1v3. And Valencio will have to go huge.
The boost actually shot too early. I don't know who was on top of it. Was it MBQ or Valencio? But whoever it was just didn't even get a kill. Draw some attention, but that is really heart-wrenching for ECLOT, and Valencia's made noise as well. I don't... yeah, the player pit would have heard him. So they know where he is by large. They don't have to focus at all towards Banana. And ECSTATIC, they're looking to push themselves onto 14th. ECLOT, they invested fully into this. Their economy is going to be in the dumpster, and it's pretty much a guaranteed 15. However, Valencia... oh, what a nice shot onto Xello, but it's going to be to no avail. ECLOT, 3-14. That's not great. And the Pinnacle odds, look at that, just one-sidedness. And it's honestly, it makes sense.
Yeah, that is one of the single worst odds distributions I have ever seen for a team. And if you still have some misplaced faith in this ECLOT side, well, you are able to, I believe... oh, actually, no, the odds would be closed for this game by now. But if you do want to bet on any of the other games in this tournament, then do it with our partners over at Pinnacle. You can click on their banners down below in the stream description. But please do remember to gamble responsibly. Don't bet more than you can afford to lose, and don't bet if you're under the age of 18, as it's just not worth it. Valencio, it's a risky peek. Guy sitting literally under him. He does get good info into the bet that Manx is quite close up middle. Bird from Star, good information as well. And a kill. Detour falls. 14-3 scoreline, and man advantage, and just CT pistols and one MP9 to deal with, Freddy. Can you be our clairvoyant here and give us a prediction on how this round's going to run out?
I could be on something here, but I'm not too sure, Tom, but I think they're not going to win this.
That's incredible. I
know.
I never would have predicted that.
No one ever would, but they've got the man deficit. They have got very weak guns. Captain's literally on a USP. And ECSTATIC, they're playing this round nice and methodically. This is what this is. That was just a body. It wasn't a thing. Okay. But like, I think what you can tell, especially teams that are higher level, in scenarios like this, you might start getting complacent. But what I like from ECSTATIC, they are still playing very methodical. And as I'm giving them praise, Tom, how is this happening? It's a 2v3. Both players are on 7 HP combined. It's Fasher and Daffy. They know where Fasher is, and Valencio is probably going to get this frag. He does just see the gun barrel, but I don't know if he's going to get the kill. And what has just happened?
Well, ECLOT used the force, apparently. They spray down through smokes, they dodge bullets, they win the round, and as we're making fun of ECLOT, we now look like idiots. I'm still trying to comprehend what we've just spotted here, as you can probably tell from my umming and ahhing. Still a 10-round deficit for ECLOT, but my god, what a round for them to be picking up in the midst of it all.
Very impressive indeed. I mean, still a very, very long way to get there. But what's nice as well going into this one is that they have the they have 2 saved AKs. Capson just had a USP in that last round. He was saving for the potential AWP, and because they've won it, so they've got a little bit extra dollar in the bank account. He's been able to get that armor and at least one flashbang. See if he can find anything with it now. He is starting towards this A bomb site. Potentially could have seen a 3B start, but if you look at... Actually, I'm looking over at B. They express so much utility very early on, but that's lovely. I really like how they've saved those nades, and they've deployed them at the last moment after they knew that ECSTATIC would be pushing in once the mollies do fade, and it's done so much damage. So a good start for ECLOT going into round 19, but it's a very long way for them to start pulling it forward.
I mean, I've seen crazy things on Inferno. The craziest Inferno comeback I've ever seen was Na'Vi when they were 14-1 down on... Actually, that was their CT side, so they pulled that back on their T. ECLOT will have to do the reverse of that, which is arguably more difficult due to the nature of the economy. The bird from Sky. Well, he's put himself up close and personal with the MAC-10 here. He will be the entry. They're playing very cautious. A boost comes in. They jiggle around the corner, and there's only a single player on this B site so far, but this is perfectly done from ECSTATIC. I say looks the wrong way. Dafu gets the opener, and oh no, now there's only a single player on the A-bomb site, and the rotations, they have to come back in. Freddy and Valencia was a lot to do. Finds the first, finds the second and third. That's beautiful from the man, and now the man advantage for ECLOT, and they do have the opportunity to retake here.
What more could you want from your player there on the A-bomb site? Going 1 for 3. But this is still very, very winnable for ECSTATIC. Bird from Sky has no armor. That's the one negative thing. They know a player is going to be in towards pit because of that smoke. Manx it's pretty much down to Manx now. He's got the armor. There is going to be a smoke to... Oh, that smoke is lovely from Bird from Sky. That is actually so huge. It isolates a fight. They're going to have to just walk straight through because they don't have a flash to go through with them. And the bomb is ticking down. Only a single hit on Daitor, but it's going to be the kills in very fast succession, going the way of ECLOT. And that got very, very scary for a second, Tom.
Oh, it certainly did, but thankfully their single defuse kit will survive on 3 HP, Freddy. That could have gone disastrously if he had gone down. Not that it didn't go pretty badly in the first place. The fact that it gets so close is harrowing, and if Valencio hadn't have picked up 3 kills in that round, then ECLOT would have lost, and it would have been match point and series point for this ecstatic side. But look at that incredible prowess there. Great spray down. All 3 kills are headshots. And ECLOT, it's actually them to be calling a timeout here. Surely they realize at this point that they have to be making these rounds less scary. On the flip side, ecstatic, their money for the first time in quite some time is not looking great. It will just be a half buy or a couple of upgraded pistols coming out. I reckon they'll be trying to do something fast, but you never really know with this ecstatic side.
I think that is pretty much it with this ecstatic side. They probably will be winning this game, and I think just give them a few rounds and they will be coming straight back into it. ECLOT, they just have so far to come, and I don't agree with that push there with with MPQ. It's like it's just quite unneeded. I understand the space you're trying to make, but you found there's no on top banana, so just rotate over towards your bomb site. Don't make a risk when you don't need to. However, they have a position now where they can start getting some momentum on the board, and if they get these rounds cleanly, they will be gaining some economical momentum. 5 players for ecstatic. Look at top; they're just all towards banana.
Yeah, they're currently pincered between 2 smokes, one of their own and one of the opposition's, but they don't have anyone attempting to come down behind them. Instead, they've got Kafida with a cheeky Molotov. I say cheeky Molotov. Whilst he's throwing that, his teammate in Detour goes down, and they've linked Captain towards Dolphin. Okay, it's recovered quite nicely by the IGL. That's a lovely 4K. And what could have gone very drastically wrong very quickly will be recovered. But, I'd argue those odds are even worse, because if you bet on ecstatic, you're basically just asking to lose money.
Oh, it was
you
the
cannot
same.
make anything.
Yeah, it was the same before. It's been pretty much 1/1.01 for ages. And it makes sense, really.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a little bit of a revival from ECLOT here, but again, it just looks too little too late, Freddy. The fact that they're still 8 rounds down and ecstatic are 2 away from winning the entire series, it doesn't take my over-analysis to say it's not going well, but MBQQ, an aggressive forward angle towards brackets might be good to catch someone off guard. As Detour, I don't think they've actually aggressed this far down banana the entire game yet on the side of ECLOT. This could be huge for them.
Yeah, it depends what they choose to do with this, because there are flashbangs, and I think the flashbang has just been dropped over to someone. Yeah, so Manx has been dropped over a flashbang. This flash is not going to hit him, though. So if he's playing anti already, they're going to go through, and he doesn't get a single one. So much damage inflicted to 2 players. Dafu and Bird from Sky, 19 and 4 HP respectively. And they're going to commit on this B bomb side, it appears. Smokes are raining down, but the whole flashbang scenario is causing a problem. Considered drop this really nice smoke. He's got a one-way. They're actually going to instantly spray that. He's going to lose his life after 1. He takes down one of the low HP players with him, so not exactly ideal. Nice little boost from Valencio, but he doesn't even connect a single bullet. 1 or 2, I mean, sorry. But Manx, what is it from Manx? 2 kills in quick succession, leaving Captain in a 1v4, and Manx, a player that we never see performing that well. This series, he's been straight up farming, Tom.
I think you've been a little harsh on Manx.
It's true though. He does. It's not a negative thing in the fact that you have a roster where so many players do step up. Manx is normally the player that, in statistics wise, he takes a back seat. But that just makes it even better for scenarios like this. It's like Manx is just crushing it.
Yeah, he is. He's dealt incredible amounts of damage across both games so far in this series, and ECLOT, not just against Manx, but against realistically everyone in this ecstatic side, they've just not been able to deal with their over-aggression, they've not been able to deal with their prominent fragging, their utility setups, basically the whole package. And, well, if you do want to get yourself a nice package of skins before we round out this series, then you can use our top-up bonus with CS money of 40% when you deposit real cash. You can buy or trade your skins on CS money today. And look at that, you can bag yourself a Butterfly Knife Slaughter, just as Detour has here. But as ECLOT are probably proving, unfortunately, skins do not always need skin.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think because ECSTATIC just have better skins, so they've got better skill.
It's true, they do have...
Yeah, because ECLOT has got the same gloves and a nicer knife. Yeah, they have... Oh, literally, yeah, he doesn't... I don't know what, like, I don't want to say what he does, because I don't know exactly, so I don't want to...
He's a co-owner of
defamatory.
ECSTATIC now.
Okay, yeah, so that is true, because I was going to say, I want to be a little careful stating people's positions in a company if they're not 100% correct. But looking over ECSTATIC now, while we're talking about Zippo, look at their economy. It's not great, to be fair. Even though they won the round, they're going to have no utility early on. They've expressed quite a lot of it already. Those double nades not hitting anything as well. So they've literally got a flash, 2 smokes, and a molly left. And this was the problem we saw last round, is that they just used so much early utility, and by the end of the round, they just had to rely on their individual aim, which, to be honest, works.
Yeah, and, well, coming down to individual aim,
the timing.
Gafita's going to have to hit a lot of shots here, and he will land the first, not the second. Down he goes, and Detour in towards Coffins. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Sees 2. Can't shoot either of them as they run him down so quickly. And Freddy, I think this might be it. The final round of this series. It's short-lived. MBQQ goes down to Fasher, and as they try and barrel their way back into this B-bomb site, ECLOT, even they've slowed the pace down. They know what's happening here. Valencio, he's being held on to by the WP player. A bird from Sky, the IGL, who continually do everything, and Capstan.
Got 2k with the AWP.
Is that the first kill with the AWP he's gotten in the past 5-6 rounds or so? It's not been great from him, nor can we really say it's been great from anyone else on this ECLOT lineup, except actually for the lurker in Valencio, who I would argue outperformed himself.
Yeah, he outperformed himself definitely, but I feel like the impact he found just wasn't as successful as sometimes in other games. And Bird from Sky, I think that's the second series I've seen him pick up an AWP in like the form of a secondary AWP, so that's pretty cool to see. But what a successful victory for ECSTATIC, a team that's definitely had a lot of question marks over their head going into this Pinnacle Cup, because they've had this new roster. They didn't do very well at Gamesbox LAN, and I think you can just run with a narrative of, and I think you were bringing out very successfully, of ECLOT, he's still warming into his roster. He's gone from a team where he's undoubtedly the star player, and I think, like literally by leaps and bounds in the Romania roster. And I think one thing to say is that it'd be very clear to say that wouldn't he be going from speaking Romanian in his roster to speaking English, and then the Danish players would be going from speaking Danish to speaking English. So probably coming quite hard to adjust to. But you can look at the. Yes, of course. Yeah, sorry. Obviously Dutch and American. But you can look at the scoreboard here, and Spirit, very close series against Finest last night. That really came down to the wire. They took it, and they are going 3-0. And GamerLegion, nice to see them back on consistent ways. Beating, if I'm not mistaken, they beat teams like Sinners as well, so you haven't exactly had an easy run. But we will be saying goodbye to ECLOT and ECSTATIC. They have one more chance to make it either to the playoffs or get knocked out.
Also, shout out to Bad News Bears for staying consistent, going 0-3 for NA. Let's go, Bad News Bears.
Oh, man, you can't be doing that to them.
On the flip side, Isurus, it's great to see that they're still putting up some crazy numbers. Going 2-1 right now, they still stand every chance of making it through in their next game, which I believe is coming up tomorrow. And I'd love to see them make it to the playoffs, because they're so exciting to watch, as I'm sure we can both attest. But otherwise, may the 4th be with you all. Happy Star Wars Day. I think that's all from the pair of us. Thanks for joining me again, Freddie. It was a little last minute, I know.
No worries.
But otherwise, unless you have anything else to say, that's all from us for now. And we will see you probably shortly.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.